There we go. We're live. We're live. We didn't even mess with the intro. It's a morning stream. We're running technically a morning stream. I got the backup coffee. I brought the thermos down today, so we're gonna have 2 cups. But really excited, Baddog. Day number 3, the New York Giants. We actually have 4 picks today. Yesterday we only had 1 at 65, but we ended up with who we thought they were going to get as it got closer because he was a top 30 visit. He was one of the best players available on the board. They beefed up the defensive line even more with Alexander. Now today we set our sights on pick 105 and beyond. I think they got 2 7th-round picks.
And a fifth rounder,
and a 5th rounder, I think this pick's going to be, if I had to guess, Marcus Embo, the offensive lineman, but it's certainly going to be Skattebo, who they also brought in for a top 30 visit. Those seem to be the 2 most popular names amongst Giant fans. But we'll see how it turns out, man. It's going to be another long day of draft coverage with the New York Giants.
That it is. I don't even see Embo on here. Where is he?
He was. If I'm not mistaken, I think he was.
I picked tackle. That's why. Yep, there he is. He's a guard. I hit tackle by mistake. So I think that's definitely a possibility. Like I said, Skattebo. Also, they're both the number 1 guy on the board. So right now, Embo is the number 1 guard available, and Skattebo the number 1 running back available. I definitely could see the Giants going either way with this. We need both positions. Obviously, can never have enough linemen, as we know, because our linemen suck. But we really don't have another running back there. But I actually think the line is more important. I like Skattebo. Without question. Like I said, I watched him, didn't know much about him. It's not like I watched a ton of Arizona State, but the game against Texas, I was very impressed with him and thought he'd be a good fit for us. He can receive it out of the backfield. He's a very tough runner without question. He gives you 100% effort. He'd be a good goal line guy. I could see them utilizing him down there. He's got really good size, at 5'10", 220. So he's a strong kid. And, we'll see what the Giants do, but I'd be good with either one of those. I still can't believe Shedeur Sanders did not get drafted. Now, I'm always a guy that doesn't believe in conspiracy theories, but I'm sorry, man. Something's going on, okay? Because, listen, Tyler Shuck is not better than Shedeur Sanders. Well, people love this kid. He's not even a kid. He's like my age, I think.
Dylan Gabriel got drafted.
Dylan Gabriel, Quinn Ewers, Jalen Milroe.
I don't think Ewers got drafted yet.
I thought maybe it wasn't Ewers. Maybe it was Dylan Gabriel I was thinking of. Maybe I was thinking if Quinn Ewers goes before him. There's still something's going on here.
Yeah.
Those guys are not better than Shedeur Sanders. I don't know what the deal is. I don't understand what's going on. Maybe there is something. He couldn't have been that bad. Where somebody said, "I'm not taking a shot at this kid."
There's something going on. Maybe his interviews were that bad, but there's something, like you said. But I need everybody in the chat. We didn't do our typical intro.
Yeah, right.
Everybody in the chat. We're Tennessee's already on the board, by the way, Baddog.
They are, yes.
We'll be up in like 5 minutes, but stay up. New York Giant fans. Let's say hello to a bunch of people. Of course, Papa Goots, Rogue in the chat, Bliss fan in the chat. Rob from downtown who says he's better than Sanders. Davey Anonymous in the chat. Gordon Hamilton in the chat. Chasey Droon in the chat. Dealey in the chat. Thank you to everybody for being here. Day 3 coverage of the New York Giants. We got a pick up in 3 picks. We waited all night last night to get our pick.
Yeah.
We get it right away. Day number 3 before we wait for 3 more at the conclusion of the day. It'll be a long day, but it'll be fun. Get to hang out with you guys and, of course, get to hang out with Baddog. Manuel in the chat. Dire Giants fan in the chat. David Cohen in the chat. Shannon in the chat. Cush in the chat. Victor in the chat. Shay Cozy in the chat. Thank you guys for being here. Appreciate all you guys. And Big Daddy, man, thank you so much. He says, I'm back. I think we're going to have a good season. I hope so, Big Daddy. The defense, I have a lot of hope for. There's no doubt about it. A lot of hope for the defense. Baddog, I tweeted it today because I was just looking at the past 2 drafts. Let's list, just so I could pull it up. Joe Shane's last 9 draft picks, Baddog. When you obviously go back to last year, and we'll see what they do. Malik Neighbors, Tyler Nubin, Andrew Phillips, Theo Johnson, Tyrone Tracy, Darius Muasau, Abdul Carter, Jaxson Dart, and then, of course, yesterday's lone pick, Darius Alexander. I mean, we got to see how it takes place on the field, but it's encouraging, I would think. I think most Giant fans have been encouraged by his last 1.5 drafts.
I am very encouraged about what this defense could be. Adding a big, strong hog molly, if you will, next to Dexter Lawrence and Darius Alexander, who I think had a 2nd round grade on him.
Yep.
I mean, that's just beefs up your trenches, and then you got the incredible Abdul Carter coming out of Penn State to go with Thibodeau, Burns, Okereke, Dex, obviously. You beefed up your secondary. And like I said, Newman and Phillips had good years last year. You hope a year in the NFL and a year under Shane Bowen's system, they're going to get better. I'm very excited for what the defense can be. Not that excited about the offense, but I don't think the offense will be cringy. Every time Daniel Jones or Drew Lock or whoever the hell we had throwing the football here over the last 6 years, Mike Glennon, Jake Fromm, I mean, you remember the names. It was cringeworthy every time that offense stepped on the field. So I don't think it'll be cringeworthy. I think it can be effective. It's not going to be flashy. We're not going to have a ton of big plays. We're not going to go throw the ball up and down the field. It's not going to be an Air Coryell offense. But with a guy like Russell Wilson, who can read defenses, who has been here, who has succeeded at this level, who has been at an elite level, won a Super Bowl, probably going to the Hall of Fame when it's all said and done. He's a smart guy. He's a well-polished guy. Him and Malik Neighbors could be special. Jalen Hyatt could be a big part of the offense now because Russell Wilson's mentioned him a number of times. You got Wan'Dale Robinson. You got a healthy Theo Johnson coming back. You got Tyrone Tracy. I'm imagining we're going to add a running back at some point today. Again, I don't think our offense is going to be great. It's not going to be like, I can't wait to see the offense play. But at the same time, you're not going to be like, when the offense plays. So
you'll have competent quarterback play. And I think next year is good. This year, clearly, the Giants put a heavy emphasis on shoring up the defense. Like, obviously, that's where all the money in free agency went in terms of the secondary. They added one of the top available corners. They added one of the top available safeties. Outside of the quarterback with of course, Jaxson Dart, who is more of a long-term pick. He's not a guy that's going to make an immediate contribution for this year. Their two early picks were both on the defensive end. So that was clearly Joe Shane's mission this offseason, shore up the defense, try to support my offense as best I can. With the rookie quarterback, Russell Wilson will be able to manage games, keep us in games. And then next year, I actually think you're going to see the reverse effect. I think you'll see the New York Giants put all their eggs on the offense to try to support the first-year starting quarterback with Jaxson Dart. I think that's the plan, and we'll see how it plays out. But I'm excited, man, and clock started. Tennessee's on the clock now, so they got 4 minutes to make the pick. Going to read a couple of these. Thank you guys for being here. And Beat Grace, thank you for being a member. Appreciate that, man. Thank you for being here, buddy. And David says, go G, and thank you for being a member, David. He says, go G-Men. Let's get some hogs on day 3 for the O-line depth. Also, Devils pulled out a win in double overtime against the Hurricanes. Well, congratulations to that. Unfortunately, the Mets blew it, but made a valiant effort.
The Yankees.
Yeah, Yankees.
Devin Williams continues to suck ass. Comes in, gives up 3 runs, doesn't get an out. 11.25 ERA. What a terrible. Looks like such a good trade, and he's been terrible. It's time to switch. Sorry, he can't be the closer. Let Luke Weaver be the closer. I think I even have a sound drop for him. You can put him in there.
Yeah, he's been horrible. William.
Awful, Chris.
Awful early on for the.
He's rolling like 4 saves already. I thought Clay Holmes is bad. By the way, how's Clay Holmes went for you guys?
Pitching well for the Mets. I don't have his stats in front of me, but he hasn't pitched like deep in the games, which you would kind of expect because he was a relief pitcher. He's averaging like 5 1/3, but
that's right. You guys used him as a starter. I forgot.
Yeah, he's got like a 3 ERA. And his K per 9 is really high, so he's pitched well for the Mets thus far.
Hey, good for him. Cardiac Clay used to kill us over here, man. So
the defense on paper looks A1. I can't wait. I think most Giant fans are super pumped up about the defense. For me today, I want to see a little offense. I want to see a little offensive line, little running back action. We talked about that. I think those are the 2 most likely picks here at pick 105. But the Giants certainly bulked up the defense. There's no doubt about it. You look at that secondary in 2024, you compare it to this year, it's night and day. And you factor in some of the players that are already on the team. A guy like a Tyler Newman should get a lot better year 2. So you got to be really excited about Andrew Phillips. Same thing. Hopefully Deonte Banks comes into his own. And then the defensive line is just stacked beyond belief.
Yeah.
We could use a little more depth at the linebacker spot, I think. Maybe you see that today as well. They may take a linebacker, maybe that 5th round pick, one of the 7th round picks. But the defense is looking locked and loaded. There's no reason to think they can't be a top 10 defense. There's no reason to think that.
Yeah, I agree. I think the defense is going to keep us in games like it did in 2022. And if the offense can just do enough, we could definitely win some games. We could definitely steal some games. We kind of go into this year like we did in 2022 where people are probably going to overlook the Giants and just say these guys are nothing. They suck. This is an easy win, and maybe we can sneak a couple wins because remember in 2022, Chris, we mentioned it. Nobody thought we were going to beat the Ravens, and we thought we were going to beat the Titans. You know, they were in the AFC Championship. The Packers, right? These Packers were in the NFC Championship game, I think, the year before. The Titans were in the AFC Championship. Nobody thought we were going to beat those teams, and we ended up beating them. So you never know. Every year is different. Injuries play a part. Maybe the Giants catch a team, before they catch their groove. Maybe the team has injuries. Maybe they're just not playing well. Anything can happen on any given Sunday. As Giants fans, we know that better than anybody. So I just want to see improvement, man. It really is. I'm not going and thinking we're going to be a playoff team. We're going to win 10 or 11 games. If we can just win 6, 7 games, improve, show improvement, get a signature win. Find a way to beat Philadelphia. You know what I mean? Find a way to beat Dallas. Find a way to beat a team that you haven't been able to beat. And, then you're going to have some hope for the future. But if it's another year where we just stink and we're 3-14 again and we're not competitive, it's going to be a long year. But I don't see that happening this year.
I think we may win 6 or 7 games, but I think it's going to be a competitive 6 or 7 games if that's what happens. So one more pick away now as they go the Dyke, the wide receiver out of Florida. So Skattebo or Embo? I think it's going to be one of those two. I'm leaning Embo. Of the top 30 visits, he was the first player, I believe, that we brought in. And I think we can both agree the Giants need as much help as they can get on that offensive line. He played tackle last year at Purdue, but most people feel he's going to transition better to the guard spot, which the Giants need a lot of help on the interior offensive line, especially long-term. They brought back Van Roten, but he's not a guy that you figure is going to be the starter for more than a year.
You're going to try Evan Neal at some point.
Which he says any reason at point they're not trying. They are J-Tac. They already said that he's going to play guard in preseason, and I don't know if he's going to start, but maybe he gets an opportunity at some point during the year if there's injuries or poor play to get in there and play the guard. But yeah, they're going to transition him to the guard in training camp. They already said that.
Yep. So it's going to be, I do. I think either one of these, I think it's going to be Skattebo or Embo. I think those are the guys, but I do think you got to, beef up the line. If Joe Shane goes by what he always, he's position of value guy, I think, especially with us, the guard is probably more important than the running back position at this point. If you're still trying, you're in the middle of a rebuild. So I'd be surprised if they don't take Embo, but I wouldn't be surprised if they took Skattebo. So we'll see what happens. I do think it's going to be one of those two guys, though. They're both the best available at their position.
Skattebo would be a lot of fun. I'm not even going to lie, man. He's one of the most fun running backs in this class. The way that
is a great name. I mean, Skattebo.
And he runs like Brandon Jacobs did, right? He's a tough runner. So I'd be excited, but I'm slightly leaning Embo here. But I'd be happy with either one.
Yeah.
Sean says, agree with you, Chris. Shane's drafting better year over year. I mean, I don't even think that's a debate. We got to see how these players, let's be fair. We were all really excited in 2022, too. Let's be honest. Kayvon Thibodeau, Evan Neal. Most of us are really excited. Those picks, as of thus far, haven't looked great overall for that draft class. So you don't know until they get on the field. But last year brought a lot of promise because we saw a lot of potential with that class year one. And, Abdul Carter, you'd have to be blind not to see the potential in this kid. So I'm excited. I'm excited to what the future holds for the New York Giants. And I'm going to tell you what, Baddog, it's crazy what one offseason can do because Giants fans, and trust me, if the Giants win 3-4 games next year, they're going to be ready to run him out of town again. But Giants fans are ready to run Joe Shane out of town. I don't think he's getting run out of town at the end of this year. After what's transpired in free agency in the draft, bringing in Jaxson Dart, I think they're going to show some, patience here, provided that the Giants aren't a complete laughingstock, which I don't think they will be. I think the defense is too good to be a complete laughingstock. And it's going to buy him another year, and you're going to get to see a year with Jaxson Dart, and hopefully next offseason, Joe Shane really ties up all the loose ends with that offense, and you feel comfortable putting Jaxson Dart into the starting role in 2026, and the Giants start to take off. That's what we're hoping.
That's exactly it. Again, this is why this ended up being a perfect situation. He brought in his quarterback. Now he can tell John Mara, I brought in the quarterback. This is the guy Daboll wanted. They couldn't get Cameron Ward. Nobody's taking Shedeur Sanders. So you got your quarterback. You have a year now. You had this year, And you're going to have all of next year. You're going to have all off season, next year in free agency, and the draft to build around Jaxson Dart. So like you said, Chris, definitely defense heavy this year with good reason. Next year, when you are starting Jaxson Dart, he'll be a first-year starter. You're going to want to give that kid weapons. You're going to want to beef up your line. You should do that anyway, but you're going to want to beef it up more. You're going to want to get him another playmaker on the outside and, give him everything that I can. So we don't do to him what we did to Daniel Jones, because you can say whatever you want about Daniel Jones. He was terrible. I mean, let's just be honest, call it what it was. He was not a good quarterback. I don't think he'll ever be a good quarterback. I was hopeful he would be. The Giants never did him any favors. He came into a terrible situation. They never gave him a good offensive line. He had Barkley. Darius Slayton's been great as a 5th-round pick. He never had a number 1 receiver till this year.
Yeah.
Daniel Jones was injured a lot. So he never had anything. Constant coaches, constant offensive coordinators, constant shifting of the line. No stability for Daniel Jones. And he had to fill the shoes of Eli Manning. And he was reached for at 6. He really came into a no-win situation here. Yeah. They can't do that to Jaxson Dart. They got to give him a chance to succeed. And if they do it correctly, Jaxson Dart, the best he can do, maybe he is. I'm not going to say he's going to be as good as Jalen Hurts, but he can be like him where maybe some days he does play really well and he does carry, but he doesn't have to. Like, not all the pressure's on him because the pieces around him are great. That's what great teams do, Yeah. So you're never going to – Josh Allen is not available every draft. Pat Mahomes is not available every draft. So you can't just keep kicking the can down the road going, we're waiting for Patrick Mahomes, because that's unlikely.
Picks in, by the way.
All right.
But I think they set this up well to give themselves another year, and I think they're going to be able to support Jaxson Dart very well when he steps in next year as the day 1 starter. So I think it's a good plan. We got to see if the plan works out, but I think it's a good plan.
Yeah. I'm looking at Green Bay. It looks very nice there. It's another shitty weekend here. Every weekend, I swear to God, since like the middle of February, has rained here. I don't know what the weather pattern is, but it's not last weekend because I wasn't here last weekend. I was in Florida. It was nice.
Well, it always rains in Florida for about an hour.
Did not rain once. There was not a cloudy sky for 6 days. I swear to God.
Wow.
It was gorgeous. Actually, there was fire warnings down there because it was low humidity and breezy and warm. So, yeah, no. But today, you know what, Chris? It's lousy outside. It's a perfect day to spend with you and the Giants fans and order myself a pizza at some point today, a $50 pizza.
There you go.
I don't know if LA losing here. I wanted to get to the P.O. box today. P.O. box is about a half an hour from my house. My wife goes to this grocery store early this morning. I'm like, I have to go to the P.O. box. Oh, don't worry, I'll be back. She got back at like 11:30. I said I can't get to my P.O. box. And I feel bad because Lou goes through a lot, like a rigorous process of giving me things for like the draft. And it's just my P.O. box in a bad spot. Like I have to change P.O. boxes because it's near my mom's house. So I was always thinking, if I'm going to my mother, we'll go see it. But
they're letting Victor Cruz make the pick along with Big Blue Germany. I think it's going to be Embo, Baddog.
When do we get to make the pick?
I think we should make the pick next year. Who's the pick here, Baddog? Skattebo, Embo.
Embo.
Let's get the big 300-pounder.
They don't.
They go with Skattebo. I'm gonna be honest. That's the
I love it, man. I love it. Look at that guy.
That's an exciting pick.
It is an exciting pick, dude.
Wow. I'm not upset about that at all.
No, me neither.
Now the Giants have him and Tracy in the backfield.
Dude, I like this kid a lot, man. I'm excited. I like him, man.
So they're building a running back by committee. He runs hard.
Yeah, he does. So he's a football player. As John Madden would say, man, the guy's just a football player.
So between him and Tracy, man, you're gonna have an exciting backfield for the Giants.
Look at the dude's just thick, dude. He's a monster. And look at, I mean, that's the thing. He can catch it. Like he can do a lot of different things, but he is a strong guy. I love it. I love that pick, dude. Skattebo!
I think most Giant fans are gonna be excited about that pick. I mean. Yeah. Hopefully we go line now in the 5th round because we certainly needed more depth there.
We do. Yes.
I would have preferred Embo if I'm being honest, but I'm not going to be upset with this pick. I like this pick. So.
No, I figured it'd be one of them too, but
and you figured the Giants were going to go running back at some. I even said it yesterday before day 2. I said I expected them to go running back at 65 or 105 because of all the attention they paid to that position in the pre-draft process. They brought in 5 running backs out of their top 30 visits. So I'm not stunned they went Skattebo here. The writing was on the wall that they were going to take a running back at some point, probably between rounds 3 and 5. So they go with Skattebo in round 4.
I love it, man. I'm
Yeah.
excited about that. Again, I think he runs very hard. He can catch the ball out of the backfield. And it really was just that one game against Texas where I remember my wife was like, I love his last name, Skattebo. And I remember showing his dad, and I'm like, in the crowd, I'm like, man, he looks just like his dad. But I was just super impressed with. I was like, I could see that guy being a Giant. I didn't know where he was going to be drafted. I think it's a great value at 105 to get him, and I like the pick, man. I know we need offensive linemen, but running back was a necessity too. I like it. I like that pick a lot, man. I like Skattebo. I'm excited. He really. I just loved watching him play that game. I'm like, man, he is just a football player.
Yeah, I like the pick. I like the pick a lot. I love the pick. I'm excited, man. I'm excited to see him play on Sundays. I think he makes an immediate contribution in the Giants' backfield. I think you're going to have a clear platoon day one between him and Tracy. So, yeah, excited about that pick. Patel says, agree with you, Chris. Shane's drafting better. Oh, yeah, I already responded to that.
Yeah.
No doubt about it. It's been better. Let's catch up with these. Thank you guys for being here. Appreciate all you guys. And J-Tech says, Skattebo looked incredible versus Texas. Dude, that guy's calves are the size of my head. He's
huge, man. Yeah.
So, and he runs with a purpose. So he kind of reminds you of a Peyton Hillis, like in terms of his run style.
Yeah, that's a good. Peyton Hillis was a little bigger, but same build.
Yeah,
definitely. And Peyton Hillis was a giant too. Hopefully, Skattebo was a little bit. Peyton Hillis had that one huge year for Cleveland. I remember.
Yeah.
But I like the pick.
Yeah. Clock says, hello, Booby number 1 and Booby number 2. Good draft so far. Thought I say thank you for being here, Clocks. Appreciate you, man. Hello, guys. Write this down. Before baseball started, I bet 1K to win 70K if the Rangers versus the. Wow. Well, I don't hope you. Well, I like you, Clocks, but I'm a Mets fan. I cannot root for the Phillies to go to the World Series. He says, I bet 1K to win 70K if the Rangers versus the Phillies in the World Series. That's all I need. You guys get 1K each. Man of my word. Well,
appreciate you. Hit it up, man.
But Clocks, thank you so much for being here, man, and we'll see how it plays out. Phillies got a great pitching staff. I'll say that. I was worried about the Phillies when the Mets played them in the playoffs last year because they had probably the best pitching staff in baseball last year. So they got a shot. I'm still leaning it'll be the Mets or the Dodgers out of the National League, though. Gabe says, surely this is Embo. No, then running back around 5 might be reversed. Might not be Embo, but it might be running back. Obviously, running back around 4. Yeah. It might be offensive lineman in round 5, Gabe. But obviously, I was late on that. They went with the running back, Skattebo. You knew it was going to be one or the other, or at least that's what you thought. So they went with the running back. So we'll see what they do the rest of the draft. We still got 3 more picks.
Yeah. I love the Skattebo pick. I'm thrilled about that, man. I know, again, when you're rebuilding, you need a lot of positions. Obviously, we're not one player away, but I'm excited, man. I like that kid. I'm anxious. I can't wait to watch him run over some defenders. And again, he's a guy. He's a yak guy, not yards after catch, yards after contact. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's always a big deal. You fall forward for a yard. He's not a guy that's going to get knocked backwards a lot. So you like those guys that grind it out. They get that extra yard and a half. And those are the things that come up big on 3rd down and short. And again, he can also catch the ball out of the backfield. So he is versatile. And we know that Brian Daboll likes his backs to be able to catch the football, and Skattebo can do that too.
Especially as the game wears along, as you break down that defense with a physical runner like that. Linebackers don't like getting hit time after time after time again. 3rd, 4th quarter, that it's like body blows in boxing. And maybe that enables a guy like a Tyrone Tracy to break a big run in the 3rd, 4th quarter as they get worn down. So, yeah, I think it's a good compliment to, what we already have in the backfield. So, I'm excited about it. David says, getting excited for the Giants, D. Can't wait to see us get after the quarterbacks. Dart has potential, and I hope that Shane hits a bullseye and didn't miss the mark. I don't think we're going to find that out until next year, David, if I'm being honest. I don't think you're going to get in terms of the quarterback, of course, the defense. But I think you're going to get probably a slight glimpse of Jaxson Dart before the end of the year. But I don't expect it to be early, probably not even mid-season. I think it'll probably be the last 3, 4, 5 weeks. But we'll see. Things could change. Maybe Russell Wilson gets hurt. Maybe Russell Wilson's playing horribly. Maybe the Giants start 0-7, so you don't know going into the year. That's, but I think that's the plan. I think ideally the Giants want to hold him out as long as they can so he could gain experience and have something to build off of going into 26.
I think Joe Shane's done a great job in this draft, man.
I like the plan, man. I really like the plan. Lou says, just teach him the pass block now and watch out. Well, that's most running backs when they come into the league. It's very rare. Like I remember Ezekiel Elliott was known for that, but it's very rare that even Saquon wasn't known to be a great pass blocker when he first came into the league. So that's kind of, you kind of expect that with a rookie running back. They got to get better in that capacity.
By the way, I don't know if you saw Lawrence Taylor told Abdul Carter pick another number.
Yeah, well, I mean, rightfully so.
Yeah.
You don't touch number 56. Come on, man. Like that would have been insane.
Abdul Carter don't want those problems. You don't want to wear that number. Even Taylor said, go ahead. You don't want to wear that.
Yeah.
There's only 156 here. I couldn't even envision another player wearing that number anyway.
You should wear 91. I think Anthony brought up a good one. I like the 91 idea. Just
make sure your number gets retired. And then, 25 years from now, there'll be rookies saying, I want to wear Abdul Carter's number. That's what we need.
There you go. Gabe says, oops, wrong. Love Scat, though. Different skill set than Tracy. Yeah, I think he's a good compliment, man. I think he's a good compliment.
The Raiders, do they take Shedeur Sanders at some point?
I'm starting to feel bad, dog. It might even be better at this point that he doesn't get drafted. So that he gets to pick the team that he goes to. Because we're already in round 4 for Shedeur.
Yep. I can't believe he hasn't been picked yet.
Yeah,
something's going on. Something's going on.
But Sports Fan says, we got the Scats. Yeah, man. I'm sure a lot of Giants fans are happy about that.
Yep.
Not a J Texas. Skattebo was one of the best pass catching running backs, too. He could catch the ball. There's no doubt about that. Yeah.
Yep. Last year, Skattebo, wow. 1,711 yards rushing, 21 touchdowns, 45 receptions, 605 yards, 2,300 yards from scrimmage. Holy shit. I didn't realize he had that big of a year.
Yeah, he had a monster year.
He did have a monster year.
Donovan says, speaking of baseball, get Devin Williams off my team.
Yeah, I was talking about that earlier, man. What the dude, they got to switch him and Weaver. Weaver needs to be the closer.
And Larry J says, Skattebo is going to get a record of angry run scepters from Kyle Brandt.
Oh, so he does run angry. That's a good way to describe it, Larry. He runs angry. I love that pick. He is just a tough son of a bitch. And he's, you want to run him back with a neck that's like really thick, dude. He's got a thick neck. Skattebo just looks like a running back.
Between him and Abdul Carter, man. You see Abdul Carter's neck? My God. So they got some big neck players on the Giants. Smart, tough, dependable, and big necks. J-Tac says Skattebo stat line was preposterous in 2024. Well, Baddog just read it to you. And it
was crazy, man.
Simon says, didn't the Mets sweep the Phillies? Yes, they did. Let's go, Mets. Phillies stink. Yes, they did. But they did lose yesterday.
Yep, they did.
So now what's our next pick? It's like 145, I want to say. 150.
Yeah, let me see. It's in the 5th round somewhere.
I think it's like 155 actually, because you got the comp.
We'll see if they trade up or anything. They have round 3, 65, round 4. They're 154.
154.
And then 246 if they don't make a move.
So we'll see. We'll see. I mean, at this point, you just wait. So far Embo hasn't gone. By the way,
he hasn't.
I don't think he gets to us though in the 5th. I'd be surprised.
Yeah, I think that there you go. It's not about where you get drafted. It's about when you get there. He's a day 3. Can you imagine getting Max Crosby on day 3? Pretty good.
Maybe Shedeur gets drafted there right now. We'll see.
We'll see.
Oh, the Bills just made a trade, so the Bills are now picking.
Okay. I wonder what the Bill. At this point, I always wonder why teams trade up. I'm like, what do they want that's so important at this part?
Oh, let's see who they pick. Just don't pick Embo. Jets are on the clock next.
Jets will build that line, or Philly will take them.
So the Bears get an extra pick. They drop from 109 to 132, but they pick up 169. Shaw says, long time, fellas. Great draft so far. Hope this Thunder is better than Ron Dane.
Ron Dane, bit. I couldn't stand that.
Also, Zach Wilson's mom for personal trainer.
Yeah.
Is she? I don't even know. Is his personal trainer or?
I don't know. I just remember that I think people were looking at her more than Zach Wilson.
Oh, we certainly were. I remember that. But
oh, I'm like, who's that? We're like, is that his girlfriend? Oh, that's his mom.
And thank you for being here, Shot. J-Tech says, run the tape on Cam. Come on, boys. We got time. Yeah, you know what? I think I'm going to pull that up in a minute. I'll pull that up in a minute. Probably should run the tape on Abdul Carter as well.
Yes.
Catholic Game Dev says, Chris, I miss you streaming, bro. Come back. Yeah, in season, you're going to see me a lot more this year. I'm going to try to at least. But I appreciate all you guys for being here. Thank you guys for being here. Obviously, we do the show. We're going to be doing it once a week now during the dead time. But going over and check out the joint channel that we got over there on Giants Collective. But yeah, no, I plan on doing a lot of solo streams with you guys in season this year. I want to try to make time to do that. But thank you, Catholic. Appreciate you, man. Simon says, no coach wants Dion breathing down his neck, undrafted free agent. That may have something to do with it. I think it's a combination of several things, but that may be a big part of it. What's the pick going to be here for the Bills? Let me pull up some. The thing that I'm worried about, for whatever reason, my laptop, because this streaming service doesn't run well on Google Chrome for whatever reason on my laptop. I'm worried that I don't want the stream to glitch out. It runs better on Safari, but I will try to run the clips. Dale Walker out of Kentucky. So what do we want to look at? Skattebo, Baddog?
Yeah, let's take a look at Skattebo.
All right. Let me see if I can pull it up.
It looks like a lot of Giants fans like that pick. I don't. P-Dog said, I love the Skattebo pick. P-Dog on Twitter. Right. We need dudes like him, man. We need those tough bastards. Like that's what Skattebo is. Skattebo is just a tough SOB. Tougher than shoe leather. We love it.
All right, let me share this with the stream.
First said it's sad when your mom is a better prospect than you are. Man.
Here you go.
I think Shane's had a damn good draft.
Big ideas.
And this is what Cam Skattebo said earlier.
No one respects the fact that I'm the best running back in the country.
Yeah. I can do without the music.
Turn the music off.
Oh, I didn't know you could turn them. I know you can leave the music on. I'm just saying, I wish the person didn't put music on the thing and just let the announcers do it. You can put the.
We don't need the music, dude. Look! Oh my god! Get off of me!
Yep.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying, dude. He looks to run people over. Like Jaxson Dart shouldn't be looking to do that, but Skattebo can. Let Skattebo run people over. Look, dude, he looks bigger than 220.
He runs bigger than 220.
Look at him.
You cannot arm tackle this guy.
No. Yeah, he is a beast, man. This is the game against Texas. Yeah, I'm saying, man, he's he's just looking to run the guy over. He ain't looking to get it.
I love that, man. A lot of running backs
wants to hit somebody.
A lot of running backs, they're like, let me pop it out of bounds, not take the hit. But he's like, no, I want that extra yard.
Yeah, let me take you on. I want to be the guy to deliver the blow.
Oh my God, man.
Look, he just doesn't go down. That's what I mean, man. He ain't going down. First guy's not taking him down. Again, he says, no, I ain't going out of bounds. I ain't no quarterback. Jaxson Dart needs to learn to get out of bounds. Skattebo don't.
Oh, man. This is going to be a fan favorite. There's no doubt.
Yeah, he definitely is. Like I said, this is a lunch pail guy, man. A little elusiveness there. Obviously, he's not a breakaway speed guy, but You don't
No,
need that.
but he's
Tracy's
not.
your
He's
guy.
not. He's not. I wouldn't consider him slow though.
Right. I'm saying Tracy's your guy that can do that. It's Skattebo is the guy that's gonna wear you down and get those tough yards in the trenches, those goal line yards. And that we need that. And again, he can also catch it out of the backfield. So
And he can throw.
he can throw it. Look at this. Oh man.
Good patience on that run.
Yep. He's fast. He lowered his shoulder. Nobody was even there, and he lowered his shoulder. He was just looking to hit somebody. He's like, somebody get in my way.
Oh my God, he's like a pinball.
Oh man. Yeah, I like this kid, man.
That's definitely the tough part of the smart, tough, and dependable.
Yeah, yeah, he is. He is tough. He is tough. I love that pick, dude. I didn't actually think he'd be a giant. Like I said, I watch Arizona State, so I didn't know much about him at all until that Texas game, and I was thoroughly impressed. Again, with just how hard he ran, how he gets the ball out of the backfield. I was like, this is a guy that I'd love the Giants to get him. And at 105, I think it's great because he like somebody mentioned earlier, he's definitely got a different skill set than Tyrone Tracy, and we need guys like this. Look at him; he just looks like He's like, just bring that shit to me. Yeah.
So there you go. There's some clips of Skattebo. We'll definitely pop on Abdul Carter in a couple of minutes and look at some of the other with maybe a little Jaxson Dart action as well. Appreciate all you guys for being here, man. And I think that's an exciting pick, Baddog. I really do. I think that's an exciting pick.
Yep.
Jay says no line picks. Neil's getting a shot at right guard. Well, Neil's I don't think he's gonna start the year, but yes, he's gonna definitely get trained to play guard in training camp. And at some point, he's probably going to get to start this year at guard, if I had to guess. I don't think he'll be the opening day starter, though.
Yeah.
Picks in I think they go with Van Roten for the start of the year, but they'll probably transition at some point.
Yeah. See who the Jets take Arian Smith. I wonder if there's anything about Shedeur Sanders like on Twitter.
He may not get drafted, Baddog.
It's funny. I'm following him on Twitter because I thought he was going to be a Giant.
Well, this is more than just stuff on the football field, like you said. It's got to be. You don't fall this far. Interviews. It's got to be a lot more than just film on Shedeur Sanders.
Yeah, I'm still gonna follow. I'm not gonna unfollow him. I'm still, I'm not gonna root against you unless he went to one of our rivals.
No, I'm not rooting against him. I hope he does well. I hope he gets an opportunity.
Yep. I'm definitely gonna. I hope he does well. I got no problem with Shedeur Sanders.
But like I said, right now, like I feel like it might even be better for him not to be drafted. Then he could be like, all right, well, this is the team I want to go to.
Yeah.
Who are the Eagles picking?
We're gonna take Embo because we want him.
He definitely feels like an Eagle pick.
Yeah, right.
They're going to take him. I know it. They're going to take him.
Nope. Ty Robinson.
Ty Robinson, defensive tackle out of Nebraska. That's it. Eagles pick. They love the lines.
They do.
The intern to raising. Thank you for being here, man. Give Carter number 55. Arrington's old number. Didn't work out that well for Arrington, but I'm fine with that. I like 55. That's a good number for a defensive player. I could roll with that. Arrington he got hurt, but he flopped with the Giants. Duck Flag says, at this point, Shiloh might get drafted. I mean, it's certainly possible. It's crazy, but it is possible. And B-Rog says, I am surprised he wasn't drafted already. Good pickup for the G-Men. Very exciting player.
I'm glad he got out of round 3, B-Rog, because I thought for sure somebody was going to take him around 3. I did keep an eye on, like, even though I was doing the Laker game last night, I was keeping an eye on the draft. I just wanted to see if he got picked up, and I was like, I'm glad he didn't. I was also obviously seeing if Shedeur went, and when I saw that Dillon Gabriel went before him, I was like, come on, man.
Yeah, crazy.
I like Dillon Gabriel. He's not as good as Shedeur Sanders.
Simon says, y'all hear Derek Harmon? No, I did not, Simon. Did you hear the Derek Harmon story? I did not.
No.
I'll have to take a look into that, though, after the draft. But no, I did not.
I did not.
But he went early in the draft. But, yeah, I'll have to check that out. Thank you, Simon. J-Tag says, Shane drafting like his career is on the line.
It is.
Well, it kind of is. Yeah, it's year 4.
It is.
You got the 3rd pick in year 4. I mean, your career kind of is on the line.
Yeah, definitely.
Chris L. Thank you so much, man, as we're catching up. He says, love it, but I'm still a little nervous about the O-line. I'm always nervous about the O-line.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. We got to build our O-line a little bit more, but
we haven't drafted one in the last 2 years.
Yeah, I know. I think they're going to do it in round 5, though. I think they have to.
We, of course, have signed some, but not draft.
Yeah. I love the Skattebo pick, though, man. I love it. I love it.
And Weirwood says, had second thoughts on putting my head in the microwave after the Dart. Love the picks of Alexander and Skattebo. Great value. That's going to transition us to Jaxson Dart. We'll show the highlights of him in a minute.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see how it works out with Jaxson Dart. I don't think it was an outrageous pick where they picked him. I think that's around where most people thought he'd go, and there's some potential there. We'll see how it works out. Catholic says, did either of you watch the – I did. I watched the last I didn't watch Thursday and Friday because I was working, but I watched the second half of Saturday, and I watched the full Sunday of the Masters. I always watch the Masters.
Hey, I don't remember my wife's birthday. We did something for my wife's birthday one of those days. I didn't watch it. And then Sunday, I don't think I was home on that. Friday night, I remember when we were at the pizza place, we did it. By the way, I got to go see if my wife's upstairs because her whatchamacallit, her DoorDash or whatever we have here, there's like something set up where we don't have to pay a delivery fee because she's a Prime member. So because we use this shit all the time.
So you got like a bonus or whatever?
Yeah, I want to see if she's still there. Did Mom order food? Oh, she did? All right. I'm going to go ask her to order pizza. I'll be right back.
Yeah, go.
She's probably going to tell me, why didn't you? I already know she's going to say, why didn't you do that when I ordered? Because I'm just going to say, because I'm an idiot. I don't know what to tell you. You've been 25 years, you haven't figured this out yet. I'll be right back.
I said somebody, the Knicks play today or tomorrow? I think they played today, right? Game 4 is today, right? What time is the Knicks game today? I'm pretty sure they play today. I think I remember looking at the schedule of the series. I was just looking for it on the channel lineup. Luke says, Skattebo was ranked number 51 on the NFL and PFF draft big board, and we got him at 105. What a steal. Yeah, most people thought he'd be probably an early 3rd round pick, but yeah, I didn't think he was dropping to where we got him. Oh, they play tomorrow. My bad. Okay, they played it good, so I could watch it from start to finish. Big game for the Knicks. I mean, they kind of did already what they had to do in Detroit. You want them to wrap that up as soon as they can, though, because you want them to be as rested as possible for the series that really matters, and that's the Boston Celtics, which that's going to be a massive challenge. But they did, in terms of giving themselves a chance to win the series, they did what they needed to do. They got the split in Detroit already. So the pressure's off. You come back home, you take care of business, and you win the series. But still, you want them to win Game 4 so they can wrap it up in 5 and be rested for the Celtics. Let's see. What's going on, Kuda? He says, hey, Dan, how do you feel about Carter potentially? Lawrence Taylor already said no. He already said no. And I don't think Embo's gone yet. I mean, it's too early to even start to get excited about Embo dropping, who a lot of Giants fans wanted at pick 105. We're still 45 picks away almost, but I don't think he's gone yet. So, got your eye on it because he's a possibility of a guy that the Giants could take if he were ever to fall, or maybe he falls to a spot where the Giants feel like they could trade up. But that probably wouldn't be yet. Probably have to drop to the 140 range. But yeah, we'll see. Did you get your pizza?
Not yet. She said when she gets to her sister's house, she'll order it. I'm like, that's fine. I don't need it right away. I was just thinking about it, and I was like, shit, I know she just ordered food. Oh.
Picks it for the 49ers.
She goes, I can order for you for something for later. And I'm like, nah, when am I going to eat it? And then I'm like, it's friggin' pizza. You can eat pizza whenever.
I'm echoing. I don't know if it's something on you when you turn the now. I don't think I am. I don't hear it anymore. No, I'm not echoing. It was when you first turned it on, but I'm not anymore.
Weird.
So the pizza didn't come yet?
No, she said she'll put it up with her. She'll order it when I guess that's her order. She said when she goes to her sister's house. They're going to my sister-in-law's house today. So
Oh, okay.
everybody wants to see the puppers.
There's Patrick Will. What an incredible linebacker he was, man.
I don't know if you. Oh, I don't think you got to that yet. The Ripper comment. What's it? The Golden Girl? It's a blanket. It's Estelle Getty. I talked about it before. Who doesn't love the Golden Girls, man? Tomorrow morning when I wake up, I'll be waking up, having my cup of coffee with the Golden Girls. I watch them on TV Land every Sunday morning.
There you go. So that's the story apparently, which is awful. He said, yeah, Harmon's mom was on life support and passed away soon after her son got drafted.
I love it.
That's horrible.
I love the chat. A couple people in there just add pineapple on your pizza. Tara says, pizza have pineapple. They know that shit ain't happening. Meatballs and peppers. That's what we're going with.
J-Tac says, did you see McShay's evaluation on Dart? He loves him. I did see the video of McShay on Dart, and what he emphasized was he had 161 pressure plays as a quarterback last year, and he said maybe he didn't say these exact words, but it's what he was paraphrasing, that he was by far the best quarterback in this class against pressure, and that's what made him jump off the charts for him. He said the average quarterback had between 140 and 180 pressures. Shedeur had about 220. But yeah, Dart under pressure, he thought was by far the best quarterback in this class. So that's why McShay was a big fan of his, and that was before the Giants drafted him. So yeah, I did see that.
Do you think Mel Kiper is a big fan of
Well, yeah, I watched some of I haven't seen all of them yet, but I watched some of Kiper's commentary about Shedeur and exploding during the draft. And when the Giants picked Jaxson Dart, he said it made sense for the Giants because Dart, he feels, fits the offense more for a guy like Daboll because he has more mobility. He throws the ball down the field a bit more, something that Daboll's looking to do. But, of course, he still said that Shedeur should have been the pick. Ripper says, what is the Golden Girls? Oh, there you go. Yeah, Baddog.
I saw that there. Yep. Estelle Getty, Sophia. Picture it. Sicily, 1912.
Lou says, Warren Moon gave Ward his number 1 from Houston to Tennessee. Oh.
Wow.
Oh, Warren. Oh, so Warren Moon's number was, well, he's a Hall of Famer. I'm assuming his number was retired. So he gave up his retired number. Wow. That's pretty generous.
Number 1, they're giving that up. Number 56, we don't give that up.
Technically, they probably could still keep because he was an Oiler. He wasn't really a Titan. So they could probably still pay homage to him with the retired number as an Oiler, right?
Correct.
Maybe. But wow, I'm surprised he gave that number up.
Ayub, we got a mini golden doodle. That was what we got. So she's not going to be too big. She's not going to be tiny. She'll be between 25 and 35 pounds. So she'll be, a little on the smaller side, but very, very lovable puppers. And unfortunately, she thinks 4:00 in the morning is playtime, which it is not. But it's tough because when she's like, the sun hasn't come up. And then, I'm drinking coffee this morning. My wife goes to the supermarket and she just lays down and goes to sleep. I'm like, you got to get your sleeping pattern different here. That's time to sleep at 10 in the morning. That's playtime. Joe has got a mini golden doodle. Yeah, there she is. There's my new puppers, people.
That looks like a model, that dog.
I know. Like a model. So I say she looks like a freaking stuffed animal, but yeah. and of course, she's a golden doodle. So my wife named her Blanche after the Golden Girls. So everything goes back to the Golden Girls. But yeah.
Trevor Etienne just got picked. I know a lot of people were asking about him yesterday. He gets picked by the Carolina Panthers, running back out of Georgia. J-Tag says Kiper said Jamarcus and Brady Quinn were elite. Well, yeah, I mean, to be fair to him, and I'm not saying he's good or bad in terms of his evaluations, you do that long enough, you're going to have a lot of misses. So
everybody does.
To be completely fair to him, but
yeah, how many people said Trevor Lawrence was going to be elite, and he hasn't been.
Yeah. Goblins Are Real says, I think the draft is as good as last year or better. I'm trying not to get too hyped. What do you guys think? I mean, dude, again, like you said, I'll get overly hyped when I actually see them on the field and I see results. But I mean, I'd be stunned if Abdul Carter's not at least a really good pro. I think he's going to be a great pro. but I'd be stunned if he's not a really good pro. Jaxson Dart's wait and see. But the thing that's encouraging about Jaxson Dart is if you listen to all these experts, McShay being one of them, they all said in terms of the fit for what Brian Daboll's looking to do, he's the best quarterback in this draft class for that. So, or at least one that was obtainable. Cam Ward wasn't obtainable. So that's encouraging, right? Brian Daboll's known to be a guy that gets the most out of the quarterback position. He's the guy that he identified would fit his offense the best. He likes his traits. So we'll see. I don't think we're going to really get a glimpse of that until 2026 when he gets a second year in the offense, when he really gets to start day one. But yeah, I mean, it's exciting and you hope that it works out. And then so far, the next two picks, yeah, I mean, especially Skattebo. I mean, how could you not be excited about that? One of the most exciting players in this draft, as far as I'm concerned. So it's been a fun draft. And last year was a really encouraging draft because we actually saw results already. And I only think that class is going to get better. I think Newbin's going to get better. I think Drew Phillips is going to get better. Of course, Malik Sievers. So Tyrone Tracy, of course. Theo Johnson, I think, has a lot of promise. So, yeah, I think the last 2 years for Shane have been encouraging, especially when you factor in this free agency this past year.
Yep. I think Joe Shane has done it right. I think his plan has been good. I think he's executed his plan. It just has to translate on the field. Listen, man, when you're rebuilding, 2022 I think it was the worst thing that could have happened to the Giants. Obviously, we enjoyed it because we hadn't seen winning football here in forever. We hadn't won a playoff game since the last time we won a Super Bowl. It was a refreshing change to be a winning football team for once. But I really do think it set us back. And once that happened, you had to kind of tear it down and rebuild. And it's hard to just rebuild. In a football team, it's hard to just rebuild in 1 year. Basketball, you only have 12 guys on your team, and you play about 8 or 9 a night. It's much easier to rebuild that, especially with the outlandish contracts. Baseball, if you are a team like the Yankees or the Mets or the Dodgers or the Red Sox, you have a shitload of money. It's easy to do that too. You can always stay competitive when you have the money to pay for all the free agents. In football, it's 53 men. There's defense, offense, and special teams, and there's a salary cap. So you can't just go out and buy whatever you want. And players come up on free agents quick. Contracts when you're out of the draft for 4 years, or you get a 5th-year option if they're a first-round pick. You can't always hang on to the guys. You have to continue to build. So trying to rebuild is very difficult. It takes time. I think we hit rock bottom last year. I really do. And I've said that for years. It feels like it can't get any lower, and we get lower. I don't think it can. I think that they're going to – I think they'll be competitive. I don't think they're going to be a great football team this year, but I think they're going to give us a reason to hope in the future that we're going to be competitive again. So I think Joe Shane's done a good job, and hopefully these guys can perform. Like Chris said, you never know, man. There's been tons of guys like, oh, this guy can't miss. This guy's going to be fantastic. This guy's going to be a stud, a Hall of Famer. Abdul Carter, man, it's hard to envision him not being a impactful football player right from day one. It's just he just seems too good.
There's certain players when you watch them, they just pop off the screen.
Right.
He's one of them.
Yeah.
Like he just pops off the screen. So I'm not saying he's going to be like Micah Parsons. He may not be that. That's like lofty expectations. You're talking about a guy that I don't know if he's won Defensive Player of the Year, but if he hasn't, he's been in the running for every year since he's been in the league. Yeah. I think he could be that for sure. But I'd be stunned if he's not at least a very good pro at a bare minimum. We'll see. And Joe says Jaxson Dart. I actually watched that, Joe. I watched that the night before we drafted Jaxson. Yeah, because all the rumors were coming out that we were going to take him. So I'm like, all right, let me watch this, because they actually released that video the same day, the day before the draft. It's about an hour long. To be fair, John Gruden loves every quarterback, like ever.
That's true.
Like,
here's the guy we used to make fun of him, or not make fun of him, but here's the guy who gives it all. What a guy. He's a great guy. He goes out there. He gives you everything he can on the turf. Take a look at the turf. The guys that work on the turf are great. They put in a lot of hard work. He's one of the hardest working, lawn crew in the league. These guys are in here 5 in the morning, man. 5 in the fucking morning, and they come in and they do a great job. Damn.
That's a good John Gruden.
You gotta love John Gruden, man.
I love him, but he always
He does. He loves everybody. I've never heard him say a bad thing about anybody. Well, he did tell Jaxson Dart, he goes, "What the fuck you doing? You better get out of bounds." That he did tell him, which is funny as hell.
But it was entertaining, and it was fun, and he did come across well in it. I will say that about Dart. B-Rock says, fill the rest of the picks with the trenches. I think that's going to be probably what they do. I think at least with two of the last three picks, you probably see trench picks, whether it be one more on the D-line or one on the O-line or two on the O-line. I expect more trenches.
Yeah.
But I may see a linebacker, though. I think we could use depth at that spot, like I said earlier. So I wouldn't be surprised there either. Let's see. I want to pull up Jaxson Dart highlights real quick. Might as well check them out. You ready to see some Jaxson Dart, Baddog?
Yes, I am.
Let's check them out. Yeah, I watched 48 minutes of the 59 minutes of the John Gruden. I'm looking at my search history, but it was good.
Yeah.
Here we go. Let me share.
Is that beluga whale?
Yes, it was.
Kid likes the beluga whales. You can put the volume up.
Put the volume up, okay.
Yeah, that's cool.
It's caught. Dart has all day. Dials up the deep ball. It's caught.
Should throw, but like you said, he had all day. Clean pocket.
I was just gonna say, I hope when he's playing for us, I hear he has all
deep
day.
ball, and it's caught. After the game,
I love the fact she called us Yankees too when we first walked up. That was hilarious.
and she's going to be cheering for this.
Quarter, and it's only a 7-3 game. All day to throw, and it's
Good
another
mechanics.
touchdown here.
Good footwork.
I mean, blown coverage as blown coverage can get.
But again,
I've heard all day a lot.
They think it to him.
Pressure on that
Big hit
one.
on the quarterback who delivers a
That was a good
scout
throw.
territory. The way Ole Miss likes to play, and the quarterback keeper wide
This is a good
open
run.
field
I
in
saw
front
this.
of him, and look at
Yeah.
that power
That's
run.
Josh Allen. Like, I will say that.
That
Yeah,
death foul.
That is.
That is no easy place to play, and I was impressed with Garrett
Good
Nussmeier.
touch on that pass.
Are you
Harris fourth in the country in receiving yards. One of a handful of weapons at Dart's disposal. Now he takes a shot to the end zone. Got it! Touchdown, Junior. Pocket hold for Dart. Fires a strike to the end zone. His home state went back to Florida. Took the job at Miami. Parrish followed him there. And then Henry returned. Shot to the sideline. Caught! Run the
Good pass,
run!
man.
Trey Harris is gone!
There's Trey Harris.
He's a redshirt junior. Pressure up the middle. Picked up by Jones.
Pick up
Dart
there.
fires.
That was good.
Catch by Trey Harris.
Put it
So many ways he can attack you.
Dart over the middle. Caught. Trey Harris. After a 12-yard gain, Dart, who's also the depth runner, wide open receiver. There's Harris. Delivers a stiff arm. Dart to snap it. And Kentucky blitzes up the middle. Dart throws a dart.
Everything is to Trey Harris.
Everything is the Trey Harris. So replace Harris with Neighbors.
That's going to be neighbors. Yeah.
Yeah.
Man rush. They don't get close to Dart, but he can't find anybody open. Throws on the run, and it is caught.
Carolina in less than 6 minutes. Ole Miss going to work. Dart, off play action from the pocket, gets hit, and it's caught inside the 35 as
That
well.
was a good throw with
From the
pressure in
team
his
they're
face.
currently playing on at one point. Dart looking, delivering inside the 5. Jordan Watkins. Throw it again here. Pressure on. Hit as he throws it deep, and Harris pulls it in at the 20.
Everything
Harris
is the Trey Harris.
strike down
Throws it
at
to
the
Neighbors.
5-yard. Dart with a defender at his feet, throws it downfield, and
That was
it's
pretty
caught.
impressive.
Jordan Watkins inside
He
the 10.
couldn't step into that
Watkins all the
goal.
way
He
to
had
the
his
2.
feet yanked out.
An 81-yard
Yep.
touchdown on the first possession. Here's another receiver open down the field. And from Oregon, second year here. He was a 3-year duck. Play action pass. All
Look at
day
that
for
time.
Dart.
Yeah.
Harris
I want
is
their
open
offensive
again
line.
and has it to
Yeah, right.
And he's down number 2 on third down of this drive. Dart, plenty of time, end zone, and it is. Match their longest winning streak in 3 seasons under Brian Kelly. Third down and 15, Ole Miss. Dart throws, caught. They have Pegues and the pistol behind Dart. They faked it to him. Dart throws, man wide open. It's Lee again.
I'm glad you haven't seen like any runs from him outside of the one touchdown run.
There's one.
Calls his own number again. Jaxson Dart inside the 25.
To even have a chance at winning. It's unprecedented.
Dart up the seam and struck.
Off the shot play going to come down the field outside.
Dart for the fake. Over the middle. He's getting struck.
Theo Johnson.
Theo Johnson.
That's what we do with Theo Johnson.
Here's a 5-man
Third and
rush.
14. Let's see what he does.
They're after Dart. He floats one. And he's
There.
boy,
Great adjustments on the part of the Ole Miss offensive coaching staff.
shoulder fake. One-on-one. Jordan Watkins.
And don't
He
forget to go
certainly
to
takes a lot of shots down the field.
ESPN.com/All-State Playoff
Yep.
Predictor to check out your team's chances to make the college football playoff. Dart,
A lot of
downfield,
one-way
one-on-one
throws.
coverage.
That was there.
Run.
That one was bad.
Touchdown, Watkins. Dart is throwing touchdown passes on his last 2 passes. 2nd and 8. Downfield again. Got a man behind the secondary. Caught.
He throws a pretty deep one.
Touchdown.
Yeah, he was off his back foot on that one
Watkins in
too.
motion. Dart steps up into the
Here we
pocket.
go.
He can move a little bit. Dancing between the tackles. On the way. Dart. That second or
He's
third
gonna kick out with the
definition
quarterback's
sometime.
one.
Here's Jaxson Dart from the 30. Pulls. Oh, man, you talk about room service.
That guy's wide open.
Money on tape. Jordan Watkins.
You're not going to see
Third
that
down
in
and
the
10. The
No.
Rebels 2 out of 6 on 3rd down.
Gruden was talking about that game against Arkansas.
Throws Jordan Watkins first down.
It's the safety.
They need the 4-yard line. It's 3rd
This is
down
the one you
and
want to
6.
watch him play against Georgia.
Dart
That's-
throws. Motion.
That's a nice throw.
Jaxson Dart pulls it down and runs. And he's still running. Jaxson Dart.
Play action. Dart well protected. There's the shot you were talking about, Greg, to the end zone.
That's a good throw.
Play action. A possibility. It is. They fake it to Pegues. Dart to throw on 4th down. Floats one. And he's got it to Jordan Watkins. All the way.
Kiffin loved that one.
Action again. Over the middle. He's stride into the end zone. Field. This point forward to the end zone. Dart well protected. Floats one. Drops it in. Maintaining his balance.
One thing I think I hear every time: Dart well protected, Dart with time. Not that time.
Yeah.
Dart with time gets hit, and his pass pulled in inside the 20.
That was a good job.
Jaxson Dart's been magnificent so
Very
far.
impressive throw.
Throwing this ball towards the end zone, right on target.
That was
For his
I wanna
football
watch that
team,
one
he
again.
said, it's very rare.
that was a good one.
Yep.
So far, throwing this ball to me. Jaxson Dart's been
Yeah, under pressure in the
Under
blind
pressure,
side.
can't get hit.
He feels the pressure. He
Look
throws it way before he's open.
Look
He
at
throws
him.
it to a spot. It's exactly what he does.
12-yard line when he releases that.
Yep.
magnificent so far. Throwing this ball towards the end
That
zone,
was a good one.
right on target. Pull.
For his football team, he said, it's very rare.
Dart forced to run to his left, and then throws it deep
That's
down.
the throw.
That's
the
the
throw.
correct throw because he's throwing away from his body.
Yeah, I see that one all the
Gonna
time.
roll to his left.
Yeah, that's impressive.
And he can't throw this any better.
That's impressive.
That's a good throw.
Where he ends up in the draft.
He ends up in the draft. I bet he ends up like the Giants for 25.
Breaks the tackle. And heads for the end zone. Touchdown, Ole Miss.
I mean, I don't think he's garbage like people say. I'll say that.
Yeah, you can work with that.
There's potential there.
You can work with that.
There's potential there. Let me make sure I catch up with these. Thank you guys for being here. Appreciate you guys, man. Let's see. Jake X says Peter Schrager said Dart rather had to be removed from the team facility at 10:30 because first in, first out. I mean, we heard the same thing with Daniel Jones, which didn't translate, but you want to hear that, of course. You want your quarterback to be the hardest worker on the team. David said, which I think is a big reason why Shedeur is dropping, because that feels like part of the reason, at least. That feels like the vibe that Guy said that he didn't take it seriously when he came in for interviews, stuff like that. David, thank you very much, man. You should watch Scat reaction to being drafted. It's awesome. I'm so happy we got him. Compliments Tracy well. We'll have to take a look at that in a few minutes, David, man. Thank you for being here, buddy. And I know you wanted him. You told me that on Twitter that you wanted Skattebo, so I think a lot of Giants fans did. You certainly weren't alone in that.
Yep. Skattebo.
And Robert, thank you so much, man. This is the first season we have not had to deal with Jones. He messed up everything. Now we could build with what a cure he. Yeah, I mean, obviously that's going to spring a lot of hope, right? You change the most important position, so you start from scratch. You bring in a veteran. You hope that he helps mature some of the younger players on the team, and then you make the transition, and you hope it works out the same way it did with Eli. From Warner to Eli.
Yeah, it's funny. I was talking about John Madden. I guarantee you, if Madden was still around today, Cam Skattebo would be on the All Madden team. I guarantee you.
Oh yeah,
I used to do the All Madden team. He would be on it one way or the other. That was John Madden's type of football player. Skattebo was the type of guy you rip his helmet off. He ain't gonna go down. You can keep running without his helmet and he'll lower his head. That's the type of player he is. So
he would absolutely be an All Madden guy. There's no doubt about it.
I love that pick.
Yusef says, "Did you guys watch Dart's interview?" I did. Yeah, we talked about that earlier. Yes, came across well. But Gruden, like I said, Gruden props up everybody.
yeah, it's true. I don't think I've ever heard Gruden say a bad thing, but I did like what he told Jackson. What are you doing here? Get out of bounds. Stop leaning on your shoulder. And I'm
with you right now on Skattebo, man. I'm a big fan of Skattebo. I like him a lot. He was a popular guy amongst a lot of Giants fans during the draft process. Every time I would talk on Twitter, somebody would say, "I hope they take him, late day 2, early day 3," and that's what ended up happening.
Yeah.
Our guy still hasn't gone, Embo.
Embo is not gone yet, no.
We're now 33 picks. So imagine if we got him in the 5th round.
That'd be pretty amazing. Well, you never know. I mean, knowing Joe Shane, if he likes him and he thinks he can get up there and get him at the end of the 4th or in the middle of 4th, I don't know what he can offer at this point. We only have 2 7ths in that 5th, but you never know.
I don't think we'll get him, but as it gets closer, it gets exciting.
Yeah.
Let's see. And MJ says,
"I'll say this, Chris. We've been pretty good about these picks. Like we said, Abdul Carter.
Yeah.
I don't. When we traded
the night of the draft, I said they'd take Jaxson Dart. I didn't think that.
I think we knew they were going to take Dart there. We liked Alexander. It was him. We thought that would go as we got closer.
Yeah.
And then today we said Skattebo or Embo, and Skattebo went. And if
Joe Shane, like I said it all the time, we're getting more and more familiar with his draft patterns.
Top 30.
You look at his top 30 visits. Every pick's coming from that, outside of maybe one. So it's pretty easy to mock what you think he's going to do in a draft. So that's the pattern.
Yes, Lloyd. Embo was a top 30 visit for the Giants.
Yeah, Embo was Skattebo was a top 30 visit. Every player we've drafted thus far was a top 30 visit. So, so let's look at the top 30 visits.
Yeah.
Let's see who's still available. I'm not even going to bother with the quarterbacks because they're not drafting another one of those. So that knocks off Shedeur. Tyler Shuck's already taken. Milroe's already taken. McCord's not taken, but we're not drafting him. Running back, I'm not going to bother. We're not taking another one of those. So Savion Williams was, at least according to this list, was the only wide receiver they brought in for a top 30 visit. He's already been taken. Elijah Arroyo, the tight end out of Miami, the only tight end we brought in, he's already been taken. We brought in 2 offensive linemen, Donovan Jackson, who's been taken, and Marcus Embo, who has not been taken. Cornerback, Travis Hunter and Siobhan Revel have both been gone. Corey Black is still available. Guy you want to keep an eye on. I think he's probably more 7th round territory, but a guy they could take there in round 7. Both linebackers, I think, are still available. I could be wrong on that. They brought in 2 linebackers, Kobe King and Carson Bruner out of Washington.
Kobe King is still available, and so is Bruner.
So either one of those guys are strong possibilities with one of our remaining picks. We already took Abdul Carter off the edge, so probably not going there. We could, but probably not. And then D tackle, we already got Darius Alexander, who we brought in for it. So, I mean, if you look at this list, Bad Dog, there's a good chance they're probably going with one of those linebackers, Kobe King or Bruner. And Embo, if he were to fall, is certainly a strong possibility.
Yeah, if he fell to us, I think that's where they would.
And they also got Jalen Reed, the safety out of Penn State, who they brought in. So probably again another round 7 target. Corey Black out of Oklahoma State, another guy. So that's, if I had to guess, those are the guys you'll, at least for one or two of these picks, it'll be from that list.
Yep, agreed.
And MJ says, you want to get hopes for Dart? Listen to Bob Papa interviewed Charlie Weiss. He acknowledges the relationship, but absolutely adores I'll have to listen to that. Charlie Weiss, of course, was known to be a great quarterback guy. He was with New England, and then he ended up coaching Notre Dame, right?
Yep.
He brought them, I think did he bring them to the national championship when Brady Quinn was the quarterback? I can't remember. I know they got smoked against A.J. Hawk in Ohio State.
Yep.
I know he brought him to at least to the playoffs. But MJ, man, thank you very much, man. Appreciate it. What's going on, Jacob?
Oh.
Yeah, I did see what Todd McShay said about Jaxson Dart, Ross. He loves him. He said he was the best quarterback under pressure in this draft class.
Oh, I didn't even see. My guy went to I missed that when we were looking at the highlights probably. My guy, Danny Stutson, went to the Saints. Not that I thought we were going to get him, but I liked it. There's another guy. It's just a football player. One of the few guys from Oklahoma that you actually watched on defense. Pick is in for Pittsburgh.
They love taking linebackers, Pittsburgh. Historically.
They
They're
do.
like Penn State. They're linebacker U.
Yep.
This could be Shedeur, I guess, right? I mean,
well, you would have to think Shedeur.
I almost forgot that Shedeur hasn't been drafted yet.
Yeah. It kind of passed. Yeah, it's like you don't even expect him to be drafted.
Jackson, he's a good player. Jack Sawyer. I've seen a few clips of him because a lot of Giants fans were considering him. Bobby actually did a breakdown from Talking Giants of Jack Sawyer versus Embo because he thought both of them could be drafted by the Giants. They went up against each other one-on-one.
I mean, of Giants Nation.
Yeah, now of Giants Nation, of course.
Giants Nation, yeah.
But yeah, he's a good player. That's a good pick by the Steelers.
Yeah. Imagine Shedeur don't get drafted.
He might not. He might not.
Oh my God, this is just crazy, man. It's crazy. I don't know what the deal is, but just very strange.
Yeah, that's a good pick, Chaotic. I like that pick for the Steelers. He'll fit right in there with TJ Watt. Yeah, he's going to fit right in there.
He must have really pissed somebody off.
Unprecedented. Jai, you're talking about the Shedeur? Yeah. We've seen quarterbacks drop massively, but not like this.
I mean, we were talking that this guy could be a top 2 or top 3 pick before the draft.
There was a point in time where people thought he'd be the first pick.
Yeah.
You go back 3 months ago.
Yeah. It's crazy, man.
David says, how does Dart fit Daboll's offense? I think he fits it well, and I think that's why we drafted him. I think of the quarterbacks that the Giants were able to obtain in this draft, he was the best fit for the scheme. Whether or not he does a good job, we'll find out. But I think in terms of scheme fit, the Giants felt like he was the best fit in this draft. Obviously, they traded up to get him. But if you listen to guys like McShay and Mel Kiper, they all agreed with that they thought he was the best fit for the type of offense that Brian Daboll wants to run. He's a lot more mobile than Shedeur. He's got a slightly bigger arm than Shedeur. So they felt like he was a better fit in the offense.
The Grinch is there.
The Grinch?
Yeah, next to a lady wearing a Mexican hat. And go Pack Go. Cheeseheads galore.
Yeah, Malik is at least somewhat comparable. I don't think anybody really thought Malik was ever going to go that high, but there were outliers that thought he could be a high pick. But most people, even 2-3 months before the draft, agreed with my opinion and Bad Dog's opinion and like a lot of people's opinions that we didn't want the Giants even.
No, you didn't want Giants
taking him that early, but there were outliers. But this is different. Shedeur was pretty much consensus,
right?
A first round pick at a bare minimum, and so it is a bit different than that. But yes, Malik Willis did surprisingly fall, I think, to the 4th round.
Yeah.
but this is a little bit different.
Yeah. Yeah. Malik Willis also came out of Liberty. It's not like you played at a big school.
Yeah.
And Shedeur Sanders obviously is much more polished than Malik Willis, more NFL ready for sure. It's Roger Goodell's picking for the Packers.
I guess so.
Well, we know who's we know the Packers have in their pocket. Aaron Sorrell.
And J-Tac says people hated the Jordan Love pick, similar skills and criticisms to Dart. Comes up as a 20 touchdown, 17 interceptions before the Pack took him. Now he's a franchise. I love Jordan Love. I no pun intended. I know he had like a somewhat underwhelming year this year. If Jaxson Dart turns out to be like Jordan Love, I would be drooling. I love.
Oh God, yeah.
I think Jordan Love has potential to be a Super Bowl winning quarterback. So, I would be in love with that if that's how it turned out.
Yep, agreed.
Matt, thank you very much, man. Will Jerry Jones be able to resist taking Sanders? I actually I messaged JD Sports on Twitter today. We were talking about that briefly this morning, where we thought Shedeur could land if he is drafted, and I said I actually think it'll be the Cowboys. So I could see that. I could see the Cowboys like round 5 drafting Shedeur, sticking him on the bench. They've shown a pattern to doing that, right? They traded for, of course, Milton this year. They traded for Trey Lance, so they've shown a pattern to go for long-term backup potential starter options. And of course, the history with Deion Sanders and the Cowboys. I could see that. If I had to pick a team, I actually might be leaning that way right now at this point if somebody's going to draft them.
Yeah, it makes sense because you could see Deion coaching there, right? So I don't know, man. I still think it's weird that he hasn't been drafted yet, but it is what it is. There's always a surprise during the draft weekend, and I think this is a huge surprise that he has not been picked yet. I think it's crazy, honestly.
Dak is injury. And I don't think Dak's going to be there that much longer. I don't know what I know he signed that contract extension a few years ago, but maybe another 2 years, 3 years. So, I could see it. Worst case scenario, he's a backup and he's a 5th round pick. So I think that could make sense for Dallas.
Yep.
LA Lou says Skattebo is a Giants type of back. Good pick. I think he's every team's type of back. I think any team would love to have a runner like him. So
it's tough.
He's not a bell cow. He's not Saquon Barkley. Nobody's confusing that, but he could be a really nice piece to a running back by committee.
Without question.
Yeah.
Without question. Crazy.
So our backfield now, you got him. You've got obviously Tracy. Is Motor gone? He's gone, right? No, maybe he is under contract for one more year.
I thought they signed him to a 3-year deal.
I think you're right, actually.
Yeah, he's still a Giants running back.
I don't think Gray makes the team this year.
No, I don't either. He definitely can't catch on a special teamer.
Yeah, I don't think Gray makes the team this year.
Not either. He's probably going to be cut.
But possible. Maybe they cut Motor instead. But
true.
They could go with 4, I suppose. But
again, you're not gonna see him on special teams. That's for sure. Eric Gray. I liked him too, man, but he just
Motor. That's Singletary's nickname, Duran. Devin Singletary's nickname is Motor. Pick is in for the Chargers.
Where is this? A depth chart. Let's take a look at this. Oh, they don't have it there. It just has a roster, and it only goes alphabetically.
But yeah, I like our running backs now. I think that's a good. I think he's going to help the offense. Goal line, you bring him in.
Yeah, like I said, he's a 3rd down and short guy. 3rd down and 2. But again, he can also catch, and that certainly helps. You want the versatility. Daboll likes the backs to be able to catch. So it makes a ton of sense to take Skattebo.
And Embo's still not drafted. Like, I'm starting to get a little excited here, Baddog. Like, what's going on?
I don't know, but yeah, I mean, we're on the 23rd pick in the 4th round. Somebody, I think, put in the chat that medicals were a concern for him.
Oh, yeah. Well, that would make sense because a lot of people had him as a late 2nd rounder.
Right. Let's see if there's anything on him right now.
And JTech says our defense floor can't be worse than 15th. We'll see. I mean, the only thing that I think could hold back the defense is if the offense is pitiful and the defense is just on the field too much. But I agree. It should be at worst a league average defense. At worst.
Yeah.
On paper.
Yeah. And it's got to be.
I think it should be better than that. But at worst, I kind of agree with you.
I don't really see anything about him.
And the other thing that could hold him back is, of course, Shane Bowen.
Right.
Who had a very underwhelming year 1 as the defensive coordinator.
Yes, he did. He can't mess this up, man. I hope he can't mess it up. But I agree, J-Tag. I think that our defense definitely has a capability of being top 10 this year. Gotta be up there.
I mean, they put enough resources into it. The spending on the corners.
They did, man. This defense should be special. It should be.
And Big Chunga says Chargers will pick Sanders. Harbaugh will win Super Bowls with him. I don't think so.
I don't either. Dallas definitely.
He's got Herbert. Why would I mean, I guess you could draft him to be a backup, but
right.
Yeah. Herbert's going to be there for the next 10 years.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't think Shedeur's Harbaugh's type of player either.
That too. Yeah. I don't. Harbaugh's a no nonsense guy.
Exactly. So I mean, Harbaugh don't want to deal with Dion, and Dallas is a perfect landing spot for him. I mean, without question.
I think Dallas it might be where he goes.
It makes perfect sense for him to be a Cowboy, even though they did just trade for Milroe. But
not Milroe. You mean not Milroe?
Milton. Sorry,
Milton. Yeah. J-Tag says Bowen was a strange hire connection to Daboll. I don't know. He obviously had a connection to Vrabel, which made a lot of people think that the Giants may be thinking about bringing Vrabel in. But I don't think he had he may have. Let me look at his coach history. Hold on. He may have had a connection to Daboll. Let me look. He may have had a connection to Shane, actually. Let me look.
Who did?
Shane Bowen.
Oh.
I can't remember.
I thought you were saying Joe. I thought you meant Joe Shane.
No. Shane Bowen started. He was with the Texans as a defensive assistant in 16 and 17. And then he was with the Titans from 18 to 23. I don't think that overlapped with anybody.
Who's this lady? She's been out there a couple of times too. Oh, there you go. Dawn Aponte. Sure. Sure thing.
No, they never overlapped. They were no real connection to where, at least where they were on the same coaching staff. That must have just
it was interesting.
The interviews.
Yep. I don't think they have like a problem. It's just crazy that Shane Bowen's been was so bad last year. Losing Dexter Lawrence certainly didn't help, and having an offense that couldn't.
The worst offense in the league didn't help either. Yeah,
we had no turnovers last year. That's not good either. So. Who the hell is out front there?
Here's the Cleveland Browns, pick 126. We're almost done with round 4.
I know. They move much faster today.
Let me get my second cup of coffee going. Carter highlights. Yeah, we'll do that in a minute, Archstick. We got to pull up the Abdul Carter highlights. He's
a cup of coffee.
He's special, man.
Oh, man. What a crappy day. Give me some sun, man. I miss it. Shit, when I was in Florida, that's all I saw.
It's not. It's not. It's. I don't think it's raining by me right now, but it's gray out.
Right, gray. Eric Gray outside. Eric Gray.
Did they take Dylan Sampson? He's a explosive running
Yes,
guy.
Cleveland did.
Giants actually I think they brought him in as well, if I'm not mistaken.
They did. I'm pretty sure that they did.
What's going on, Jeremy, man? Thanks for popping in the stream, man. Pull Carter against Notre Dame first. I mean, Durant, we you know what we should pull? We should pull our reaction to that game. The whole game, that's all we could talk about was Abdul Carter, that Notre Dame game.
Oh, I know. It was
when we streamed that game.
Just loved him.
Yeah, like, dude.
We loved Abdul Carter.
At that point, I was of the mindset we're going quarterback, but I think I even said it throughout the stream. I'm like, Giants may want to take him.
Yeah. We were like, he might go number 1 overall. I mean,
he popped that night.
Yep, on the biggest stage. You know.
So Jalen Travis, tackle, goes to the Indianapolis Colts. What's up, David G, man? Thanks for popping in.
Yeah. You're trying to protect Daniel Jones?
Bill O'Brien to okay, so there's the connection. Bill O'Brien to Bowen to Daboll. Of course, Bill O'Brien connection to the Patriots, has a connection with Daboll that way. Okay, that makes sense.
The Commanders could take Embo.
They could. They definitely could.
Well, they take Jalen Lane.
Jalen Lane, they get another weapon for one of the most dangerous quarterbacks in the NFL. What a quarterback that guy is.
Yep.
Oh my God. Even more of a reason why the Giants need to have as good of a defense as possible.
Correct.
Knowing you're going to be going up against Jaden Daniels twice a year for the next 15 years. That guy's special.
Yeah, he's good.
He's already like a top 5 quarterback, I think. Or
he's definitely up there. He's
that good. Like, he's knocking on the door if he's not there yet.
Yeah. And he got a lot of experience this year, man. I mean, the kid made it all the way to the NFC Championship game, so can't believe the Commanders are in the NFC Championship game. It just tells you.
If you were doing a draft today, factoring in age, where do you think Jaden Daniels goes in an NFL draft? Like, if every player was available, he's got to be a top 5 pick, right?
Yeah, probably. I would imagine the quarterbacks would go first. So I would, well, maybe. Josh Allen's got to be.
Well, Allen and Mahomes are still at the top.
Yeah.
Mahomes.
Burrow's got to be there.
Burrow.
But then after that.
Lamar, of course, is
Lamar
up there.
Jackson, yep. But then after that, you might think Jaden Daniels.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's good.
Yeah.
Picks in for the Ravens.
I know some Philly fan in here talking about special needs, especially since you have a space between need and S. That's all good.
Philly CDA says you guys throw that word special around a lot. I mean, if Jaden Daniels wasn't special, I don't know what to tell you.
I mean, look at that guy. I mean, who is he calling special?
I'm assuming he's an Eagles fan. It says I could be wrong, but I'm a Giants fan. I could admit it. Jaden Daniels is special.
Yeah. So is he. Eagles fans are very special. We know that. They are. You got to have the IQ of a potato to be an Eagle fan, and they live up to that. There's no question about it. I mean, we've talked about it before. They eat horse shit. I mean, I don't know what to say. I mean, you got to be pretty special to do that.
Eagles fans are scared of our new rusher. I think Skattebo is going to be running a lot of Eagles over. L.A. Lou says, sun missing here too. We got rained out today. Oh,
does that happen in Los Angeles?
It doesn't rain there often.
I was going to say, then San Diego, like it never rains there.
No.
Yep. Arcstick is right. Potatoes do have more of a purpose. It's true. And then he comes back with you guys drafter Dart before Sanders.
Sanders hasn't been drafted.
Again.
Sanders hasn't been drafted.
To my point.
It's not like the Giants were, and I like Shedeur. I still think Shedeur could be good in the NFL if he gets put in, gets an opportunity and gets put in the right spot. But the entire league agreed with the Giants. He hasn't been drafted.
To my point.
Yeah.
Dylan Gabriel went before.
Yvonne says, "What's up, Chris and Baddog? Been watching consistently since." Thank you. Yeah, Yvonne, we know you, man. And I am now about to graduate college. Keep up the fun. Thank you so much, man. Congratulations, man, on graduating college. That's awesome.
Been around a long time. So I say we see guys like Nations in Sonora who are like 13. They start like they're married, they got kids, they got divorced, they got remarried, they're retired.
This is Daniel. It's not Daniel Jones all over again. We took him at 25th. It's a major difference. Even if he flops, it's not.
I told you, Eagle fans don't know anything about the NFL. Just worry about your own team, man. Just worry about learning how to spell properly and, knowing the difference between pushing open a door and pulling open a door. Just worry about the basic things.
I agree with you, Ronell. I don't think it's the talent on the field why he wasn't drafted. I think he's a first-round pick in terms of talent. I agree with you on that.
Totally agree with that. There's no way Tyler Shuck and Dylan Gabriel.
I think some of it has to do. We don't know all the specifics. As fans, we don't get the opportunity to be in these rooms, but multiple reports came out that he interviewed horribly.
Do we know how many teams he interviewed with?
I know the Giants were one. The report came out from McShay that I don't remember the exact specifics. But
Saints were one, right? Pittsburgh had. Maybe I can find it.
Basically, from what I read, Shedeur and him got into like a verbal altercation because there was some. I think they were doing like we saw in Hard Knocks last year with the whiteboard and testing their knowledge about plays. Shedeur didn't know a play. Daboll called him out on it, and then Shedeur, I guess, gave him some kind of response that he didn't like, and they got it. They got into some kind of back and forth.
So what I see here, this says which NFL quarterbacks visits tracker. This was April 14th. So maybe he visited more. Sanders visited the Browns, the Raiders, the Giants, Steelers, and obviously the Titans. And the Titans were not going to take him. The Browns, Raiders, and Steelers have not taken a quarterback. So still possible there. The Giants obviously took Jaxson Dart. And it says right here, projection round 1.
Yeah.
It didn't say for Ward, it said projection top 5. He didn't even visit with the Giants at that point.
That's not true, Ronell. Not one player outside of Travis Hunter. Travis Hunter did get drafted, of course. But I think he's been the only Colorado player that's been drafted thus far. Soam says Philly fans won a Super Bowl and still can't get the Giants out of their head rent free. Yeah.
They're just, like I said,
let me see if I could find that what I'm talking about. Because McShay said it on his podcast about, I don't want to give misinformation. So let me see if I could pull it up real quick. There's an audio clip on Twitter. Here it is. Anthony tweeted it. Our co-host.
Yeah, right.
There we go. So this is what I'm talking about that came out from the McShay podcast. I think it came out before the draft, if I'm not mistaken. But obviously I heard about it after he's dropped. And
was there any breaking news?
Right.
Nothing breaking. But I'm starting. I read a couple people are like, Shedeur is in play at number 3. Shedeur's not in play at 3. Shedeur's not in play with the New York Giants, as far as I'm told. Shedeur didn't have a great interview with Brian Daboll in a private visit. An install package came in. The preparation wasn't there for it. Got called out on it. Didn't like that. Brian didn't appreciate him not liking it. I've said this before, and it started at the combine. And a couple days after the combine, I don't like saying report. Like, we don't report anything. I shared information that I got that I know if I'm getting it, that information people that are in this business that are really great at their job and talking to a lot of the same people I'm talking to, and probably more. I know more. I was surprised it wasn't being talked about. That Shedeur Sanders, I told you, if you've been following the show from the beginning, I told you there were 2 personnel people that I spoke to who were in the room during interviews, which means they're key parts of the organization. Let's leave it at that. 2 teams drafting in the top 10 with quarterback needs where the interviews did not go well. Not disrespectful, nothing harsh, just felt like the phrase I've been using, and I think it aptly describes it. We didn't get the sense that Shedeur cared all that much about what we thought of him.
So that's the clip.
So it doesn't sound like you said nothing. That's just combative almost. That's not the way you want to get. That's not the start.
Well, the vibe that I get from that was that Shedeur, in what many would feel is the most important interview of his life. Obviously, you're trying to be the first pick potentially in an NFL draft. Came in unprepared, or at least that's what Daboll felt. Daboll called him out on it. Shedeur snapped back, and that's probably a major reason why the Giants didn't draft him. So that's who knows, man. He's not a Giant. That's all I know.
Right. Exactly. Maybe he did this with other teams as well.
Yeah.
Who
Well,
knows?
he said it was multiple teams.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So nobody wants to deal with that. You haven't even taken a snap in the NFL, and you're already, going back and forth with your head coach. That would be like going on a job interview and getting in an argument with the person interviewing you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Quincy Riley, cornerback out of Louisville, just goes to the New Orleans Saints.
Embo is still there. Marcus Embo. Great. It doesn't say like where he's mocked. Or like it just shows a grade. Like on this, it doesn't show where like projection it was.
And Wick says, so Sanders was the Giants pick, but pretty much talked his way out of it, and Dart wasn't even there. I mean, we don't know, Wick. We know this is what we know from the Giants. We don't, I can't speak for any other team, but we know from the Giants that they at least had a lot of interest in getting to know Shedeur.
Yeah.
When you get to know a prospect, you either come away with a good feeling or a bad feeling. And the Giants did a ton of research on him. Obviously, they didn't like what they saw. They haven't drafted the guy. It's round 4. Jaxson Dart had ties to the Giants, so I'm sure they did their homework on him as well. He went to the same school as Eli Manning. He trains with Eli Manning in the offseason. And obviously it came out that Daboll liked him. But yeah, at one point they at least thought it was possible. If you would think if they allocated as many resources as they did to look into him, that he could very well be their pick early on in this draft, and they soured on him. I don't work for the Giants. I don't know the exact reasons, but you would think what McShay's saying has something to do with it.
Right. That obviously something happened. And again, he doesn't look like he visited with that many teams. The Giants and Titans have already taken their quarterback. You can't have that attitude. Like he must have had an attitude like I'm so good, it ain't going to matter what I do. It doesn't matter what I do or what I say. I'm going to be drafted in the top 10. I'm going to, you can't have that attitude. You got to have some humility, and I guess he didn't have it. And he's not elite enough to get away with that shit. Not that Patrick Mahomes or Josh Allen or Joe Burrow would ever act that way, but you can try to overlook that type of stuff if you know the guy's going to win you football games. But if you are going in there and you're being combative with the coaches or you're not prepared for these questions, they're going to sit there and go, well, if you're not prepared for an interview, how the hell are you going to prepare for a football game? How are you going to get prepared on Sunday? Like, what are you going to do? They come off as lazy and they're not going to do film study and they're not going to work at it.
I think the fact that he plays quarterback, if he was like a running back and he came in like that, it probably doesn't affect your draft stock. Right. But when you're a quarterback,
you're the leader of the team.
The interviews are probably the most important aspect of the pre-draft process for a quarterback.
Yeah.
Because it shows your work ethic, it shows your preparation. And if they were that unimpressed by him, I think that's the major reason why he hasn't been drafted.
Yep.
But I think he's certainly talented enough to be a first-round pick, and I certainly think he's talented enough to be successful in the NFL.
I agree.
And I hope that he is. I have nothing against the guy.
Either.
I'm rooting for him. Matt says, I feel like Dion being Shedeur's coach his whole life really set him back. Coaches could come up very aggressive when talking to players. Think John Gruden, and some players could take it as disrespect. That's not a bad observation, right? He's not used to being coached by anybody but his father, and maybe he may not be used to getting. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know Deion Sanders from that. I just know what I see on TV. So maybe he's not used to getting that kind of criticism. Who knows, man? I don't know. Who knows?
That's the thing. And Daboll, obviously, we know he can be very tough on a quarterback. We saw him with Daniel Jones. So yeah, it is different being coached by your dad. Your dad's gonna give you criticism, but it's much different when it's your father because you're not gonna, whatever. You're not going to try to go out of your way. Not that Daboll is trying to go out of his way to hurt his feelings, but you're not going to be as combative. And it's also different when it's your father. You're going to take instruction from him different than a complete stranger, obviously, or a coach, but you can't be combative with these guys, especially in the interview process. I mean, if you're going to be like that, you got to at least suck it up and fake it till you get the job. And then, maybe your personality can show a little bit, but I don't know, man.
As long as he doesn't get drafted by the Cowboys, I hope he.
Yeah, I got
nothing against the guy, and I do think I feel bad for him. I'm being honest with you. I do feel bad for him because I know he's well off financially. He's fine from that aspect, but it's embarrassing for him. I do feel bad.
I don't feel bad for him. I don't feel bad.
I get why people say that.
I know he is hard. You know what I say it all the time, man. You think that they would feel bad for us? No. So
that's fair.
You know what I mean?
That's fair.
He's going to be okay. I'm not worried about Shedeur Sanders.
Yeah.
Shedeur Sanders is going to live a better life than any of us could ever dream of living. He's going to be just fine. He's going to get somebody's going to take him and he's going to have an opportunity. And then when he has the opportunity, hopefully for his sake, he learns from this experience and he shows a little humility and he goes out and just plays football the way he can play football. That's what he's going to get an opportunity. Somebody's going to say, let's bring him in. Let's see if he changes ways. But we're not going to spend a high draft pick on him. Maybe he doesn't get drafted. Maybe somebody picks him up as an undrafted free agent and says, listen, you're going to work your way up from the bottom. You really want to be here? You really want to work? You really want to be the starting quarterback? You're going to have to work. You have to start from the bottom, work your way up to the top. And maybe Shedeur Sanders went into these interviews thinking he was automatically going to be the top dog. And you can't go in there like you know everything. And maybe he went in there acting like he already knew everything. And that's just not the way it goes. The biggest transition at any position is the college quarterback to the NFL quarterback. The speed in the NFL is so much faster than it is in college. And the best college teams, the best, might have 3 defensive NFL players on it. Well, in the NFL, it's 11 NFL players. And the blitzes are much more complex. The speed's quicker. The windows close faster. The cornerbacks are much bigger. And it's the speed and the defenses are what they have to adjust to. You go in there acting like you know everything, and then you get called out on something you don't know, and then you get mad about it. That's not going to win you points with any team, not just the Giants. There's a reason everybody's passed on him.
Yeah. I just hope, like you said, he takes it as a learning experience and
correct.
Listen,
he's a kid still.
Yeah.
You learn. Everybody makes mistakes. I have no doubt Shedeur Sanders can be, I wouldn't say he's going to be an elite guy at the NFL level, but I have no doubt he can be a successful quarterback at the NFL level.
Yeah. So what are we looking at in the 5th round? I think it's BPH.
O-line,
but I'm hoping O-line. That's what I'm hoping.
Yeah. Big Mush said Skattebo should wear 26.
But it could certainly be linebacker too. I'm not ruling that out.
Yeah.
We'll see. Yeah. John, man, thank you very much, man. Just back from the gym, we drafted Skattebo, huh? Yeah, man. Baddog, are you old enough to remember Doug Kotar, big white running back from the 70s, wore number 44?
No, John. When I started watching the Giants, Rob Carpenter, Joe Morris were the running backs. That's when I started watching them. But so yeah, Kotar, I was a little too young to watch him. But yeah, it was Carpenter and Joe Morris, and then they brought in O.J. Anderson. Those are the guys that I grew up watching.
The best white running back in my lifetime has got to be he's a fullback, but All-Star, right?
Riggins for me.
Yeah, Riggins was before me, but yeah.
Riggo.
All-Star was awesome. I loved All-Star.
Yeah.
Him and Warwick Dunn in the backfield for the Bucks.
Yeah. Yeah, All-Star was a beast.
Yeah, man.
It was a beast. Yeah, that's
of
true.
course, I forgot CMC. How could I forget? Of course, he's the best.
Yeah. Oh, true. Yeah, that's right.
Brain fart.
Very true. Very true.
Maybe-
I was just going back into the 80s.
Yeah, I was going back, but yeah, of course, Christian McCaffrey might, if not be the best running back right now, he's top like 2 or 3.
Scott's right. Skattebo is a 44. He looks like a 44, dude. He's got to wear a 40.
He does. He does. He looks like a Mike Allstott type player. Yeah.
Yeah. Skattebo's got to wear. I'm so happy they got him, man. He might end up sucking, but it ain't gonna be for lack of effort. You know what I mean? He's a 4th round pick, but he's just gonna give it his all. Gave it all on his field all the time. So,
Chris says, "Who do you think is the next quarterback off the?" I don't think it's gonna be Shedeur. I don't.
Quinn Ewers. He hasn't gone yet, right?
I'll go with Will Howard. I mean, it's probably one of those 3. It's probably going to be Howard, Ewers, or Shedeur.
Well, Skattebo wore number 4, so number 44 is perfect for him.
There you go.
Right.
John says Baddog is right. Riggo used to kill. I've seen highlights of Riggins. He was a monster. He used to kill the Giants running behind those hogs. Yeah, he was a monster.
Riggo was. Yeah, the Giants are really bad when Riggins was in his prime. We were terrible. Washington used to kill the Giants. Well, everybody used to kill the Giants right before I started watching them on a regular basis. But
yeah, Ronell. That's the best way to describe Skattebo. He's a football player in every sense of the word. That's a good way to describe him. He lives for the violence, the contact. You could see it in his play.
Yep.
Pick is in for the Broncos. Right now we still got Graham Gano, Ox. So as of now, we don't need a kicker.
Right. Maybe we can bring back Aldrich Rosas.
Nick says, how would you all feel about Sanders going on draft? I said it at the top of the stream. At this point, it's round 5. That might be the best thing for him.
Yep.
Because at that point, you at least get to analyze all the situations. You get to talk to all the teams, and you get to draft your team. You get to say, that's the team I want to go to. That's the best situation for me. At this point, if you're getting drafted in the 5th, 6th round, you're getting drafted to be a backup, maybe even a 3rd-string quarterback most of the time when you're drafted that late. So if I was Shedeur at this point, I probably would prefer to go undrafted. Round 2, 3, of course not. Maybe even round 4, probably not. But once you get to round 5, 6, 7, I think I'd rather go undrafted, to be honest with you, and get to pick where I go.
Yeah. I wonder where he would end up if he went undrafted. I wonder. Dallas has got to be it.
Yeah.
Dallas likes that. Dallas likes negative press. Jerry Jones is that guy, man. Any press is good press. So
I don't think he can go back to school right now. I saw people bringing that up on Twitter, but I don't think he can.
Once you declare, I don't think you can.
I think once you declare, I don't think you can go back to school.
Yeah. I think that's why you do declare.
Yeah.
I think you can declare and retract it before the draft. I think you
can do that.
But once the draft hits, I don't think you can go back. I don't think it would matter. Honestly, I don't think going back to school would help anything. Because like Chris said, it's not like he has things to work on. It's not like he's not being drafted because he has no talent or he's just extremely raw or he needs to work on his game. I think it has a lot to do with this. It has everything to do with his personality. The guy was a projected 1st-round pick on everybody's board. Projected 2nd-best quarterback in his class. So there's obviously a lot more to him not being drafted than his talent. So
I want Embo. But again, this is just from a fan's perspective, Gator for Life. I don't know all the ins and outs, the injury reports, that obviously is a big factor why players drop, and that may be a reason why he's dropping. But just in terms of who I want, if everything checks out from a medical standpoint, I would want Embo.
Yeah, it's just Raiders on the clock. It says best fit for them is Embo. So let's see if they could definitely take him.
Let me take a look at Embo because somebody said that injuries, right? Let me look.
Yeah, somebody mentioned medicals before in the chat. I looked. I didn't see it say anything. Just said he was a day 3 pick.
He had injuries in college, I see. But so maybe that's a concern that they could be reoccurring.
Right. Nope, they took Tonka. They took Tatanka Hemingway. Tatanka.
I think he played right guard. I was looking at his snap counts. I think he played right guard, and he missed an entire season, I think, from what I saw. I think he missed 2023. Let me see. I think he played right guard in 22.
Say nothing on this guy at all.
He played a half a season in 23. He only played 6 games, so there was an injury that year. He played the entire 22 and 24 season where he had 12 games in which he played in. So there was an injury in the middle of his career. So maybe they feel it could be something that could be reoccurring, perhaps.
The ESPN mock draft has second round projection for former Purdue All lineman Marcus Embo. So they projected him to go a second round, dude. We're talking going into the 5th here.
Yeah, a lot of people said second or third round for him. So there's got to be a reason he's dropping. J-Tag says teams draft players with horrible off the field issues because it's a talent driven league. Tomlin had a great interview with Shedeur Sanders. It's a talent issue. I don't think it's a talent issue.
I don't think it's a talent issue either.
He's definitely more talented than some of these quarterbacks that have been drafted ahead of him.
If he was at a great interview with Tomlin, they would have taken him at some point. Maybe not 21, but the Steelers are out to take him by now, right?
I don't think it's a talent issue. I don't think he's got elite traits, but I don't think any quarterback in this draft has elite traits outside of potentially Cam Ward. So No, I don't think it's a talent issue. I think he's a pretty polished quarterback. I think his mechanics are really good in terms of his footwork. I think he's got necessary arm strength. He was productive at the collegiate level. I don't think it's a talent issue why he hasn't gone.
He would have went by now. He's definitely more talented than freaking Dylan Gabriel.
Yeah,
and I like Dylan Gabriel, but he's not. He's not better. Neither is Shuck. Sorry, I don't understand why everybody fell in love with that guy all of a sudden. His name was. I only heard that name a couple weeks before the draft. So,
and J-Tech says he's at his ceiling. Well, that's fair, but I think a lot of Will Howard's at his ceiling. I think you could say Dylan Gabriel's probably at his ceiling. I think you could. I don't think it's just a talent issue. Let's see. So there it is. Lloyd says Embo had a patella tendon injury, which could be a lingering injury. So there you go. Yeah, that's got to be the reason, man, because we're approaching round 5 now.
Yeah. How many picks are in round 4? Seems like a shitload.
Well, you got the comp picks too, remember?
So there's got to be a ton of comp picks here.
Yeah, once round 3 gets into play, you got the comp picks, which usually is like an extra 6 or 7 picks.
Right. Let's see where.
J Stubb says, any chance G-Men trade up for Embo? I mean, there's always a chance, but I doubt it. We own 7th round picks behind the 5th round pick that we have. And I doubt the Giants are going to want to give up future draft capital for next year. So I very much doubt it. I think they're just going to stay and pick who they feel is the best player at 154.
Yeah.
They already gave up some draft capital to move up earlier on.
So there's 2 more picks in this round. The Seahawks and the Niners.
And J-Tech says, why hasn't Tomlin taken him? I mean, for all we know, maybe Tomlin didn't like him.
That's what I'm saying.
Maybe Tomlin didn't want to ruin his draft stock, so he didn't come out and say that I hated the interview. For all we know, we don't know. He may have been trying to do right by him, but maybe he didn't like him.
It's got to be something, J-Tech, because you can't tell me that Shedeur Sanders wouldn't give you a better opportunity than Mason Rudolph. I mean, that's who their quarterback is right now. So, I don't know. Maybe is maybe they just don't want. Maybe they feel like, I'm not saying that he'd be like getting in trouble off the field, but maybe there's just a lot that goes with him. Anthony mentioning that story about going into the interview with, what was it, Tennessee or whatever, that he wanted his videographer in there for the interview. Like, why are you walking around with a videographer? Like, what are you doing? You don't need a videographer in your interview process. Yeah. So who knows? It's weird. He should have been drafted by now. Again, is he an elite prospect? No, but he's definitely good enough where he should have been drafted by now, I think. But I mean,
everybody thinks that.
I'm not scout either, so
it's not a talent thing.
Yeah.
Picks in for New England, and I think this is the last pick of the finally the last pick of the fourth round. They trade up to pick number 137. So there's a trade.
Yep.
And the Patriots give up 2 picks to jump to 4. They give up their 7th round pick, and they jump 7 spots to get up to 137.
Yep.
JX says, if Andrew Luck had Shedeur Sanders' personality, does he fall? Probably not.
Andrew Luck is, but that's a thing. Right. Andrew Luck is an elite prospect. We know Sanders isn't.
Sanders was never on that level of a prospect.
Right.
Sanders was a good quarterback prospect. Like, I think a better comparison question would be if like Bo Nix had that personality, would he fall? Or if even like a guy like JJ McCarthy, for example, last year, if he had that personality, would he fall? And the answer to that is probably yes. I think a big reason why McCarthy got drafted as high as he did is they were impressed with him in his interviews and they saw upside with his traits. But that's not a fair comparison. Andrew Luck was regarded as one of the best quarterback prospects to come out of college probably in the last 10, 15 years. So it's an apples and oranges. Let's see. Rarely says this Shedeur go undrafted. I mean, at this point, you got to say it's at least 50-50, right?
Definitely. Everybody's passed on him. So at this point, if they were going to take him, what's the point of taking him now?
Yeah.
What's the point of taking him at this point? That's what I would think.
Rio says the last thing a team wants is Manziel. I think Manziel's a good comparison. Manziel, a lot of people thought was gonna fall, and he ended up going because of his personality. And he ended up going earlier than a lot of people thought, and he ended up flaming out in the league within a couple of years.
Yep. Agreed.
Pick is in for the New England Patriots. Still waiting on it. Jordan says take him as a backup. We have 4 quarterbacks. They're not going to draft him.
No, we're definitely not drafting him. Daboll, they didn't like.
They didn't click.
Yeah.
Joshua Farmer, that we actually brought him in. I didn't think we were drafting another D tackle, but he was actually another guy we brought in for a top 30 visit. So he's off the board. He goes to New England. And Rarely says, what a fall from grace. This guy was mocked as the number 1 overall pick in 2024. He's available, and we're approaching the 5th round. I think there's a lot more to it. I don't think it's one singular thing. I think it's multiple things. I think the league, it does feel a little bit like blackballing, if I'm being honest, Baddog. It does feel like the league's making an example of him.
It definitely does. There's no way you can tell me that anything else is going on right now that he hasn't been picked. It doesn't make sense. Yeah. So there's got to be some kind of insider shit. That's somebody should have drafted him by now.
Yeah.
I mean, what do they have him here as they had him as the 35th overall prospect. According to NFL, NFL.com. He was the 35th best. And
the thing is, Jordan, 32 teams don't need to, because not all 32 teams need a quarterback.
Right.
No, it's more like 8 or 9 teams, right? I mean, I guess 32 teams need a backup quarterback, or most.
Right.
But in terms of the first 3 or 4 rounds, there's only maybe 8 or 9 teams that need one, right? I mean,
like he was picked as the second best quarterback prospect. Will Howard, Quinn Ewers, Kyle McCord, they're the next after. Those are the next ones available after.
Oh, it's still round 4. All right.
Yeah, this is it. This is the last pick in round 4.
We're about to see our name on the board at the bottom soon.
Yeah, I think we pick 154.
It's coming up soon at the very far right of that screen. We will see the New York Giants.
Yeah. Yeah. Because Arizona's 152. So a couple more picks. We all see our name over there.
Yeah, Glenn, I'm not going to deny that. I think that's part of it. I think that's part. I don't, I can't say that. I'm not going to say it could very well be the interview thing for sure. But there's definitely some.
There's more to meet.
There's more to it than
without question. He would have been drafted by now. Because again, but the only thing I can say is how can the NFL say don't take a guy that you think is going to be really good? Like, I don't know. There's just a lot more than, like I said, it's not his talent that's dropped him here. There's no way.
There's another Ole Miss receiver off the board. Another one of Jaxson Dart's teammates.
Yeah, we saw him a lot in the highlights.
Goes to the 49ers. Do you think we should address kicker? Not in this draft. We kept Gano, so I don't think we're drafting a kicker.
No.
Unless we cut Gano, then maybe you just sign a free agent kicker. But
right,
I don't want to use a draft pick on a kicker.
Yeah.
Oh, we're getting to see Jaxson Dart in these highlights.
Yeah. I said Watkins was in a lot of those. He was in a lot of them. Yep. When there's anything on Twitter.
Upper West Side says, "What's your thoughts on Carter starting week 1 at middle?" I mean, I think he'll play a bit at middle linebacker, but I don't think that's going to be his primary position. I think he's going to play off the edge. But you'll be able to move him around, which is exciting, right? In a lot of packages, you'll be able to get Kayvon on the field with him along with Brian Burns.
Right.
Pick is in for the Minnesota Vikings. I'm with you, Glenn. Certainly, O-line. I don't think we'll draft the same. Well, we could. We did bring in the kid from Penn State, so he's a potential target, and we could use depth at the safety spot. But we did sign. Why does the name escape me right now? He was the best safety on the market. The dude from the Dolphins.
Oh, Holland. Javon Holland.
Yeah, Holland, and we have Newbin, of course, coming back. So maybe depth there is certainly a need, and that's kind of what you're looking for as you approach, rounds 5, 6, and 7.
Yep. Nothing from Jordan Schultz. Anything from Rapp? Anything from me and Rappaport? Not really. Like no rumors or anything.
Jalen Hurts gets, rightfully so. He won a Super Bowl. He gets a lot of commercials, man.
Yeah. Definitely got to follow. Definitely got to go follow Skattebo here. And definitely got to follow him.
Oh, for sure.
Yep.
By the way, I was looking on Twitter because you said that Jordan Schultz, right, followed you?
Yes.
He follows me too.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, whenever somebody with a major account like that follows me, I'm like, oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah. Let's see. Carter going to be fun to watch. I think hopefully Dexter is good and healthy coming into the season. Well, yeah, and I think he will be, Jordan. I mean, if we're being honest, Jordan, I think last year he was probably good enough. Obviously, I'm sure he wasn't 100%, But if the Giants were in like a playoff race, he probably would have been good enough to continue to play. The Giants probably shut him down and said, "There's no point in risking further injury. Let's shut it down until you're ready to go to start next year." I think that should be just fine. Let's see. We went from Tibbs, Ward, Aziz to Tibbs, Aziz, Burns to Tibbs, Carter. I think we're there. You're said getting there. I mean, I think we're there. That's pretty damn good, man. And you didn't even put Dex in there. Of course, he's not an edge, but he's part of that. I think we're there, man.
Without question.
Apparently, Shedeur was gaslighting. Who knows, man? I just want to know.
There's all kinds of theories out there about Shedeur.
We're on the board now. We're waiting.
We are. Yes, we are.
We see New York Giants in the far right corner of the TV. So we're 14 picks away.
I'm gonna tell you what I'm looking forward to is having a night off.
The Lakers don't play.
Lakers don't play. No, I'm not doing an NBA game tonight. I'm just gonna have a night.
You've been doing other NBA games?
Yeah, I've been doing the Warrior. I always do a lot of NBA playoff games. I started freaking. I did one even in the hotel room on Saturday, and every night, man. Tuesday, Wednesday, we had the draft. Thursday, Friday. Shit, we did Giants collect at 5:30. Then you and I covered the draft until I had to leave at 9:30. Then I did the Lakers. So that was a long day yesterday. And my wife, she likes to stick the puppers on the freaking bed early in the damn morning, and the thing comes in and always has to it like licks and then bites my ears. She thinks it's the funniest thing. I don't know why it goes for my ears all the time, but that's what she does.
My dog always licks. I always got to wear socks to bed now because my dog, when she comes, she always licks my feet. And it annoys the shit out of me. Peter says, thoughts on the wide receiver out of Miami, Restrepo to the New York Giants. I mean, he's really good. He broke a lot of records at Miami. Cam Ward, of course, having a lot to do with that. But he broke a lot of records while he was there. I don't know where he's mocked to go, but yeah, I wouldn't be upset if the Giants were to take him here in day 3.
Yeah, he's the fifth best receiver left. Torrey Holton is the best on the board.
It's monster years at Miami, though. I remember
at the moment.
How many yards did he have this past year? He broke records. I know that. And there's been a lot of good receivers at Miami.
So last year, he had 69 catches, 11 touchdowns, 1,127 yards.
I think maybe for his career, because I remember watching Miami games and them saying like he was like the all-time leader.
Let's see if I can find it.
Picks in for the Ravens.
He's not a big guy. I mean, that's the thing. He's only 5'10", so that probably has a lot to do with it. He played 5 years. He got better every year, pretty much. Last year, in 2023, he had 85 catches, but 1,092 yards, 6 touchdowns. Last year, he had 1,127 yards. I'd actually be. I could see the Titans taking him at some point for a little familiarity with Cam Ward.
Makes sense.
You know what I mean? Torrey Horton, easy for me to say, 6'3", 196 is the best available. And then Isaiah Bondi's another, shorter wide receiver at 5'11". Brew McCoy, Tennessee, Tez Johnson. Well, Tez Johnson's tiny, dude. 5'10", 154. That's small.
Yeah, so he had a bad combine, Restrepo. He ran a 4.8, Big Joe says.
Oh, so yeah. That's
just destroying his draft.
That's the end of him. I mean, that's defensive tackles run faster than that.
And Rennell, I think that's where we're going. I think it's going to be one of those two positions with this pick. I think it'll be either a linebacker, if I had to guess, a linebacker or offensive line.
Put Danny Dudds. I love Danny Dudds. What is coming up? It's coming up there.
Where let me see. Oh, Danny does.
Yeah,
Well, 5 years to prove he's not the starter. Still suffering from the post-traumatic stress from Daniel's 6-year Jones. No. I think he'll get 2 years.
Yeah, it's funny.
Yeah, he doesn't have to be a finished product by the end of year 2, but he has to be obviously. He can't be a dud, because if he's a dud after his second year, Shane and Daboll are gone, and then the new GM want to take his quarterback.
Yeah. Some of the comments, he always makes hilarious comments. So man, some will crack me up.
And Big Chunga says, "Hold on one second, did I just knock myself out? No, I'm still here. Will the Giants draft Isaiah Bond? I mean, tune in and find out. We got 13 picks to go. I think
Texas.
What is that?
He's from Texas, and again, he's not that we care about tall wide receivers, but again, he's 5'11". I think the Giants are going in the trenches. I think they have to take an offensive lineman in this draft. We didn't take one last year. I think they have to. They have to take an offensive lineman.
Did I conked out there for a minute, right?
Yeah,
I'm back though. I don't know what just happened, but yeah, I actually think Patty, if I recall, brought him up as a possibility to the Giants. Maybe I'm wrong on that, but I think she mentioned him, a tall wide receiver Bond.
Yeah.
I don't think we go receiver here, though, Baddog. I think we're going to go line or linebacker.
Yeah.
So Sam Howell just got traded, which makes sense because the Seahawks had 4 quarterbacks after they drafted Milroe.
Yep.
So Sam Howell gets traded to the Vikings to be. Is he going to be the backup there? What is obviously McCarthy's the starter.
Yeah.
Do they have it? I guess Howell's the primary backup. Maybe I'm forgetting somebody.
Let's see.
And Peter says, "Can we watched them earlier?" But
no, he's going to be the backup. Chris Brett Rippon is their other quarterback.
So they trade a 5th-round pick essentially to get a backup quarterback.
Yep.
Not bad.
Sam Howell he's a good backup.
Yeah, solid backup.
I try to tell. He's got a lot of Lou's. There's L.A. Lou, there's Uncle Lou, and then there's Louis T. Tried to tell Louis T years ago that guy sucks. I don't know why he didn't listen to me. I mean, if anybody knows sucky quarterbacks, it's us Giants fans. I think we know. So
yeah. We played the Skattebo highlights earlier, Pete.
We did. We like them.
We still got another 3 hours probably, so we may play them again at some point. But we played them earlier. We'll probably play the highlights of whoever the Giants take here with the next pick next.
Yeah. I don't know, my wife. I gotta text her so she doesn't forget, because my wife will definitely forget about ordering my pizza. I guarantee you. Oh, I forgot. I know.
Is Milroe still available? No, he got taken in the 3rd round by the Seahawks, which is why they just traded Howell.
Yeah. Oh, you know what we could bring up? Somebody just sent it to me on Instagram. David Cohen, who was in the chat, just sent this to me on Instagram. Pull up the Skattebo thing. It's on Sports Center. Or ESPN, Sports Center.
ESPN?
Yeah.
What is it, like his reaction to getting drafted?
Yes.
Let's see if I can find it.
He's got a big old noggin, the guy said.
I think this might be what you're talking about.
Cam Skattebo. Well, they said Cam Skattebo. I don't know if it's Skattebo, whatever it is. He kicks ass. We pick again, Randy. We pick 154, so we're 12 away. Yeah, Milroe's gone. Milroe went back into the 3rd.
This is the moment where he got drafted. Well, he's got his Giants hat on already in this clip, so he must have known. Well, he knew ahead of time, I guess, that he was going to the Giants because he had his Giant hat on.
Sounds like right after.
With the 105th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Cam Skattebo.
I hope those are tears of happiness because Chris, we've had that reaction for the last 6 years.
There you go. There's Skattebo's reaction to the.
Yeah, I love it. I was happy with that pick without question, man.
Giants are up here in 10 picks now.
What's that?
Giants are up in 10 picks. And Embo still hasn't been drafted.
Right? He has not.
So, I mean, if the Giants don't take him, you have to assume it's a medical thing.
Yeah. Yep.
Which may be why they brought him in for a top 30 visit to begin with. They may have wanted to get more of a look if they felt comfortable with the injury.
Yep. Yeah, man.
Look at this. Look at this hill. Look at all the kids rolling down the hill.
I know. To be a kid again. It's the things that amuse you when you're a kid. Oh, we got to trade.
We got to trade. Browns trade up.
Let me go pee. I'll be right back.
Baddog's going to go pee. Browns are going to make a pick. Look at what Skattebo said about Italians. Well, it makes sense that he's Italian. I didn't even know that, but obviously his last name ends in a vowel, so that's usually the case. What did he say? Just imagine in your head an Italian Giants fan pronouncing Skattebo. That's what Slayton said. Let's see. B-Rock says that's funny. Usually players cry a year after being here. Well done, B-Rock. Hopefully, like Baddog said, hopefully that's tears of joy, which obviously it was, but hopefully he maintains those tears of joy as he continues to play here.
He's going to have a couple of Italian guys pronouncing it every week. Skattebo.
Who's the best offensive line? I mean, based off of pre-draft analysis, it's Embo, who the Giants brought in for a top 30 visit. But a major reason why we're assuming he has fallen is because of the medicals.
Yep.
Let's take a look. Let's see. Let's take a look at the list of the best available offensive linemen.
I think he is the best available.
I know he's the best. Yeah, I want to see
Miles Frazier up there. Him and Frazier. Then it's a big drop off to Joe Huber.
That's the interior
guards. Yeah, those are guards.
Tackle, you got Cameron Williams out of Texas, who was 113th ranked overall. You've got Logan Brown. You've got Cornelius. Then it's center. Seth McLaughlin out of Ohio State.
Yeah, we're not taking the center.
Probably not. But
Embo would be the best player for us. Like he's the best one available.
Kobe King, we brought him for a top 30 visit. He's still available. The linebacker out of Penn State. He could be the pick here. It's probably a little bit early, and it's around where you would think he'd go. He was ranked as a 5th round prospect, so he's a possibility. Kobe King, he was a 2-year starter, career high 97 tackles in 2024. Tough interior run stopper with core and upper body strength to stack bigger blockers. He's quick enough to shoot some gaps, and so he'd be like a depth linebacker. That's a guy that they could potentially take here. I could see that. We'll see.
There's only one punter available. That's James Burnip. No long snappers available, so we couldn't even do an Eagles mock if we wanted to.
Who has the Mr. Irrelevant pick? I'm assuming the Eagles, unless there were trades, right? Because, no, comp picks are involved in that, right?
Yeah.
So the Mr. Irrelevant pick is – let me go back. We had that pick one year, right?
We did. Tay Crowder, right?
Yeah, Tay Crowder, yeah. I'll just look it up. Kansas City Chiefs will be picking Mr. Irrelevant, assuming they don't trade out of the pick.
Yeah.
Let's see. Not gonna lie, I'd want Shedeur Sanders.
That would be funny.
Pick is in for the Browns, number 144.
Or Shedeur Sanders.
Yeah. He's not going to get drafted. He's not going to get drafted.
No.
Maybe Dallas, like I said, and they're coming up soon, so we'll see.
So I posted on Skattebo's Twitter. I just said, "No, welcome to the Giants. Looking forward to seeing you kick some ass with us." This Commander fan puts, he'll have one bad game and all your fans will turn on him. And then in the next sentence, I wish we drafted him in Washington. Exactly. Shedeur's off the board.
Wow, finally. Shedeur Sanders goes in the 5th round to the Cleveland Browns.
So there it is. Well, Cleveland just waited a while, but the Browns did end up getting him.
So the Cleveland Browns quarterback situation now, they obviously brought in Flacco. They also they traded for Kenny Pickett.
And
I mean, he could easily end up starting there before the end of the year.
Should start from day one.
He probably won't, but
he should.
Yeah.
Well, maybe he shouldn't if you want to actually freaking give the guy a chance. Oh, they drafted Dylan Gabriel too? I just saw Gabriel one. I didn't realize he went to Cleveland.
They also took Dylan Gabriel?
So what the hell is Cleveland doing? Like Robert Griffin III said, we have no direction. What the hell is Cleveland doing? What is
you gotta think maybe they end up trading Pickett or trading
what the hell are you gonna get for them? Who the hell wants Kenny Pickett?
Maybe you get a 5th round, 6th round pick for him.
I doubt it. You could pick somebody better in the 5th round. They just did.
Yeah.
I'd rather have Quinn Ewers than Kenny Pickett.
Probably would. I agree with you.
What the hell are the Browns do? Listen, we talk about Giants Collective. Like I said, not that any Browns fans watch, and I don't give a shit if I offend people. I don't really care. If you get offended, that's your problem. But what I said about the Browns, if there's any team that's more of a disaster than we are, it's them. They don't know what the hell they're doing.
Well, we'll see if he could turn Cleveland around if he gets an opportunity.
I don't know. I just don't know why they took Dylan Gabriel. Where's Shedeur's reaction? Shedeur out riding around rapping.
I mean, he's in a good quarterback guy there. He's got a good coach for the quarterback.
There's our quarterbacks.
I forgot about Watson also.
Yeah, Watson was injured. Pickett, who sucks. Flacco, who's my age.
Yeah.
Gabriel, who's a below average prospect, and Sanders. Oh, true, Jordan. His videographer isn't with him at this point. Mel Kiper needs a change of underwear now, Chris. I'm very excited about that.
And JX says, good spot for Shedeur. Brown's notorious quarterback factory. Well, it's a good spot probably for him to get an opportunity. I don't know if it's a good spot for him to thrive. Yeah, good spot. He's going to see the field probably relatively early in his career.
Didn't Deion say he didn't want his kid going to Cleveland, and he ends up there in the 5th round?
Crazy.
I guess people were saying in the chat that there was rumors of the Eagles drafting him, so the Browns traded up to get him.
Mel Kiper just came in.
So I'm saying
Matthew Brown just said Mel Kiper
he needs a change of underwear, man. He does. Kiper just popped a bottle of champagne.
I hope Mel Kiper was wearing a raincoat for that pick.
Yeah.
Oh God. Eagles are on the clock here at 145.
I don't know what the hell the Browns are doing. Why would you draft a quarterback in the 3rd round, then the 5th round? That's crazy.
Will he hold out and try to go back to college? No, he can't. He's not eligible to go back to college.
Yeah, once you declare for the draft and the draft hits, you can't go back. You can declare and then undeclare. But I don't think you can go through the draft and then go back to school. Maybe it can, but him going back to school wasn't going to help him. Next year's quarterback class is even stronger. So
they're going to have to make a trade with one of those quarterbacks.
Yeah, something's got to happen. But they're
Yeah.
not going to trade Watson. They can't. That contract is terrible. Kuiper went from 6 to midnight. He went from 6 to midnight.
And you're not going to trade Gabriel because you drafted him ahead of Shedeur.
Right.
So
what do you get for Kenny Pickett? And who the hell wants Joe Flacco?
Maybe you get something for that. Maybe a quarterback gets hurt in camp and you trade.
You're not getting anything.
Flacco's at least decent.
Yeah, Flacco can do something.
Yeah. Maybe you end up trading one to the Steelers. I mean, it's in division, but they kind of need a quarterback, don't they?
They do.
That may make sense.
Yeah. Let me. I gotta put my pizza in here.
Imagine if they trade Kenny Pickett back to the Steelers.
That'd be pretty funny. That'd be pretty funny.
Pick is in for the Patriots.
Where's my pizza?
What in the hell happened to Watson? I mean, he fell off after he got too many massages.
And he got hurt too.
He got hurt.
I don't want wings. I don't want this. Oh, there we go. There's what I want. I want this. Oh my God.
So the Browns ended up getting, I mean, they made a great trade in the first. Well, we'll see how Travis Hunter turns out, but
the toppings on this pizza are $4 a piece.
Per topping?
Yeah.
Are you a multiple topping guy or a singular
I am a multiple topping guy. It's usually meatballs and peppers. I don't know. They should have meatballs. This is an Italian place. Then I'm not seeing meatballs. I see peppers, pepperoni, olives, ham, pineapple. We know we don't do that shit.
I don't like the double meats on pizza. I could go with like a mushroom and meatball type thing, but I don't like the.
Yeah, it's usually I go green peppers and
yeah, I could do that.
Meatballs.
Pick is in for the 49ers.
And this is just a half, right half topping it. What the hell are you talking about? So toppings are $8 at all pizza?
That's almost like a pizza in itself.
This is left half topping edition, $4. Right half topping edition, $4.
Yeah, so it's a half a pie you could get topping for $4.
So if I want 2 toppings on my pizza, it costs me an extra 16. Oh, there it is. Whole topping it's $4 all the way around. I'm sorry. So if you just want the left, it's the same. But if you could go the whole, it's $4. That's weird.
That is weird.
That's weird. I don't see meatballs. I'm very. Oh, there they are. Yeah, there we go. Meatballs, green peppers. Yeah. So if I want to throw a third topping on there, do I throw some bacon on this bitch?
I've never had bacon on pizza.
I just like bacon on everything. It don't matter.
Yeah,
bacon can go on anything.
I know people do that. I've never had bacon on pizza.
Chicken and bacon is good too. Do I throw some bacon? Do I put bacon or jalapenos on this sucker?
What? So you putting meatballs on it, right?
Yeah.
I personally don't like the meatball bacon combo, but that's just me.
So the jalapenos are freaking good.
Jalapenos. That I'd probably, if I had to pick, I'd probably go with the jalapenos.
You don't have roasted. I do love me some roasted red peppers. That's not an option. Jalapenos, but remember, it's as big as a pineapple. Jalapenos and man, I put a jalapeno. Like when I make ground turkey, I chop up a jalapeno, throw that right in there. Jalapenos on my tacos. That shit's good, man.
And Mr. Mini Guy says, stand up. What's going on, guys? I have a quick question. What the hell happened to Shedeur Sanders over the last month? I mean, obviously, he didn't do well in his interviews. That goes without saying, man. He tanked his interviews. That's got to be the main culprit as to why he dropped as far as he did. Jordan James just got picked out of Oregon. There's another running back off the board. Goes to the 49ers. He'll fit in nicely in that backfield. They always get the most out of their running backs. Pepperoni and bacon, David says. I'm a pepperoni guy. You know, I that's usually my go-to when I get a slice. I get pepperoni.
Pepperoni gives me heartburn.
It's kind of boring. I get it. It's like, you know.
Well, it gives me heartburn. I eat freaking hot peppers, hot sauce all the time. Never gives me heartburn. Pepperoni, for whatever reason, man, acid reflux. I don't understand it. It's weird. And I love pepperoni, but man, need the antacids after that. Oh, I can get garlic knots for $7.
Pick is in here for the Rams. It's pick number 148 here in the 5th round.
I think I'm just going to go with 2 toppings. I might even have jalapenos in my fridge, so there's no reason to do that. I definitely think I want garlic knots over mott sticks. Decisions.
This is like choosing the next pick for the Giants. It's
Yeah, it is. It is. There we go. Mott sticks or garlic knots in the chat. What am I doing?
I would go garlic knots personally.
Garlic knots. That was my first instinct too.
I'm not a huge mozzarella.
I mean, I got the mozz on the pizza.
I like mozzarella sticks, but it's not my go-to.
Let's go with the garlic knots. I want to know what the hell this is going to cost. $37.55. No, I just got to go with there, and I just got to text this to her.
The knots and pizza goes together like
it really does.
Butter and jelly, right?
Yeah, it really does.
Ty Hamilton out of Ohio State goes to the Rams, another defensive tackle, and we're up in 5 picks.
We're up in 5 picks. Marcus Embo still out there for us Giants fans.
Call to Comeback says bacon, onion, and cherry peppers.
No, I don't like onions. Not on pizza. I don't really like onions anyway, but
I'm not a big onions guy. I like onions on certain things, but I don't think I've ever had onions on pizza, so I can't say I don't like it.
I don't like them there. I don't like them on a sub either. Like if you dice them up and throw them in chili or something, I can do it. Like it's not bad. You dice them up and like diced onions on a hamburger, like that type of thing. I like those big onions on pizza. I can't do it. I don't want. It's like overpowered. The taste of those are overpowering. I want to enjoy the pizza, you know.
Barry says garlic knots with marinara sauce. I'm with you, man. You can't
I ordered the garlic knots.
You like? How about pinwheels? You like pinwheels?
What are pinwheels again?
Oh, they're like pepperoni pinwheels at the pizzeria. It's like I'm trying to describe it. You could probably look it up on your phone, but
I've never seen those before.
Oh, you got to have one. You've never had one?
I don't think I've ever seen them around here.
Look it up. See if they have it at the pizzeria. It's just basically like a big thing of dough with like cheese and pepperoni in the middle.
Oh, it's like a calzone.
It's really good. Yeah.
What's that?
I'm surprised you never had a pinwheel.
I don't know I don't know if they have. Like they have calzones, but I don't think I've seen a pepperoni. I'll have to look it up.
Pick is in here for the Dallas Cowboys. Pickle pizza? No. Oh, they don't do it upstate, Big Joe? I guess it's not. I guess it's just like a Long Island, New York City thing.
I told you, man. It's upstate and downstate are very different. It's a different world up here. Everybody's like, Baddog, you ever eaten here? You ever eaten here? I'm like, well, I ain't got that in my area. You ever eaten this burger? The only thing we got here is Five Guys and then your regular.
Let me look up a picture of a good pinwheel.
All right.
So I guess that's just like a Long Island City thing.
Maybe. Let's see. Pepperoni pinwheel.
Yeah, this is it. Kind
of. Oh yeah, we definitely don't have this up here. I have never seen that.
Oh man, I grew up on those.
I have never seen that. They look damn good. They look like cinnamon rolls.
Yeah, but it's pepperoni and cheese.
No, I know, but I'm saying it. Yeah, I've definitely never seen those. They were pretty amazing. I can't lie.
They're fantastic. Rob says Brown's about to have 17 points per game from 5.
No, 17 primetime games. Prime time.
And Gisolo says Eagles are stacking their defense like crazy. Yeah, they went like then the Niners too. Outside of their last pick, went all defense. I noticed. I think like 5 straight picks on the defense.
Joseph says, "Now I want pizza." Anytime we talk about pizza, I same thing. I'm like, just give me pizza.
In-N-Out better than Five Guys. I've only had In-N-Out, I want to say twice. I've had it both times. I mean, I've been to Vegas more
The
than
West
twice.
Coast thing, and I've never had an In-N-Out burger. So
Yeah, I've had it, I think, twice when I've gone on 2 separate Vegas trips, and I do like it a lot, but I think I prefer Five Guys, honestly, of those two.
yeah, I love Five Guys. That's like my go-to around here. Again, what else do I have? It Burger King, McDonald's, and Wendy's. And Sonic. Like, I don't want that shit. So
Now, to be fair, maybe I didn't get the right thing. You know,
I've never been to In-N-Out Burger. They're only on the West Coast, so
yeah.
I think we have a smash burger around here. I've never eaten it. I mean, I just hear it sucks. So I just figure I'll go with Five Guys. I know what it is. I know how to make a good burger. I know I can pile that thing up with toppings, and I pile. That burger ends up being like this big. I'd eat it with a fork. Like, I get everything on that sucker. Everything that they offer. Like, give me the jalapenos, give me the mushrooms, give me the bacon, give me the cheese, give me the lettuce, the pickles, the tomatoes. The hell else did I put on that thing? They have like grilled peppers, McDonald's on there. The bun can't handle it because of all the grease and shit that goes through it. It's a beautiful thing. I just totally fall apart. It's so awesome.
You're getting me hungry, man.
Yeah, man. Yeah, you know what? Listen, we're on day 3. You know what? We had to go to food at some point.
Chris L says All American. That's my go-to. I mean, you're that's where I grew up, North Massapequa. So that's a famous burger spot. So I'm assuming you're from Long Island as well, Chris. All American in Massapequa is also. Yeah, I've probably said this on stream before. I'm sure that place has come up. If you've ever seen the movie Born on the 4th of July with Tom Cruise, they had a lot of that movie was filmed on Long Island in near Massapequa, and they had a scene in that burger spot, All American. But yeah, that's a very famous burger.
Is that Boyer Burger? Is that the All American?
Yeah, well, that's All American in the movie.
Oh,
yeah.
that is okay.
Yeah, that's All American. Yeah,
I freaking love that movie.
Oh,
you want to talk about one of my favorite Tom Cruise movies? That's one of them.
Yeah.
That is one of them. That is a freaking amazing film.
Yeah.
So
Tom Cruise should have won Best Actor for that movie. He was nominated. He should have won Best Actor.
Yeah, he was incredible in that movie. That was like a really good movie.
Yeah.
Really good.
Pick is in here for the Miami Dolphins. Let's see.
The only thing I didn't like about that, I feel like it jumps forward. Like it's a longer movie, but I feel like it kind of jumps. I feel like it skips a spot at the end. Like, I feel like there was years that they kind of just all of a sudden, he was in one situation, and all of a sudden he was on stage talking about his book or whatever he was.
Yeah.
Doing so.
Yeah, it does kind of jump. Yeah.
Not that I care. It's still a great movie. I was like, man, I feel like there should have been like another 10 minutes in between somewhere,
And A Few Good Men. I say it to this day,
one of my favorites.
The best court scene ever. The only court scene to me that rivals A Few Good Men is Scent of a Woman. Have you ever seen that with Al Pacino?
I've seen bits and pieces of it. I don't really remember.
The court scene at the end of that is epic too, but I still have to give A Few Good Men the notch. Like that last scene with Jack Nicholson and Tom Cruise is epic.
I think my favorite part of that whole thing is after it's all said and done and they arrest Jack Nicholson and he goes after Tom Cruise. Tom Cruise says, "Don't call me son." This. And then the last thing he says to him is, "The witness is excused." I'm like, oh, that's just a low blow. After you try to leave the first time, it says, "Excuse me, I didn't excuse you. I didn't dismiss you. Sit down." Colonel, what's that? Colonel.
There's so many great actors in A Few Good Men too, like Demi Moore, of course, Kevin Bacon. I think Cuba Gooding Jr. has a small part, if I'm not mistaken.
Kiefer Sutherland, obviously. Kevin Spacey's in it, right?
Of course, Cruise and Nicholson. That movie's loaded with great actors. Joe says, my son works at All American. Chris, he got you. I feel bad for your son then, Joe, because that place is always packed. Like, whenever you go to All American, you got to wait like 30 minutes. Like, it's packed. You could go there at 1 o'clock, 7 o'clock, 8. It doesn't matter. So next time I go there, I'm going to look out for him, though, Joe. That's awesome. I was happy that they finally built it used to be that you had to wait out in the cold. Now they built since the pandemic, they built like a like a awning space that you could wait inside. So that's good, but it's always a long
I can
wait.
tell you this: there's no burger place up here that has a line like that.
Yeah,
No.
yeah.
No.
If you ever
Five
come,
Guys-
if you're ever in the area, Bad Dog, you got to check out All American for sure.
I would. Five Guys it can definitely be like that, where it can be really busy, but it's not like on a consistent basis. Like if I go in there just after lunch, say like 2:30, there's not going to be anybody in there.
Yeah.
You know, you go there at noon though on a Saturday, you're probably waiting a while.
Oh yeah. Five Guys usually have to wait a good 10 minutes if you go in there, you know, in the
They make the burgers fresh. I mean, that's a good thing, you know. So
Scent of a Woman's one of my all-time favorites. Call it a comeback. We could talk movies all day. You know that on this channel. That movie's fantastic. Al Pacino is one of the greatest actors of all time.
Yep.
I think he actually won Best Actor for that. Which, if I'm not mistaken, I think that's the only time Al Pacino won Best Actor. If that's true, that's a crime.
Right.
I think DiCaprio's only won Best Actor once too, which is insane to me. Which I think he won it for The Aviator, which is, in my opinion, his best acting performance. But he's had so many great roles as well. B-Rock says, speaking of food, there is a pastrami sandwich food truck I want to find in the Orlando area. I love pastrami. I would be all about that. Pastrami is one of my favorite sandwiches. I love pastrami.
Pastrami is good.
Pastrami and rye with mustard. Are you kidding?
Yeah, no, that's a good sandwich.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna order this. I thought I had delivery fees in mine. I don't. It's ridiculous.
Oh, he won for The Revenant, Elijah. That if he didn't win for Aviator, and I don't think Aviator is a great movie. It's kind of dragged out, but his acting in that, like, I don't know how he didn't win if he didn't win for Aviator. That's, to me, his best performance.
So a pizza with 2 toppings and garlic knots cost me $55.
$55. Holy shit.
$5.
Yeah. Remember how good Maurice Jones-Drew used to be with the Jaguars? They're showing him talking on my screen.
Somebody, I forgot who was the, I forgot, maybe I still have it on my Instagram. Somebody mentioned, remember they were talking about they went to school, the kid at Rutgers, and the Giants had to look out for him. I think it was Tyler. So Tyler gave me the Kyle Monange highlights. Monange, however you say that, the kid from Rutgers. And that's exactly what I said when I saw him run. I said he reminds me a bit of Maurice Jones-Drew. He ran like a bowling ball, like he was just a little bowling ball going down the lane.
He does. Actually, that's a good comparison for Skattebo.
Yep, he is a little bit like
he is a little bit like Maurice Jones-Drew.
Yep.
That's a pretty good comparison. I don't know if that's what people have compared him to, but he is that style.
I would love it if he was that good.
Well, yeah, I don't know if he'll be that good. Maurice Jones-Drew was one of the top 3 or 4 backs for about 3 or 4 years, but he's that style. Yeah.
Yep.
Picks in for Cincinnati. Giants on deck. Do we get Embo, Bad Dog?
I don't know. We're gonna find out. Looking at my bowling balls over there.
Nando, thank you very much, man. He says, I'm working and I cannot watch the draft. Who the Giants drafted today? Well, so far Skattebo, but they're about to make their second pick. So they got one of the probably top 5 backs in this draft in the 4th round. And they're on the clock now. So you tuned in at the right time, Nando. We're going to tell you the second player right now.
Yep.
I'm thinking, if the thing is, I would say normally I think they go Embo here, but there's also got to be a reason he's dropped. And it's got to be the medical. So who knows? Yep. Who knows where they go here?
Who knows?
If it's not Embo, Bad Dog, I think it's going to be one of those linebackers that they brought in for top 30 visits.
So
that's where I'm leaning.
Kobe King.
Yeah, I think he's a possibility. And there was another one. They brought in 2. Let me pull it back up. They Bruner out of Washington. I could see one of those 2 being the pick.
I think Bruner later, honestly.
Yeah, I'm leaning King if they're not going to go with yeah, if they're not going to go with Embo, I think they're going to go King here. That's my prediction. But maybe they go with somebody that they didn't bring in for a workout.
Yeah, at this point you're throwing darts.
Could be Jalen Reed as well, the safety out of Penn State. They brought him in. I don't know where he's predicted to go. He's probably more of a 7th round area.
Right. Yeah, throwing darts, puns
Throwing
intended.
darts. Well, maybe pun intended, perhaps.
Puns intended. Throwing darts.
And Officer Richie says, "Sup, guys? We did good in this draft so far." Yeah, of course, man. And we'll see when they play on the field. But yeah, man, I'm excited about the players they've brought in this year.
Yeah.
They got who we felt was the best player in this draft. We said that back in December when we saw him play against Notre Dame.
We loved him. Man.
And they ended up getting a quarterback that they feel fits the long-term, interest of this team, who fits their scheme. Can't really be upset about that. You hope it works out. We don't know. And then they get a second-round defensive tackle in the third, which was probably our biggest need at that point. And they get one of the top 5 or 6 running backs in the draft, and they needed help there, right, to fill out the committee. So we'll see what they do with this pick. But, yeah, I'm happy so far with what they've done. I'm not going to look at the chat because I'm sure the pick is probably already leaked. But
Yeah.
Thank you, Richie. Thank you, Richie.
Where did Skattebo said the thing about the Italian New Yorkers or whatever?
No, it was Darius Slayton that said it.
Oh, Darius Slayton said
Yeah,
it.
on Twitter. He said, imagine an Italian yelling Skattebo or something.
Skattebo!
I like Darius Slayton a lot, man. I know like a lot of fans are kind of like, I guess, the drops, even though I think he's gotten better with that as his career is prolonged. And maybe some fans are just bored and they want somebody new at the position. But he's such a giant, man. I love Darius Slayton. I was so happy when they brought him back. Did they take Embo?
They did. Oh no, the Packers took.
No, it says pick is in Marcus Embo.
Oh, it is Embo. Shit, man.
They got
him cooking, bro.
God. He was supposed to go in the second round. So the
Joe
Giants,
Shane is cooking.
So the Giants get Marcus Embo at pick 154.
That's awesome.
And I was up all night watching some of his highlights and this morning because I thought he was going to be our pick in the 4th round. And I knew that they had brought him in. He was their first visit of the top 30 visits. He is athletic, man, for a guy that's over 300 pounds. I like the 300-pound men.
Yep.
He's got tackle guard versatility. He's super physical when you watch him. I love this pick. The only thing I'm worried about is why did he fall? The injury history.
At this point, though, it's a it's low risk, high reward.
I love the pick. Worst case scenario, he's a great depth piece. He's what he's kind of like the Azudu pick. A guy in Azudu hasn't panned out.
Hopefully we don't play him a tackle.
Yeah, hopefully we don't play him a tackle, but a guy who you feel has some upside. He could play some tackle guard. He may end up starting some games for the Giants this year. I don't think he'll start to open the year.
Listen, you talk about you can never have enough. Depth at offensive line, especially us.
Yeah, though, we were talking at pick 105.
Yeah.
Is it going to be Skattebo or Embo? They end up getting both.
They ended up getting them both.
So come on, man. You got to be happy with that, right? So
yes.
Love this pick.
Yeah, that's great value here.
Love this pick.
No question.
Wow.
Giants are having a damn good draft.
Love this pick.
Yeah, Shane is killing this, man.
And John says, you got your 300-pound man, Tana. You damn right I did. I want another one, John. I'm greedy. I'm greedy, man. I dream about him. You know that. I'm greedy.
It is amazing, Chris, that we ended up with both of those guys.
Yeah.
And I even said that to Patty because Patty put on Twitter, she's like, it's at 105. She said it's got to be lineman or Skattebo. And she said lineman or whatever. And I said it's got to be Embo or Skattebo. They ended up with both of them.
Wild.
So that is crazy. We didn't think Embo was going to fall that far.
Wild pick, man. Wild that he fell as far. Yeah, I'll pull up the stuff I was watching. Bobby actually did a breakdown on him. I watched a little bit of that when he was going up. Like I said, the Ohio State. Well, let's play Bobby's breakdown. Bobby's awesome. Let's play that real quick.
Yeah, if anybody knows what they're talking about, it's Bobby.
He did this like months ago. I watched that video this morning. Let me see if I can find. Here it is. Marcus Embo versus Jack Sawyer. This is a month ago. This is on one of his like sister channels, I guess. Oh, no. No, it's on Giants Nation, rather. Okay.
Strengths, and some of the
Hey,
weaknesses.
Bobby. There's his voice.
All right, what's going on? It's Bobby Skinner, Bobby's Breakdowns. Do another draft film matchup breakdown. This time, Purdue offensive tackle Marcus Bowe versus Ohio State edge Jack Sawyer. Both guys who are projected to go in the top of the second round. I think this showed off both their strengths and some of the weaknesses of Bowe, where I think is just his actual play strength. You see the way he changes up pass sets, changes the approach, and then you see Sawyer. It's just like get off and power. Get off and power is how he works. So make sure to like and subscribe to the channel, or like and subscribe. I keep on forgetting to ask people to do that. That's what makes the channel go. All right, let's get into it. And we got a bunch of other
like and subscribe to this channel.
All right, first play, we're gonna run outside zone, and this is a good job by Sawyer. Now you wish he had that extra burst to make the tackle, but this is a good alignment for Bowe to get across his face, and Bowe's athletic, like he wants to get around here and then hinge his hips around, swing his hips around, and seal this off. And Sawyer has just a great play recognition to get hands on Bowe, see what it is, and then fight. Get those hands off of you, keep your feet moving. This is where you want to be. This is exactly where you want to be on this play. Doesn't have that juice to make the play, but allows his corner to make a play and limit it to a 4-yard gain. Next play, I think this is what Bowe is the best at, is changing these pass sets up, right? Throwing different looks at an edge rusher, and then you just have that athletic ability. Ends up being a sack on this play. But just this quick set, right? Just 1, 2, bam, we're here, right? Not oversetting, right? Bowe doesn't do that. Just eliminate space for the defensive end to work.
By the way,
all right, and you're going to work the corner because I'm here, right? I'm here to get hands on you.
Most people project him, from what I've seen, at the pro level to be a guard. So, take that into account when you're watching this. But most people think he's going to be a long-term guard in the pros.
So Sawyer counters inside. And watch that left foot of Bowe. It's beautiful. Pick it up, put it down. When you see that inside move, pick it up, put it down, and slide horizontally, laterally. Just slide with him. Get hands on him. That's awesome. Like that's protect the inside 101. Right? It's all about that left foot, that post foot. Just about, again, you see it. You see in these matchup breakdowns. Go check out the Will Campbell versus Kyle Kennard. You don't want to take this left foot and drop it back here because that gives a path for the rusher. Nope. Takes it on. Good play for Bowe. Next play, Bowe's going to throw out this, use some independent hands, throw out this feeler punch. Good start. Sawyer does a good job countering on this. But just a good pass set for Bowe, right? And this 45-degree angle. Sawyer's throwing this little, shoulder hesitation. Get hands on him, right? But you don't want to, get swatted, so you just throw out the one punch. Right? Some good pop on that. Bring the left hand. High, low. That's exactly where you want to be. Right? Sawyer's working to work that hand off of you. Good job by Sawyer. All right, I'm going to jack up that hand. Bowe, great job. Pull it. Replace it inside. Just got to keep your feet moving. Keep your feet moving. And this is where Sawyer is able to rip through. You want to see Bowe have a better, just kind of upper body strength. But good play for Bowe. Next play. Now, I think Bowe is expecting help from the running back here, and he doesn't get it. Like, just throw a chip out here back.
That sounds like the Giants' offensive line.
Can we start good?
You better get used to that.
Right? Yeah, Sawyer throws that hesitation. We protect with our inside foot. You can't really see it, but it's there. Get hands on him. Again, it's like the same play before, right? Left hand low, right hand high. Sawyer's jacking it up. Pull it by Bowe. Replace. Again, just keep your feet moving. Keep sliding with him. Sawyer's able to get around the corner at how many yards are we working around here? I mean, Sawyer's getting around the corner at 10, 11 yards. Again, not domination, but a good play, a win for Bowe. Next play. So, again, a good start here by Sawyer, a good adjustment by Bowe. So, again, wide zone. And Bo, once again, not able to cross the face that he wants to, right? He wants to get on him. His helmet is not in the right place at this point, unless they're teaching it like this. But you want to get his helmet over here and flip your hips. Sawyer does a good job of protecting that. But Bo kind of has an internal clock of 1, 2, 3. And that if you haven't crossed his face at this point, well, now you take your left arm and you pin him out. Pin him out and widen this edge. And that's exactly what Bo does. The back's able to cut up off of it instead of, working outside. 1, 2, you haven't won, pin him out. And that's exactly what Bo does. And now you've created a nice hole for your running back, even though it took him, a long time to recognize it. Very lateral, Mr. Running Back. But again, really good job by Bo there. Keep fighting through it. Like, again, Sawyer did a good job to start it. Bo did a good job recognize it. Now, next play. Run and power. Great job by Sawyer. Fire off. Get your hands on him. Extend. Keep your gap. Be patient, right? Play your responsibility. Don't shed inside and allow the running back to bounce and make a big play. Once that running back has committed, your linebacker's making a play. Shed off Bo. Help get in on that tackle. Right? Not playing hero ball, just playing smart. And then from Bo's point of view here, again, you got to get out of your, it's good to get quick out of your stance. You got to keep your feet moving. The feet stop. Right? We've got no drive coming out of our lower body here. It's quick here, but it's better to be played a little bit slower if you can get more, because you're getting out there quick like it's a pass play.
Who's coming in the driveway?
So that's
coming in the driveway, Chris.
So I watched some other videos on him too this morning, but yeah, Bobby always does a good job with the breakdown. So I figured I'd pop that on there, give him a shout out. Of course, I'm sure he's doing the live stream, but that's your new offensive guard / offensive tackle. He's got some guard tackle versatility. And in some of the other highlights I watched of him, he's very athletic for a guy his size. So gets down the field on a lot of plays. I think it's a really good pick this late in the draft, Baddog. Really good pick.
Yeah, again, he had a second round grade on him, so maybe the medicals did scare teams away. But you get him in the middle of the 5th round, you're not. What are you losing if he is injured? You're not losing much of anything. He's replaceable. But if he can stay healthy, obviously there's a shitload of potential there, and we need all the help we can get on that offensive line. So the guard position, hopefully, he can step in there and be our guard for the next 10 years or so, which is what you're always hoping for. But even if he just gives you a depth piece, you can't, that'd be a good thing as well. So I think it's a great pick by Joe Shane is having
a draft for the ages.
On paper, it's great. Again, we have to see how these guys do on the field, but I don't think anybody can complain, man. He has hit. I think that he is not only drafted, he's got some positions we need, like running back, like guard, I don't know how much defensive tackle always can help, and quarterback. But I think he's also got best player available at each of these positions. Abdul Carter could have been the best player in the draft. So a lot of people had him as the best player in the draft. Jaxson Dart, you can say that he's not as good as Shedeur Sanders, but he was definitely QB3 in this draft. And we had no chance to get Cam Ward. And, last night, Alexander, that's a great pick there too. I think he's done a great job, man.
I'm happy.
Hopefully, it's got to translate in the field. And again, 2022 kind of messed us up because we are in a rebuild. We just kind of accelerated there and took steps back, but he had to tear everything down and start over again. And these are his guys now. Like everybody here outside, maybe Dexter Lawrence and Darius Slayton are his. I don't know that anybody else is left from the Gettleman regime.
Oh, Andrew Thomas.
Andrew Thomas, right.
Yeah. But outside of that, yeah. I think those are the only 3 guys.
There's not many.
Yeah.
So we'll see what Shane's guys do, but I think he's had a good draft.
Graham Gano. I'm trying to think of anybody.
Graham Gano, right? But we didn't draft Graham.
We didn't draft him, yeah. Yeah. But yeah, other than that, it's his, like you said, it's his squad at this point.
Yeah.
Sean says, love the channel, guy. Thank you so much. Leo's best roles, one Titanic. Well, that's his biggest blockbuster movie. I don't know if Jack was his best role personally, but obviously it's a great movie. Everyone's seen it. I don't know if Baddog has, but you probably have.
I think Titanic, yeah.
Yeah. Wolf of Wall Street is epic. Another role. I don't know if they filmed it on Long Island, but the story took place on Long Island. He was a stockbroker. Maybe my favorite role of his. That movie's fantastic. The Revenant, he actually, I think, won Best Actor for that. And then The Departed, which is one of my favorite movies of all time. He's not my favorite character in that movie, but The Departed is, if you like mob movies.
Yeah, The Departed was great.
You've seen that too. Good. Yeah, because that's a can't miss movie. Actually, my favorite character in The Departed is Mark Wahlberg.
Yes.
I don't think he's the best actor in that movie, but he's my favorite character in the movie. I mean, there's so many other great Leo roles. I mean, you could go down the list. He's an incredible actor. So, but those are some of his best for sure. I think
Catch Me If You Can, right? Wasn't he in that movie?
You Can is one of my favorite movies ever. Him and Tom Hanks.
Yeah.
That's up there too. Yeah. The Imp says, not for publication, but I thought you should know after I super chat once. Well, I appreciate that you even watch, and I appreciate. I don't know why it does that, Imp. I have no idea. So I don't know. I have to call YouTube. I don't know, but regardless, Imp, man, you've been with us forever, man. Appreciate you for being here. Enjoying the draft.
Yes.
Jason said it before. I like Shane's process, but I admit the win's got to start now. I agree with that. Love you guys, but the best movie court scene was In a Time to Kill. That's another great movie.
That's a great movie. That was like Matt McConaughey's breakout role.
Yeah.
Was that?
Well, also what the all right movie? What is that? Fast Times at Ridgemont High, right? That's what McConaughey as well, right?
No, McConaughey was too young to be in Fast Times at Ridgemont.
Oh, what am I saying? No. What was the movie? He was in another movie where he broke out. I can't remember, but
I think that was his first one though. That came out in '96. I don't think he was a household name until.
Yeah, McConaughey's more recent stuff I love. Dazed and Confused. That's what I was thinking of. My mistake. Dazed and Confused was the one I was thinking of.
That time the Ridgemont High was actually on before I came down here. I watch that every time it's on because that is that one is a classic, man.
Dallas Buyers Club is maybe McConaughey's best acting performance. If you haven't seen that, I saw somebody mention that in the chat. John says, y'all please support our guy Bobby Skinner at Giant State. Yeah, of course, man. He's awesome. I love Bobby.
Yep.
He does a great job. And
Bobby knows what the hell he's talking about, man.
Yeah. Chizola says, I want Kobe Bryant, praying he stays till the 7th. I think he's a target for us. Another guy we brought him for a top 30 visit, and he's projected to go around round 7, cornerback. So certainly a possibility for the Giants late in the movie, in the draft. I love McConaughey. I have to watch that. I'm a big McConaughey fan. I mean, what was the one with why does it escape me right now? The one where he goes up to space where he's saving the world. I can't remember off the top of my head, but
I didn't see that one. I'm not a movie guy. Most of my movie expertise is from like 1995 and back. I would say it's usually where it goes.
McConaughey, small role, but in Wolf of Wall Street was great. So
he was in a Texas Chainsaw Massacre Part 3. I think that was his film debut, if I'm not mistaken.
Interstellar, that's what I was thinking of, which is awesome.
Renee Zellweger might have been in that one too. Texas Chainsaw.
My only for people who saw Interstellar, which I'm sure a lot of people have, maybe this is probably me being way too nitpicky. The one thing I didn't like about Interstellar, the robot annoyed the hell out of me. He was like a block with like rotating. I didn't like it. I thought they should have done a better job with the robot, but that's me being nitpicky. But overall, the movie was very good. Very good. Very good movie.
Joe Shane's talking. Where is Joe Shane talking? Joe Shane's on ABC.
Let me pop on ABC real quick.
That's just Channel 10, right? Well, Channel 10 up here.
Joe Shane is talking.
Oh, Channel 7 in Florida.
Joe Shane's got to be thrilled with this draft. He's got to be thrilled.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can't hear it right now, but he's.
I heard him say Shedeur Sanders, Schlegel there, or Schrager, whatever the hell his name is.
Peter Schrager and Schefter he's talking to. Eagles picks in, and they go linebacker out of Georgia.
Of course they do. They got to get a Georgia boy. They got to get one.
I brought that up. Actually, I've brought that movie up before in streams. I think that's an underrated movie that not a lot of people have seen. Frailty. That's a good one. And McConaughey's in that along with the dude from Twister. I don't know why the name's escaping me right now, but yeah, that is a good movie. Joe says, fun fact. All right. Comes from the Jim. I actually knew that. I saw that in a documentary. I forget when, but I actually knew that. So that's a good fact, though, Joe. Bill Paxton. There you go. The dude from Twister. The new Twisters wasn't bad. I liked it. It was pretty good. Didn't have Paxton in it. He's talking about Abdul Carter right now. You know he's got to be loving that pick.
The quarterback's just like I give up. Show more of him, please.
Abdul Carter. We'll show more of him in a couple of minutes. We have to watch some Abdul Carter highlights. I can't wait to see him in a Giants uniform. Let's see. I want to see originals before I see remakes. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I'm the same way. And even when I see originals, I rarely want to see remakes.
They've kind of overdone the remakes when it comes to horror movies. I feel like they've remade like all of them, right? Like they remade Psycho, they remade
because they have no idea, like no new ideas.
Yeah.
There was one new movie that I don't remember what the hell it is now. And I'm like, it looks good. I wanted to see it. Now I can't remember what the hell it was. I remember seeing it like a thing for him. Like, it actually looks pretty good. And I don't usually get intrigued by newer horror movies.
I Smile I've brought up to you. I think that's a good newer horror movie.
Maybe that's what it was. That might have been it.
Yeah, I think that was a pretty good newer horror movie. They make some good new horror movies, but yeah, a lot of them are remakes.
I only see
Sinners, of course, and I'm seeing that tomorrow. That qualifies as a horror movie. It's a vampire movie, so yeah, that I have to see. Sinister is one of my favorite horror movies of all time. I love that movie. That's one you have to see, Baddog, if you haven't seen it.
Sinister?
Yeah, it's with Ethan Hawke.
I have not seen that.
I think it's really good.
Let's say one. Why can't I find don't they normally have not that it matters, but I'm curious like what the grades are here. Here we go. USA Today. Let's take a look at what they have here. The Giants are 105. They got a C+ for Skattebo.
Seems like a harsh grade.
Not that these grades matter. This is just 4. They got an A for Bo. This is USA Today. So they got an A for Bo, a C for Skattebo. Bo. I don't know if I can find. Let's see what NFL.com said for day 2 for us. Bills, Giants, where are we? Giants. New York Giants passed them. Grade A. They got an A. Oh, day 1, grade A. So they got an A for day 1 from NFL.com, and they got A- for that pick for Alexander. So it looks like the Giants are getting a freaking good, doing pretty good here.
I mean, at least based off of the grades now, which, like you said, don't mean much. But yeah, I mean, I think most Giant fans are going to be very happy with the draft. They address both sides of the line multiple times on the defensive line. They got a quarterback and they got a running back that is I think one of the top 5 running backs in this class. So it's pretty happy with what the Giants have been able to do thus far.
They didn't give anybody a harsh grade. Denver got the worst one I see. They got a C+. That was it.
CBS gave them an A for both picks today. Lucas said.
Yeah. But yeah, I forgot where I was that had him gave a C+ for Skattebo. The other one got an A.
Joe says Skattebo and Embo, you could put a bow on this draft. There you go.
Yeah, right.
There you go. Maybe that'll be the headline of the New York Post tomorrow.
Saints got a C plus.
Blue collar, love blue collar. What's going on, man? Signing Kayvon was smart. Had to. But let me continue. Signing Kayvon was smart on a contract year with the new D-line. His numbers should be a big boost. Edge rushers are good trade value at the deadline. Yeah, I mean, the way I look at blue collar, the way I look at – let me pull up the Brian Burns contract real quick. Because you got to factor that into this. So – this is the Brian Burns contract. He's under contract with the Giants through 2028. So Kayvon now is under contract with the Giants through 2026. The extension for him would come up at that point. You would still have Burns under contract for 2 more years. And then at that point, you have Abdul Carter coming up on a contract extension. More than likely, Baddog, you have to figure the Giants, assuming Abdul Carter plays well, are going to extend him after his 3rd year.
Yeah, of course.
They're not going to mess around. They're going to extend him as soon as they possibly can. So that would be 2027 going into 2028, which would be when you're approaching the conclusion of the Burns contract.
Yeah.
So if Kayvon plays well, it's entirely possible you could extend Kayvon at the end of 26, for a 4-year deal, whatever it may be. And then knowing that you're going to extend Abdul Carter at the end of 27, and you could always cut Burns before the 28 season. We don't know, right? Because at that point, he's going to be 30. So we don't know. So I still see an avenue where if Kayvon plays really well, he could still be in the long-term plans for the New York Giants. So I never saw the reason to trade him just to trade him.
Right.
If you were going to get something for him, maybe, as high as like a 1st-round pick, sure, but that wasn't going to happen, especially coming up in an injury-plagued season. So he's too talented to give up on. And just because you drafted Abdul Carter doesn't mean that he's out in terms of being a long-term player for the New York Giants. May not be. He's got to play better and he's got to stay healthy, but I'm not giving up on him yet. He's too talented.
The only A plus I see for the 1st round, looking at this, is the Jaguars getting an A plus for Travis Hunter. The Giants got an A for Abdul Carter. But it looked like there was tough grades here at the beginning. Bears got an A for Colston Loveland.
Yeah, Kai, I listened to a few videos. Some people said the M, some people didn't. Bobby just said Bo. So
Yeah.
I don't know how to pronounce it. I watched like 4 other videos and they all said Embo.
I actually looked it up. It does say it's just pronounced bow, like bow and arrow.
Yeah, so there you go. I watched like 4 other people and they said they pronounced it Embo. So Bobby said Bo in the video. So I guess it's Bo. Duran says, name 5 roles you don't see another actor performing. All right, I'll start right off the bat. One role, I say this all the time around Christmas time because I love The Grinch, the movie. I don't think anybody could have played that role other than Jim Carrey. That's the first thing that popped in my head, Duran. I think that's like that was just meant for him. I'd have to think, man.
We've had other people perform roles. So, like, to me, Michael Keaton will always be Batman. Christopher Reeve would always be Superman.
Christopher Reeve is Superman, yeah.
I just, I'm trying to think.
I'm trying to think of like, I mean, I guess you got to go like Rocky Stallone. I can't picture anybody doing that.
Yeah, Rock. Nobody can do that. Couldn't picture anybody doing Rambo either, for that matter.
Yeah, Arnold is the Terminator. You're not replacing him in that role,
right?
I'm trying to think of some like iconic roles. Al Pacino, Scarface, yeah, James Gandolfini. Maybe I could see somebody doing that. I mean, obviously you say that because it's an iconic role, but I could probably see somebody else doing that role.
Yep.
Robert Downey Jr. is Iron Man. That's a good one. Yeah, that's a good one.
Like, yeah. I'd have a hard time seeing anyone else play Wolverine except for Hugh Jackman.
Yeah, good call on that.
Yeah, I can't see another Wolverine.
Jack Sparrow, yeah, that was meant for Johnny Depp, that role. Do you know people Neo, which I do think is obviously a great role for Keanu Reeves, like The Matrix is awesome. Will Smith was originally supposed to get that role, and he turned it down, which I'm happy he did because I don't think he would have fit that role at all. Will Smith ended up choosing the movie called The Wild Wild West over The Matrix. Wild Wild West was awful. It was a a horrible career choice, but he was originally supposed to be Neo.
Who was the guy that was supposed to be like Bruce Willis was not supposed to be McClane? He is like the third.
They asked Arnold. They asked Stallone. They asked like 6 other people before.
I was gonna say he was way down. He was nobody before that movie. He was in Moonlighting.
Yeah,
and he was singing. And he was on Seagram's wine coolers commercials.
Yeah. So they got they lucked into that because he's perfect for that role too. Of course.
Yeah.
Arnold wouldn't have worked for that role because you can't picture Arnold like getting beat up. Like with Die Hard, that's part of like the charm to that character. He's almost like a regular guy that you could,
right. Yeah, he's like a regular guy that just finds a way to survive and just has superhuman courage.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Arnold's a Terminator. Arnold's indestructible.
Yeah, that's a good call. That I remember I watched the documentary on that Big Mush. Sinatra, it was originally written for, but Sinatra was like 70 at the time or whatever.
Really? I did not know.
Yeah, Die Hard was originally written for Sinatra. Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know if when the movie came out, I don't know if he was a realistic option, but I don't remember when the movie was written. But when it was originally written, it was intended for Sinatra to play the part, which obviously wouldn't have been good.
No. They made it in 1955 when he was doing, White Christmas and whoever it was, maybe then.
Yeah. Keanu Reeves and John Wick. Yeah, the new John Wick's coming out soon. Obviously, it's a new lead character, Ballerina. The female's the lead character, but John Wick is epic. Speaking of Arnold, what did you think about the new Predator trailer? I haven't seen the new Predator trailer, East Avenue. I saw the new Predator that was a straight to Hulu movie, which was really good. I forgot the name of it, but it came out like 2 years. Did you see that one, Baddog?
What's that?
The new Predator movie. It came out like 2 or 3 years ago.
Did not.
It was good.
I think
Arondé Gadsden, the tight end out of Syracuse. I've actually watched him. He's a really good player.
Who did he play for? Was he in Miami? I remember seeing his dad play. I recognize the name. Was he a Miami? Was he a This is Arondé. I got to see if he was on the Dolphins. Why do I think he was a Dolphin?
Yeah, Prey. There you go. That was it. That was the new Predator movie. It was really good.
Maybe not. For some reason
Rio says he played for Miami.
He did play for Miami.
Yeah, he's really good.
Oh, he was okay. He was a Dolphin. I thought he was. Man, not a bad career. A couple of 700, 800-yard seasons there at the beginning. He must have got hurt because his first 3 years he had 19 receiving touchdowns. But yep, I remember him. I remember seeing his dad play. I'm freaking old.
TJ, what movie wasn't good? Prey? I thought Prey was really good. Not as good as the original Predator, but I thought it was really good.
You know what's funny, man? I'm not a big fan of comedies. I just never, not recent comedies anyway. 80s comedies always, that's more my wheelhouse. But every time I fly to Orlando, like I fly Southwest, so every time you can watch the movies or whatever, you can use their Wi-Fi. Every time I watch The Hangover, I don't know why. It's just like my go-to movie when I'm going down to Orlando. It's like an hour and a half or an hour and 35 minutes. And, by the time it's over, you only got like 20 minutes in the air. So I always watch it. It's one of my favorites. I remember going to see that in the movie theater and just telling my wife, she's like, let's go. I'm like, I don't want to go watch this shit. I don't like comedies. I could not stop laughing at that damn movie the first time I saw it, man. I just could not stop
That's
laughing.
One of the last great comedies.
It was so funny. It's still funny, but it's, the second one wasn't bad. Definitely not as good as the first one. And then the third one was like freaking like dark. Like, it was, it wasn't really funny. I didn't like it. I didn't like the third one. Sometimes you can do overkill with those things.
Yeah.
My son asked me something about, somebody was talking about sequels. It might have been just somebody I was standing in line with, waiting to get on a ride. They're talking about sequels. And I said, well, I don't like sequels. I'm like, because normally when you have a story, you already know the twist. Like I said, the first time I saw Saw, I literally got up and went, because I never saw that coming. And I've seen so many horror movies. I know how they all end.
Yeah.
That ending, never in a million years would I have saw that. Never. It was so well done. Well, then guess what? You know how they work. You know how they work at the end of every Saw at that point. The other one was Scream. The first time I saw Scream like that was very good. Right.
Yeah.
I'm like, that was very good. Nice twist at the end.
Yeah.
So what do? Well, you know, there's two killers in every other Scream. You just got to figure them out. Well, that takes away
from the intrigue. Yeah.
Right. It takes it away. It takes away some of the snap, the climax, if you will. So when you have a really good plot twist at the end, and then you've already seen it, and you know that they're going to do a sequel.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, when you think of the old time, I mean, Psycho's got to be up there, right? I mean, obviously I wasn't alive when it came out, but that's known as one.
I'm not even out of shit.
That's known as one of the best twists, right? Like,
yes,
Psycho. That's certainly up there. But Saw is one of the better twists. Zol says y'all got to watch Superbad. Of course, I've seen Superbad.
I think I got through 3 minutes of it. I go, what a stupid movie. Turn it off. I'm dead ass serious. I don't like comedies, man.
Yeah,
I don't find shit funny. I just don't.
Yeah,
I don't.
I like Superbad. That's that. I wouldn't say it's one of my all-time favorite comedies, but it's a good comedy.
Yeah.
JTX says Scat, the first running back since CMC with 1,500 and 500. What in no? You mean in the pros? You think he's going to be, or because
I know, but I see my guy Lucas in here, and when I see Lucas, that's his little emoji. Is my pizza out there? I don't want that shit to get cold.
Great call by James. That I'm assuming you've seen that movie.
Yes, that was Bruce Wilson in that too.
The first time,
definitely never saw that coming either. Fantastic ending to that movie.
Yeah, that's one of those movies where you appreciate, at least me, you appreciate even more the second viewing when you know the twist, and then you see the movie in a.
You can watch it unfold.
You watch it it's a completely different experience.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
that one of the few movies I'm getting them right now. Like it gives me chills. It was so good at the end. Here I go. My pizza's out there.
Yeah.
Pizza.
Okay, so wow, that's a good stat, JTech. So the last college running back to have 1,500 rushing and 500 receiving since CMC. Of course, CMC did that at Stanford. We'll play it for Harbaugh, so that's a good stat. Porky's, that's a good 80. I think that came out in the 80s. I've seen that movie a couple of times. I haven't seen it in a long time, but I've seen it. Porky's, of course, that's in the Animal House era, which is another famous comedy, in that time period. I've never seen that, John. I think you would like. I've never seen that movie. Predestination. I've never seen that one. Let's see. Has Jacksonville's GM shaved yet? He does look like he's like 4, doesn't he? Which would explain why he made the trade that he did. My God, did he give up? Did he give up a lot to move up and get Travis Hunter? But if Travis Hunter works out, the Jaguars fans will love him for it. He looks like he's out of Miami Vice. The umpire strikes back. Of course, you are Luke. You are my father. Of course, that's an epic twist. Shawshank Redemption is one of those movies that it's impossible not to like, Bob. And it's on all the time. Like whenever you flip through, like on TNT, Shawshank Redemption will be on. But yeah, that's a great movie. Happy end, good at just a great movie all around. I personally, and I'm not knocking it, I think it's a great movie. I think some people rate it a little bit because, like, when you look at all-time movie lists, Shawshank Redemption's like number 1 for a lot of people. I wouldn't put it that high, but it's a great movie. Back to School, Rodney Dangerfield, of course, the whatchamacallit, the diving board scene at the end where he does like 5 flips off of 4 different diving boards or whatever it is, and yeah, that's great. I always love the Brian. I always love the scene when he's in the hot tub And I think he says something along the line. There's like Bubbles coming up, and he says, "Have you met my friend Bubbles?" And and he's talking about the girl next to him. I always laugh at that scene. I watched that movie a million times growing up as a kid. Let's see. Joe says a great movie is a great movie. You turn on at any point and can't turn it off till the end. Yes, My Cousin Vinny's a good example of that for me. Vampire in Brooklyn, Eddie Murphy. I never saw that one. Maybe I need to see that. I've seen a lot of Eddie Murphy movies. I've never seen that one. I saw Parasite was really good. Usual Suspects, great. The Triple Lindy. There it is. That's what Rodney Dangerfield called it. The Triple Lindy. See my last comment. Fun fact. I got to pull up that last comment, Mike. Let me take a look. Sly said in an interview that he was going to the role of Han Solo, but told the director no. Well, I love Sly. Like, I think every man or most men love Sly. It's hard not to. But I'm thankful he didn't take that role. That was a much better person they chose there with Harrison Ford. I'm seeing that tomorrow, Brandon. I've seen Life with Eddie Murphy and Martin Lawrence. Yes, of course. Good movie. Very good movie. If you had to pick your favorite movie of all time, what would it? Somebody asked me this last night. Well, somebody asked me to name my top 5. I say it all the time. It's just my personal favorite. Lord of the Rings for me. But ask me on a different day. I may give you a different answer. But I think Lord of the Rings for me. And I view it all as one movie. I don't view it as 3 separate movies. My favorite of the 3 is Return of the King, but it's probably just because it's the conclusion of the trilogy. Yeah, Lord of the Rings for me. I mean, I've seen the movie a million times, so I got to go with that for me. But I mean, there's so many other great movies. For me, you kind of gotta go by genre for me, but if I had to pick one, I would pick that. Let's see. Rocky's epic. My favorite Adam Sandler movie. Well, what are you choosing from? I mean, if you're thinking strictly comedies, which is what he's predominantly known for, you're thinking Happy Gilmore, you're thinking Billy Madison, you're thinking Big Daddy, you're thinking what's the one with Jack Nicholson was good? Anger Management. You're thinking Mr. Deeds was pretty funny. I think I got to go Happy Gilmore. It's clearly not like the greatest movie of all time, but it's classic. They're making the sequel to Happy Gilmore on Netflix. I think that comes out this summer. We'll see how that is, but I think I got to go with Happy Gilmore. The one series I can't stand, I don't like Lord of the Rings. Hey, there's a lot of people that don't. It's long, it's drawn out. It takes a little bit of time to develop. I get it, but for me, that's my favorite movie. Baddog, you got your $1,000 pizza?
Yeah, I did. $1,000 for that shit. I had to clean up some shit, and I was in the kitchen, take the garbage out. I couldn't look at that shit, so sorry about that. But yes, I did get my $1,000 pizza. Threw down a slice. It's pretty damn good. May not be worth $1,000, but maybe half of that.
Chisolo says favorite Sandler movie is Waterboy. Forgot about Waterboy. That's Lawrence Taylor's in that movie, by the way.
Yes, it is. Don't smoke crack.
Yeah, or Punch Drunk Love. I think that's what you meant to say. It's Punch Drunk Love. Yeah, that's a good one too.
Wedding Singer is probably my favorite.
Wedding Singer. I forgot about that one. John Lovitz is hysterical in that movie.
Yeah, that's probably my favorite one.
Drew Barrymore. What was it wasn't a comedy, but I actually thought it was a really good movie that came out pretty recently with Adam Sandler, Uncut Gems. If you guys haven't seen that, I think that he actually was really good in that. Adam Sandler's an underrated actor when he plays roles that like challenge.
Billy Madison.
Billy Madison's great.
That's a good one.
I thought Uncut Gems is a good one. If you guys haven't seen that, that's one of his more recent movies. It's not a typical Sandler movie. It's not really a comedy.
Oh, I just saw somebody. I'm sure you mentioned that because I'm late to the chat. Is when you're talking about roles like nobody can do Indiana Jones. It has to be Harrison Ford.
Oh, good call. Yeah, nobody can do
I
that.
saw somebody put Indiana Jones in the chat, and that's nobody can do him. That's Harrison Ford. When we went to Disney, we saw it's not Harrison Ford, obviously, it's a stunt double, but they do like a couple of scenes and show you how they do them. I remember doing that when we were on our honeymoon years ago, and we went and looked at it again. I think it's Hollywood Studios where they have that little Indiana Jones thing. But yeah, that was a good one. Temple of Doom, because my kid didn't know what Indiana Jones was. So we were waiting for it to start. I was showing him like scenes of Temple of Doom because I'm like, Raiders of the Lost Ark is great, but I'm like, Temple of Doom is definitely my favorite of the Indiana Jones movies. I love that one.
D says, do the Giants have any pick? They've already had 2, and they took the 2 guys the Giants fans were hoping they would take at 105. They ended up getting both. One at 105, one at 154. They got Skattebo, the running back, at pick 105, and they ended up getting Marcus Bow at pick 154, who a lot of people had as a second-round talent on the offensive line. So Giants fans, I haven't been on Twitter yet, but I'm assuming are very happy with the results of day 3 thus far. Oh, left. That was your question. They have 2 left, both seventh round picks. So we've got a while. A lot of filler.
What is this? Is this the prank call?
He had a prank call. I didn't watch it yet, but yeah, there was a prank call to Shedeur, I heard. JTech says Isaiah Bond not getting drafted. He has a rape. Yeah, I didn't know that, but that would be a big reason why you wouldn't get drafted then. I did not know that. Toasty says the ending of The Last Crusade is epic. I love it. I don't think I've ever seen that movie. The Last Crusade. I don't think I've ever seen that movie. Let me look it up real quick. I'll have to put that on my list. Oh, you're talking about Indiana Jones. Well, I'm stupid. Of course I've seen that movie. Yes, Indiana Jones. All of them are great, the originals. The latest Indiana Jones was mediocre at best. I was very underwhelmed by it. Harrison Ford, it felt like it was just like a retirement gift to get that role just to make some money at the end of his career. But yeah, all 3 of the Indiana Jones are great. All 3 of them. I haven't seen it in a while, but I love Indiana Jones.
Yeah. They are. They're very good. Yeah.
We're at pick 172. What are the 2 Giants picks? I know you said one was like 240 something, right?
Yeah, God, I think we're 216 and 246, something like that.
So we got a while.
We got a ways to go.
And Dan says, Ole Miss quarterback, lethal pass rush, and running the ball down your neck. We got our identity back. Let's go, John.
Right. 219 and 246.
We definitely got our identity back. That's for damn sure. The pass rush. That's what Giants football is known for, right? That's what most Giant fans love. They love the pass rush, whether it be Lawrence Taylor, Michael Strahan, O.C. You go down those. We got that back. When you think about the Giants now for the next 5 years, you're going to be thinking about that pass rush.
Yeah, without question.
Will there be another Top Gun movie? I don't know if it's official yet, but everything I think it is official, actually. I don't think they wrote the script, but I think, yes, I think they got a budget. They are making another Top Gun.
Yep.
Pick is in for the Rams.
Hard Rock Bet put something on the posted something on Twitter. I don't know what Hard Rock Bet is, but it says best QB room in the NFL with a question mark, and it has Dylan Gabriel, Shedeur Sanders, Kenny Pickett, Joe Flacco, and Deshaun Watson. Oh man. Oh shit. Shedeur by far is Flacco at this point in his career. He's done. But I think Shedeur is the best of all those guys there. Shedeur will be starting very soon.
I think we'll get an opportunity there by the end of the year. I agree.
I agree with that. And you know what?
I was
just going to say it should fuel him to do better. But if he can learn some humility and realize just because your dad is Deion Sanders and he's one of the greatest cornerbacks of all time, and you have those connections, don't take anything for granted, man. I hope that he learns from,
That would be a great story. Imagine if, all this stuff, he ends up turning around the Browns franchise and becomes the franchise quarterback after dropping to the 5th round. That would be an unbelievable story.
Definitely would be. But he's got motivation now to do it. He's got talent to do it. He's not in a good spot. They're Cleveland. Like I said, there's one team that's in like more disastrous than our franchise. It's them.
Yeah. So. And Brad says that's a show I got to watch. My brother's been telling me to watch 1923, and that's a show I have to watch. I haven't watched it yet, Brad. Another Harrison Ford. I don't know if you have Apple Plus. I like it. I think it's great. Shrinking. It's a TV.
I don't have Apple. That's one of the few things I don't have.
Yeah, if anybody has Apple Plus that hasn't checked that show out yet, I'd recommend it. I think it's really good. It's with him and Jason Segel. They're both shrinks. It's good. It's very good. But I have to watch 1923. That's on my list. JWN says, "I am your father." Also, that's one of the best twists of all time. Star Wars, right? Luke, I am your father.
So I'm not a big Star Wars guy. I never have been, but the Star Wars rides at Hollywood Studios kick ass. I will say that they're very fun.
Yeah,
question. Very fun. I want to go back to Disney, man.
You're a Disney nut now, man. You went there.
I go there all the time. I go like every year now.
Yeah,
I've been there 3 years in a row. That's kind of become our family vacation. It's just everything's great, man. You got rides there. You got beautiful weather. The food. Even though it's Disney, it's actually pretty damn good. A lot of restaurants are really good in Epcot, especially. Epcot's got good food there. So yeah, I love it, man. I have a good time. It's just fun. My kid is definitely, when we're there, it's definitely every time we go on something, he's like, I want to ride with dad. I want to ride with dad. So.
Oh, I can't even imagine if you have like a little kid. It's got to be the best place to go in the world.
And then everything else is mom. He's still a mama's boy. I say it all the time. He likes to hang out with dad. Dad's cool. And he likes that, but he's still a mama's boy.
I've heard the prices on Disney. When I was a kid, my family didn't have a lot of money, but my mom and dad would the annual pass for Florida for Disney. It used to be very affordable. I don't remember how much it was, but it was back then. We're talking like 25 years ago. It was like $100 for an annual pass, maybe $125. So what my family would do, because it was good for a whole year, we would go in like January. I'm just throwing out a random month.
Yeah.
Of like 1992. And then we would go back in like November of 1992, almost like a year apart, and we'd get 2 vacations out of it.
Of course.
It used to be that the annual pass was very affordable for Disney. Now the prices are insane.
I don't even want to watch, or I don't even want to open. I just when I got my pizza, I grabbed the mail, and my credit card statements in there. I don't even want to open it.
Yeah,
I didn't want to open it. I think I told you, SeaWorld, my kid wanted a bag of Doritos, a vending size bag, $6.70, dude, for a vending size bag of Doritos.
Wow.
Fucking insane.
Well, since the pandemic, they said the prices like skyrocketed.
It is just
I
don't even want to.
Yeah.
The dolphin experience really cool, and we're doing the penguin one next year because I gotta feed the penguins. I'm sorry. Everything is just. So I said when I go to Disney, every time again, I don't follow my diet for a week, which is nice. I just whatever. So almost every time I walk by a Starbucks, I get a caramel frappuccino. It's just my favorite thing. I just love. It's hot, so that's a frozen coffee. I love them. They're fantastic. I don't like Starbucks regular coffee. I think it sucks, but their caramel frappuccinos are great. So I go in there, and Starbucks is Starbucks. It don't matter where you are. The prices are all the same. So that's actually a good deal down in Disney. That's one of the cheapest places you can go is Starbucks.
Yeah,
Disney is insane. Insane.
Yeah.
I'm like, I
do want to go back though. I do want to go back. I haven't been there.
I can't imagine bringing a family of with 3 kids. Like I see people there, 3, 4 kids. I'm like, good Lord, how do you do it?
Yeah.
Easy.
Bob says, I love that LT told Abdul Carter to pick your own number, son, and make it great. That was the appropriate response. You're not getting that number.
Yep.
Like you said, it's unnecessary pressure.
Yeah. Don't put that on yourself. Don't yourself.
Have you watched Andor? I haven't. My brother's like the biggest Star Wars fan in the world, and I probably will get around to it. I'm like Baddog. I like Star Wars, but I'm not like a Star Wars lunatic. My brother is. My brother, when we were kids, I don't know if you had the same thing for you. The public library, we used to go there like every week, and you could like get a free video, like VHS tape. My brother every week would pick Star Wars. When he was little, every week I would pick a new movie, and my brother would pick Star Wars. 52 weeks out of the year, he picked Star Wars for 50 of them. So he's like the biggest Star Wars nut there is. So he's watched that series front to back. I have not gotten around to it yet.
Yeah, it's crazy. Peter just said they have to charge it much because they lose all the money they lose on crappy movies. You're probably right about that. Disney movies suck. The old ones are great, but the newer ones are garbage. Disney ruins a lot of stuff, but I just love the park. I love the park. I love the weather. I think that's the biggest thing for me. The first day we go to Disney Springs and we just go to Gideon's Bakehouse, get them cookies. But I just enjoy grabbing a couple of cold beers. You ain't got to drive. You stay on the property. You're shuttled everywhere, so you ain't got to worry about driving anywhere. Or even if you're not, you take a Lyft. You still don't have to worry about driving. So have a couple of beers, enjoy the freaking beautiful warm sunlight. We don't get that in upstate New York. So it's just a whole package for me. I have a good time. It gets me away from New York for a week. And, I have an 8-year-old, so obviously he loves it. And that's really all I care about. Why do you think I got a dog? I'm not the one that's like, oh, we need a dog. We need a dog. My kid wants a dog. So you make your kids happy. That's what you do.
That's all there is to it, man.
That's all there is to it. My wife wanted it too, so make him happy.
Toasty says Dark Knight is a top 5 film ever, in my opinion. He's certainly up there. Probably the best superhero movie ever. And it was because of Heath Ledger, Toasty, like you said. Incredible villain in that movie. Elijah says they re-released episode 3 to the theater. I'm going tonight. Oh, man, enjoy it, man. I'd probably go see Star Wars again if I had the opportunity to see it in a theater. Toasty said Dodgeball is Ben Stiller's best film. It's great. Dodgeball is epic. That's my favorite Ben Stiller role is Dodgeball. He's great in that. I know we don't love Ben Stiller. I like him. I know we don't love him. I love him in that movie. He's great in that movie.
I love Jerry Stiller.
Jerry Stiller's great. Yeah.
Jerry's great because obviously he plays Frank Costanza. And then he plays Carrie's father in King of Queens. They're almost the same character. But he's hilarious in those. I never liked Ben Stiller. I don't like any Ben Stiller film. I think the only Ben Stiller film I've ever seen in my life is Something About Mary.
Wait a second. First off, you don't like Something About Mary? I don't think he's great.
It was okay. Like, I wouldn't say it was terrible, but it was okay. I mean, it wasn't bad.
You never saw Meet the Parents?
No.
Oh, you have to see Meet the Parents.
No, I never saw it.
Robert De Niro and Ben Stiller. It's hysterical.
Oh, was in it. I've never seen it. I just saw the clip of I have nipples. Can you milk me? That was like the only thing I remember.
I have nipples, Greg. Can you milk me too?
Yeah.
Oh, you got to see Meet the Parents.
Yeah.
Tropic Thunder is great too. Yeah, of course. That's hysterical.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Yeah.
Worst movie I've ever seen.
Mo Nuke, I'm not complaining about the shit. I know it costs money. If I would complain about it, I wouldn't go down there. I know what it costs. We save for that all year long. We budget for that shit. It's expensive. Just not complaining about it. It's facts. Everything's expensive. I just literally paid $55 for a friggin' 12-cut pizza and 6 garlic knots. So everything's expensive. It's the way of the world.
What's going on, McIver? Thanks for popping in, man. Zoolander, of course, the second was awful, but the original is great. It's hysterical. Catholic says Giants suck anyway. Just start a movie pod instead. I may. I was talking to my friend Dylan, who's a huge movie fan. Be on the lookout for that. I may get that channel back up and running again. I love talking movies.
Yes.
I can't wait for the new Mission Impossible. I'm probably going to see that like 3 times.
That's good, man. Kyle McCord's Shedeur is gone now, so we don't need to worry about who goes ahead of him. No.
How are you feeling about Cam Skattebo? Dude, we were saying it when they were on the clock. We said we thought they were going to take one of those two at 105. They ended up getting both.
Yep.
So and they filled massive needs. The Giants need, even though they've brought in a lot of like depth pieces on the offensive line over the last couple of years in free agency, they don't have any young depth that could potentially turn into starters. It was necessary, beyond necessary, for the Giants to draft an offensive lineman in this draft. I hope, to be honest with you, I hope they take another one in the 7th round. But yeah, I love that pick, and they needed more help in the backfield, right? I mean, Tracy's 26, fumbling problems. I like him a lot, but he's not Saquon Barkley. So I think they need, and it's a really good compliment to the style of back that he is, getting a guy like a Skattebo, a power back. So yeah, I'm very happy with what the Giants have done throughout the draft.
They've definitely done a good job, without question. Joe Shane has done. You just hope he starts to see some results, because I feel like he has done a good job the last years. He obviously made some really tough decisions. I don't know if that's rain or fog or what the hell that is out there right now outside my window. It's crazy.
Matt Dillon is incredible in Something About Mary, Alfie. One of my favorite lines in that movie. One of my favorite lines in that movie, Alfie, if you've seen There's Something About Mary, is Matt Dillon, who of course plays a private detective in that movie, who they hire to. So Ben Stiller hires Matt Dillon to spy on Cameron Diaz because I guess he has a crush on her, whatever it is. And he obviously goes down there, he falls in love with her, and then that's, it's like a love triangle throughout the movie. But the first time you meet Matt Dillon as the private detective, and I'm not going to do it justice, but just the way he says it, I always die of laughter. He's like sitting back in his chair I guess in his detective office, and he goes, "I'm the kind of guy that likes to shoot from the hip." And then he stands up and his pants fall down. Just the way that he does it, I always die of laughter from that scene. Matt Dillon is hysterical in that movie. He's really funny. And Blue Collar says, "Who is better, Tom Cruise or Tom Hanks?" I mean, I'm going to say Tom Cruise. I love Tom Cruise. Every movie he does is great. But if you're talking strictly as an actor, it's Tom Hanks.
Another great actor that got his film debut in a horror film, Tom Hanks. Small part in He Knows You're Alone from 1980. So he plays a psych student. Yep. Remember seeing that. I'm like, shit, he's in that. One of my favorite Tom Hanks movies that's not like one of his better known movies, and it's not really a great movie. I just used to love it when I was a kid, was The Money Pit. I used to love The Money Pit.
How about The Burbs? The Burbs with Tom Hanks.
The Burbs. Yeah, I remember The Burbs. But The Money Pit, I don't know what the hell it was about. I used to watch it every time it would come on HBO. I'd watch The Money Pit. I just always thought it was the funniest thing. But the first time my wife saw it, when the bathtub goes flying through the floor and he starts laughing, she could not stop laughing at him laughing. The way he laughed at that. So that's a Tom Hanks. What is my favorite Tom Hanks movie? I don't like Forrest Gump, though, man. I've never liked Forrest Gump. I watched it.
Forrest Gump is interesting, Baddog, because I feel like that's the type of movie over the course of time. When it first came out, it was pretty much universally like loved for the most part. Like I think it won Best Picture, or was certainly nominated. I think. But over time, a lot of people have sided with you, where they're like, "This movie's overrated."
I don't hate it. I'll watch it, but like it's just I'm like I don't think it's as good as everybody says. I think overrated is a good word for it.
Yeah, I like it, but a lot of people over the course of time have said that they feel that's one of the more overrated movies ever made.
League of Their Own, obviously, that's a great movie with Tom Hanks in it.
Oh, League of Their Own is epic.
League of Their Own is a good
one. You know what I think is a really overrated movie, and because it won Best Picture, I watched it recently.
It's a Bachelor Party. Holy shit, that's it. Yeah, that's a good Tom Hanks movie. Big, of course. Yeah,
Big. Yeah. But the movie Crash, I watched that for the first time since it like came out, and it won Best Picture. I don't even think it's a very good movie. That I think that's a very overrated movie because it won Best Picture. JWN says, "Have you seen?" I have not. I think that was like a spoof movie, wasn't it, JWN? But no, unless you're talking about a specific superhero movie. But if you're talking about the movie titled Superhero, I have not. I think that was a spoof movie, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. I'm trying to think what the hell else Tom Hanks is in.
Swingers. Swingers is great. That's with, of course, Vince Vaughn and John Favreau. Your money, baby. That's what Vince Vaughn says throughout every other scene. Your money, baby, your money. I love that movie. That's in Vegas. Great movie.
See, comedy movies to me are like I the horror films. Like I laugh at those. Like those are my comedy movies. Like some of the kills I just have to laugh at. I don't know why. I just do. I find them amusing. I don't know what else to say. Or like when Joe Pesci, loses his cool and talking with the guy, I forgot that guy's name. Where Joe Pesci talks to him at the beginning of movies, and the guy tells him you might run the risk of a loss. And then the guy tells him he lost money. And he's like, no, he goes, you steal people's money to get away with it. And he just says, I'll crack your fucking skull wide open. And then he says, it's just about coming out of jail. And hopefully you're coming out of your coma. And guess what? I'll crack your fucking head wide open again. Why? Because I'm stupid. He's just, like, that made me laugh, right? Because it's a serious, but the way he does it is just... Yeah.
Joe
and then after all that, the guy runs away and he goes, you think you got the point?
We brought up, that's a great one. Somebody asked that question earlier. We brought up iconic roles that you couldn't see anybody else playing. That's one right there.
Yeah.
Like Pesci in Casino, like
yeah, I can't do it. Pesci,
nobody could replace him in those movies. Goodfellas, you can't replace him in those movies.
Goodfellas better never be remade, dude. No, that cast of that movie is fantastic.
Kevin says I kind of like The Terminal. Tom Hanks is fantastic in that movie. That's a unique story. So basically, Tom Hanks plays. I forgot the country he's from. It's like Kazakhstan. I can't remember. But he plays a guy that's from a foreign country. He comes into the U.S. on a flight. While he's in the terminal in the airport, the country gets taken over by another country. So he's basically someone who's countryless. Like he's not a citizen of any country at that point. And he's not allowed to leave the terminal. He can't leave because whatever the rule is. But it's a good movie, and he's great in it. He's really good in it.
Lucas said Tom Hanks beat Fonzie in a fight in Happy Days. I'm old. So Lucas, you got to be a little older than me because Happy Days I think was popular when I was like really young. I was too young to watch Happy Days. I should probably go back and watch it. I wonder what it's like. Like I've never actually sat down and watched Happy Days, and I'm sure I can find it streaming.
You never watched Happy Days ever?
I have not. I think I might have saw maybe I don't really ever remember watching it. I don't know why. Like maybe it's just never thought about it. I know when I was young, I mean this came out after Happy Days was Cheers. And I was too young to appreciate Cheers in its popularity when it was like running the airwaves in the 80s. But as I watched as an adult, I loved it. I absolutely loved it. I'm like, it's hilarious because I understand the humor. Cliff Clavin's my favorite character. I'm always like, because I can never tell if he's actually bullshitting or if he's telling the truth. Like he's such a good bullshitter that like he acts like he knows everything. He makes up stories to everything, kind of like George Costanza does. He just makes up shit as he goes. So I always liked the Cliff Clavin character. It cracked me up. But
Happy Days was I used to watch that when I was a kid. It used to be on Nick at Night, I think. Like late at night they would play it. I didn't watch like every episode, but I've seen my fair share of episodes. I'm surprised Happy Days.
Lucas said he's 4 years younger than me, but I look 10 years older. Nah, you're good. When you said you watched Happy Days, I just assumed, and then you said you're old. I assumed you watched it when it was airing. Yeah, my movie or TV shows, man. I remember Silver Spoons back in the day. That was a good one with Ricky Schroeder. That was a big deal. Alf was one of my favorites as a kid. The Different Strokes was a big one. That was a big show when I was a kid. Webster was a big show when I was a kid. Punky Brewster. I used to love Punky Brewster as a kid. I used to have a crush on Soleil Moon Frye when I was young, so that was always good. What the hell? Saved by the Bell was a big one when I was a kid.
Of course. Yeah, of course.
So those are big.
And Blue Collar says I've never seen either one of these movies, Blue Collar. So he says 2 movies only popular in New York. I've heard of that one. I've never seen it though. Pope of Greenwich Village and 29th Street. I've never seen those ones. Maybe I'll put those on my list.
Caller Comeback says Family Matters. Yeah, Family Matters definitely. That was part of like the TGIF on. I don't remember if it was ABC. There was Family Matters. It was
Boy Meets World.
Full House was on that.
Full House.
I want to say Step by Step. I don't know.
Step by Step. Yep, Step by Step was on there.
With the dude that was in. I never watched Dallas.
Mr. Cooper, Hanging with Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper. I loved that when I was a kid.
Yeah.
Obviously, Fresh Prince of Bel Air. That was another one.
The Jamie Foxx show was on there at one point. Was on TGIF.
I never watched that.
I think that came on more towards like the mid 90s.
That could be why. In the mid 90s, I was out.
Yeah, I was like 10, so I still.
Yeah. Let's see. What else was there back then? I mean, 90210, because I was that age when that was, I was their age when that was popular, or at least the character's age. They were older than me, but then Melrose Place is always one of my favorites, just because I like the women in the. I was like, every woman in the show is hot, especially when they brought in Alyssa Milano.
Kind of like
I ended up liking the show.
Yeah, it's like Baywatch, same thing.
Yeah, Baywatch. So it's funny because my wife will she'll like binge things from just back in the day out of the blue. And she was doing that with Baywatch, where she would just watch it. And, when I was up there, I'd watch with her. Like, I wouldn't sit down the whole time with her, but I'd watch it. And I'm just watching it, just laughing. I'm like, this is so awful. And yet it's extremely entertaining. Like, it's just so like, that would seem more 80s, because the 80s are a bunch of like corny, cheesy things that were just extremely entertaining. I'm like, should have been an 80s show. Baywatch.
Yeah, it should have been.
Married with Children, Brian. Yes, that is one of my favorites.
Married with Children. Yeah, it's still funny.
Yep.
Dr. Garrett says, "Come on, Baddog. We had family.
Of course, Cosby Show, family. I mean, there was a lot of them that I watched. I just forgot them. Family Ties. Oh, Michael J. Fox in Family Ties. Nobody else really. Stephen Gross looked a lot like my dad. I literally doppelganger for my dad. That's what my dad looked like. Stephen Gross. Every time I see him, I'm like, my dad was a little bigger than him, but like the beard, the hair. Well, my dad didn't have hair, but the beard and the face, like that was him. It looked just like him.
Nicosaurus Rex says The Other Guys with Mark Wahlberg. Yeah, that's a great movie too. Desk Pop, when he shoots his gun. That's a movie you should watch, Baddog, if you want to give a more recent comedy a chance. That's a really funny movie.
Yeah.
You don't like Will Ferrell though, right? I think you've told me.
Not a big Ferrell.
You probably wouldn't like it.
Again, like Saturday Night Live, 20 minutes of Will Ferrell, hilarious.
Yeah.
90 minutes of Will Ferrell, overkill.
Too much. Not for you.
It's there's only a couple of guys I could take, like Sandler I could take for 90 minutes.
Yeah, he's a regular guy. He's not.
What's his face?
How about Jim Carrey?
Jim Carrey, yes. I liked a lot of Jim Carrey's earlier films. Who's Chris Farley? I mean, how do you not love Chris Farley? Is one of the greatest ever, man. Chris Farley was great. The early days of Eddie Murphy, he was fantastic too. Like, but he wasn't just in comedies back then. Like 48 Hours isn't a comedy, and
Beverly Hills Cop.
That was a comedy.
Yeah,
it's a great movie. But Trading Places is one of my all-time favorites. That's a comedy. So, but like 48 Hours, I love 48 Hours.
Yeah. Shanita says, Tanya Baddog, it's good to know Jamie Foxx show, Hanging with Mr. Cooper, and Family Matters weren't just cultural. No, I watched them growing up as a kid.
Yeah.
TGI Friday, they weren't TGIF, so I watched 8 to 10 every Friday. That's how I first learned who Jamie Foxx was the Jamie Foxx show. Yeah. He was also on I think he was on In Living Color, if I'm not mistaken, which is where Jim Carrey started on In Living Color.
I loved In Living Color. That was hilarious. Like that was kind of like I don't want to say like a spin-off of Saturday Night Live, but it was the skits were like similar.
Jim Carrey actually tried out for Saturday Night Live. He got denied, and then the Wayans brothers, who I think were the ones that
Keenan Ivory Wayans and Damon.
They found Jim Carrey. They put him on that show, and Jim Carrey often credits them for him getting his start in Hollywood.
Yeah. Homie, don't play that. That was
one of the most amazing stats ever. Jim Carrey, I think it was like 94. He had 3 #1 movies in the same year. That's insane.
Ace Ventura had to be one of them.
Ace Ventura, The Mask, and Dumb and Dumber all came out in the same year.
Did Dumb and Dumber come out in 94?
I think it was those three movies.
It was later. I remember because I remember.
I could be wrong, but I know he had 3 #1 movies in the same year, and The Mask and Ace Ventura were 2 of them for sure.
Okay, I remember seeing those. Maybe I just saw Dumb and Dumber later on, and I didn't see it in 94.
Yeah.
Homie the Clown, yeah. And of course, Fire Marshal Bill. Let me tell you something. Somebody's that trains, planes, and automobiles. One of my favorite comedians ever. Definitely John Candy. I freaking love John Candy, man. I absolutely loved. He's in so many great movies. Uncle Buck, The Great Outdoors.
Harry
One of
Crumb.
my favorites. Brewster's Millions, man. I swear to God, I love that. Him and Richard Pryor are so good in that movie, man. That was a good one.
Yeah. Yeah, that's an epic movie. I love Harry Crumb. Have you seen that one with John Candy?
I have not seen that one. Who is Harry Crumb?
Yeah.
Yeah. I probably saw bits and pieces of it, but I don't. Maybe I did watch it, but I don't remember it. Another one that I remember seeing, I used to love it when I was a kid because we were talking the middle 80s. So, I'm 10, 11 years old and he's come out. Armed and Dangerous with Eugene Levy. I don't know if you ever saw that one. That's such
I know Eugene Levy, but I know Eugene Levy was great in American Pie. I never saw that the one you're talking about.
Yeah, Armed and Dangerous is that's kind of an it's not a very popular one, but I remember watching it all the time and I forgot. I think Meg Ryan's in it too. Meg Ryan's in it. It's funny. It's stupid, but it's fun. That was the 80s. Everything was stupid and funny in the 80s, man. It was great.
John says 5 out of 5. I agree. Well, I don't know if they're all going to be starters within 2 years. We don't know, but let's look at the picture a quick, Bad Dog.
Abdul Carter's a starter.
Instant impact. Dart, you figure is going to be 2026 where he really makes his impact.
Yeah.
I do. I think our third round pick is going to be probably immediate impact. He's not going to be an every down player, but he's certainly going to be a part of the rotation.
Yep.
Skattebo is going to be part of. Yeah, they're all going to be immediate contributors outside of Dart, and that's only because they're going to ease him in.
Right.
So yeah, I think they're all going to be immediate contributors. Well, not the line. I don't think Bo will be. He maybe the following year he'll probably be more of a depth guy his rookie year, but all
Eagles,
really good picks.
Eagles just took Kyle McCord. Hughes kid. Spaceballs is one of my all-time favorites. Spaceballs has a lot of
Stripes is great. Bill Murray is awesome.
Scrooge is probably my favorite Bill Murray movie.
Scrooge, you got to go Ghostbusters. That's all obviously Groundhog Day.
My wife.
Yeah, we've said this before. Yeah,
he hates Groundhog.
I don't get. I could understand.
I don't get it either. She just hates it. There's no rhyme or reason. I don't know if she's ever given me. She's like, I hate this movie. Why are you watching this? I hate this movie. I don't know.
I say it all the time. I think it's an underrated movie that I don't think a lot of people have seen. That's a Bill Murray movie. I love What About Bob, and I think you've told me we've talked about this.
I have seen that. Richard Dreyfuss is in that, right?
Richard Dreyfuss, yeah. That's one of my favorite Bill Murray movies that I think a lot of people haven't seen. I love that movie. I mean, Bill Murray's great though. I mean, everything he does, I laugh at.
Yep. Caddyshack, obviously.
Caddyshack, of course. Yeah.
Yeah, Back to School is that's a Rodney Dangerfield one, but again, Rodney Dangerfield was very popular when I was a kid, and he had his own like comedy show called Dangerfields. I'm pretty sure that's what it's called, and he had like guys like Andrew Dice Clay is kind of where he got known was in that little show. What the hell did he have? I think Bob Saget was on that. I forgot. Yeah, man, shit. The 80s is a good time. It's a good time to grow up.
Bill Murray in Kingpin is one of my favorite roles ever. He's a minor role in that movie, but he is hysterical. Big Earn. You're a bowler, Bad Dog. You should love that movie.
Yeah, I should watch Kingpin.
Yeah, but Bill Murray in that, he maybe has 20 minutes of screen time. One of my favorite movie characters ever. He's hysterical in that movie. So good call out there with Kingpin. Me and my brother always watch that movie. Zombieland, Bill Murray was great in, of course. Let's see. Mel Kiper needs to chop that hair off. Yeah, he does. Looks like a dead bird on his head or something.
Mel Kiper was not going to cut his hair until Shedeur was drafted, so he can cut it now.
What's a movie you hate that most people love? Me and my brother debate all the time about movies. He loves the movie, and it did get very good reviews. I hate's probably the wrong word. I think hate's the right word. I hate the movie. I think it's so overrated. I thought the concept was incredible. And I love Bruce Willis, and I love the other actor in it. What's his name? Joseph Gordon-Levitt. Why is the name escaping me? But it's the movie where like they're trained assassins where they go back in time to kill people. Somebody in the chat's gonna say it. I thought the movie was bad. It got like a 90 Looper. That's a movie that universally is liked by a lot of people, and I think they love the concept. I thought the movie sucked. I thought it was boring. But I mean, I'm in the minority on that. You asked me to pick a movie that a lot of people love that I hated. That's one. I don't like Looper. I think that was a bad movie.
I'm trying to think because I don't like a lot of popular movies. But I don't watch them very often anymore. So it's tough for me to think of something that, I don't like that a lot of people do. It would have to be a comedy movie. It would have to be like, I mean, you can pick almost any comedy movie. People seem to love them. And I'm just like, this sucks. I can't think of one off the top of my head, but there's I can tell you a movie I don't like that everybody likes. Elf. I think Elf sucks ass. Everybody loves that.
Well, you don't like Will Ferrell.
I don't like Will Ferrell, but that's one that I can think of right now. I'm like, what a stupid movie. Like I'm like, I can't. It's so stupid. I'm like, it's horrible.
Well, it's definitely stupid.
I can't do it, but everybody likes it, but I hate it.
I like
that movie.
Christmas time. It's a Christmas movie.
Yeah, but I have other Christmas movies. The Christmas Story, right? Black Christmas. Directed by the same guy, by the way, which is awesome.
Yeah.
And if you want to, I don't consider Die Hard a Christmas movie, but if you want to call it a Christmas movie, Die Hard. Okay.
Die Hard is a Christmas movie. I'll debate that to the death.
And all the classics, they're great. And there's so many Christmas movies I love. That is not one of them. I think the movie sucks.
David says, I asked yesterday, but didn't get an answer. Has anyone watched The Mayor of Kingston? I have not. My brother actually has, and he recommended that to me. I haven't watched it yet, though. No, I have not, David. But I know it's a popular show. There's too many shows now, man. I can't keep up, man. There's too many
place for movies. Movies are not popular. Yeah. Shows are.
Raphael says, which movie has the best score?
That's hard.
I'm gonna give you a recent movie that I think the score is great. And it's probably just because I love all the music in it. The Guardians of the Galaxy. The ride that you like, I think the soundtrack in that movie is exceptional. I think that's a great score. But I mean, there's like you said, that's so hard.
That's hard. Like I can tell you, going back to the 80s, like Flashdance is a great soundtrack. Goodfellas has a great but maybe A Bronx Tale could be that soundtrack is amazing.
Bronx Tale, yeah. Rocky, Lou, good call. Yeah.
It's tough.
Yeah.
There's a lot of good soundtracks out there.
Yeah.
Oh, another one great soundtrack is the Super Mario Brothers movie. Great soundtrack.
Yeah.
Great soundtrack. I'm an 80s guy, so
I only saw part of that. I fell asleep to it. It was pretty good from what I saw. I haven't seen the full.
Yeah, the last two movies I actually went to see because of my kid. I loved them. I loved the Super Mario Brothers movie, and again, it's nostalgia for me because I grew up in that era. Super Mario Brothers being a big deal, when I was 9-10 years old, and then we went to see Dogman, and I freaking loved it. I thought Dogman was very original and a very original concept, and I love that. I love seeing stuff that hasn't been done before, so I thought it was cool. We even went and saw it at Proctor's months ago. We went and saw it. It's not the same, obviously, but you see it on stage, it's a little bit different, but you went to see it there, so.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Inception, the sound stands out to me from that movie. Lou brings up Jurassic Park. Yeah. That's iconic. That's a good one, Jurassic Park. Let's see. Blue Collis' trivia question: who is the only person to be in the #1 movie and be on the #1 TV show and have the #1 record? I'm gonna guess Will Smith because he was on The Fresh Prince. He was Independence Day, and of course, he was a rapper. I'm going to guess Will Smith, right? I mean, he was kind of a triple threat. Maybe I'm wrong on that, but that would be my guess. That was kind of his hot spot, like the mid to late 90s in all three.
That's got to be, right? Because, number one, I don't know if Die Hard was the number one movie. Perhaps it was. Perhaps Moonlighting was the number one show. I don't think it was. I think that was I never watched Moonlighting. I just know it was a show. And he had a record, but it sucked. I don't think it was him. Eddie Murphy wasn't on a television. I mean, if you want to count maybe Saturday Night Live and Beverly Hills Cop, but Party All the Time was their number one record. It went to number 2. Don Johnson, no, not
He says I was wrong. I can't even think of anybody that would qualify for that at the same time. I have no idea.
Yeah, that is tough.
Jennifer Lopez, but she was never really in a show, but I know she was big in music and movies.
Yeah.
She was never really in a show, though, that I could think of that was massively popular.
Yeah, because like I remember Don Johnson, but that wasn't a number one song either. And I don't think Don Johnson was in it.
Oh, John Belushi. He was in the Blues Brothers. Wow, I would have never gotten that.
Oh, and Saturday Night Live. Well,
Saturday Night Live. Okay, I would have never gotten that. So that's a good question, Bukal. I like that. That's a good one. That's a good trivia question. I'm going to save that.
Yeah.
So the Giants are up in about another 30 picks.
Yeah. Yep.
But I'm having fun, man. I always love doing these streams because you have a lot of time to kill. You talk movies, you talk food. Yep. You know, it's always fun to hang out with the chat, build the community.
Yep.
I would have never gotten that. I would have never gotten Belushi.
James Belushi. Yeah. What else we got?
To me, that was an immediate response by me because I'm like, that has to be Will Smith, right? I mean, because that was all kind of at the same time. He blew up when Independence Day came out and Men in Black, and you still had the Fresh Prince. I thought for sure that was going to be it. Good question.
I'm trying to think when the Fresh Prince stopped.
Yeah, it probably kind of stopped in the early 90s, maybe right before he started to take off. Bad Boys was probably his breakout movie, actually. I think Bad Boys came out before Independence Day, if I'm not mistaken.
Independence came out in 96.
Yeah, I think Bad Boys was 95.
That could be.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. It's good. It's good. There is a lot of good movies, but I just haven't watched movies in forever because I always feel like there's no original thought anymore. So I'm like, if you've seen one comedy, you've seen them all. That's always the way I look at it nowadays. And perhaps I'm wrong. And then it's just for me also, it's time. Like I don't have a lot of time to do anything. So it's hard for me to get to a movie theater and check out a movie. And again, it's rare that I watch a trailer and go, oh, that looks good. I can't think of it. I don't think it was Smile. I don't remember what the hell the damn movie was. I remember you mentioning that, and I've seen previews of that, and it did look pretty good. I don't think that's the movie though.
I'm going to see it on Sunday. If it's good, I'm going to let you know because it's getting incredible reviews. The new horror movie, Sinners. So you may want to watch that one.
Maybe that's what it was. I don't know. I forget who's in Sinners.
Michael B. Jordan. Will Howard just got picked by the Steelers.
Maybe
not Sinners. I keep getting the name of the. No, I think it is Sinners.
Yeah, it is. It's an American horror film.
Yeah. But it's a vampire movie, but it's
gotcha. That's not it then.
Yeah.
Not that I have a problem with vampire movies because I don't. There's definitely they're not my favorite, but there's definitely a lot of good vampire movies. Dracula, obviously, is a great one.
Did you see if you're into classic horror, they just remade like the
Nosferatu? No, I'm not. I want to see it.
Yeah,
I didn't know.
I watched it. It was good.
So I was like, I'm sitting there going, I'm like, I wonder if it's silent. It's not silent. Like the original was silent. But I definitely do want to watch that. I just haven't sat down to watch it, but I definitely do want to watch that. Oh, you know what shit, this reminds me, I got to write this down. I have to finish watching this. So when I was on the flight back from Florida to Albany, I never saw this movie before, and I was like, I don't want to watch The Hangover. Like, I go down to Florida to watch The Hangover because I'm in a good mood. Not that I'm not in a good mood when I come back, but I don't want to be going back. Who the hell wants to go back to work and back to their freaking? When you're down in Florida, it's 87 degrees and sunny every freaking day, and you're in Disney. And I don't want to come back from that. So I go down. I'm always happy, like going to Florida, the sun, the warmth. I come back to this shit. I want to look at this. So I watched that. I don't want to watch on the way home. So I'm like, what can I watch? They give you a list. And I never heard of it. I never saw it. It sounds interesting. Juror number 2.
Oh, I saw that. It was good.
So the Wi-Fi kept cutting in and out when I was watching it. So I had like another 30 minutes like when we landed. I had like another 30 minutes to go, and I'm like, shit.
That was Clint Eastwood. Right? Clint Eastwood movie.
No, Juror number. I don't even know who the guy is.
He's not in it, but I think he directed.
Or did he write it? Or directed?
Yeah.
It was really.
Juror number 2 was good. I saw it. It was.
The only thing I'm going to say is I kind of knew what had happened. I don't know what's going to happen at the end, but I knew when he got picked. I figured that out pretty quickly because they show a flashback. I'm like, oh, that's. But now I'm like, how the hell does this end? But it looks really good. So I think I had 25 minutes left. I'm like, I got to watch it when I get home. And I totally forgot till we started talking about this stuff. And I got to finish watching that because I did like it from what I saw for sure.
Yeah, I saw that. It came on streaming maybe like 5 or 6 months ago, and it was good. It was very good.
Yeah.
I mean, Clint Eastwood's made some great. You seen $1 Million Baby?
I did see that a while ago. I don't
really
remember.
Sad ending, but great movie.
Yeah.
Mystic River. That's another great Clint Eastwood
Yep,
movie.
I remember the same thing. I saw that, but you see a movie one time.
Yeah.
A lot of times it just slips my mind because that was made in 93. Like, how long ago was that? Clint Eastwood's still alive.
No,
too.
Mystic River wasn't that long ago.
What am I thinking of then?
Mystic River was probably like maybe 2003. It was a while.
Wasn't that?
It was with Sean Penn and
that is the movie. So that is the movie. That's definitely a movie.
Yeah.
But I only saw it once, so I don't really remember it. Just like bits of look at the cast in that, man. Sean Penn, Kevin Bacon, Lawrence Fishburne.
Yeah. The guy that's in the Shawshank Redemption with what's his name? Tim
Robbins.
Tim Robbins. He's in it.
That's a good freaking.
That's a great movie. That's a great twist. I don't know if you remember the movie, but that's a great twist. Mystic River. That I did not see coming the first time I saw it.
My favorite Clint Eastwood film, it's got to be Escape from Alcatraz. That's
a great movie.
That is a great movie. My favorite part is when he outsmarts him. They're walking out of the shop, and he puts the metal thing on the. It's almost like it looks like a doorstop. And he goes, "What do you think you're doing with this?" He's like, "I want to use it so the clothes slide off." He goes, "What do you think? What are you, stupid? You an idiot? You really think you're going to slide this by me? Yeah, get out of here." Takes it, and then he gets in there and he opens up the heel of his shoe and he stole one.
Yeah.
They would have never looked, so he's outsmart. I'm like, that was awesome.
Yeah.
And the way that they. So then I got the book and I read the book, and then I'm always wondering, I'm like, did they make it? Did they not make it? Because there's all these rumors that they did, and then I was like, no, they didn't, and we never know. You'll never know what happened. And I'm always like, the funny thing is, when you watch the movie, you're rooting for them to get out. But in real life, you should never root for anybody to escape prison.
Of
So
course,
they're actually bad, but you're rooting for them. It's kind of like Psycho when he's burying the car in the moat or whatever, and they get stuck. You're like, oh shit, he's gonna get caught. I don't want him to get caught. You do want him to get caught. So Escape.
It's kind of like Training Day for me when I saw it. Denzel is so good in it. He's clearly an awful person.
Yep.
You find yourself rooting for the villain.
That's a freaking great movie.
Yeah.
Training Day is a great movie. Again, that's one that came out like 2001. It's hard to believe.
Yeah, in that ballpark. Yeah.
Almost 25 years.
Yeah. Baby Driver, Taco. I had no idea when that movie came out what it was about, and I had nothing to do on a Friday. And my friend's like, "You want to see Baby Driver?" I had no idea what the movie was. I had no idea.
Hold on a second, Chris. Tyler Loop just got picked, so we're showing kicking highlights.
Tyler Loop. So
where's Shedeur? This is his favorite part of Shedeur.
That's the replacement for what's his name? The Justin Tucker, who's been there forever.
Yeah.
Tyler Loop, so a kicker is off the board.
Yeah, we have. Shedeur used to love his kickers back in the day.
But Baby Driver, you want to talk about a movie? If you haven't seen that one in the chat, you want to talk about a movie that the music is incredible.
Yeah,
that's a movie. And an incredible cast too. Kevin Spacey before the allegations, of course. I can't remember, but there's a lot of great actors. John Hamm's in it. There's a lot of great actors in it. B-Rog says one of my my favorite root for the bad guys movies is Payback. I don't know if I've ever seen Payback.
My favorite root for the bad guy movies is Goodfellas because those guys are bad. They're not good. The movie is not good, but
they are awful people.
Of course, you root for them, but they're terrible.
I never saw Payback.
Terrible people, huh?
I'm looking at Payback. I never saw Payback. I have to watch it now. Never saw it. Mel Gibson. I'm gonna have to see that one, Baddog. Good recommendation there, B-Rog.
I'm trying to think about what else. No, that's just crazy. Payback. Did I see that? I don't think so. 2015. No, definitely not. Definitely.
King's
1999. Maybe did I see that? I don't remember. I don't think I saw that.
King Simon wants Josh. He wants a tight end. Josh. Maybe. I don't. I think the Giants are going to go with one of those linebackers that we talked about earlier. Will be one of their pick. There goes Jalen Reed. He was a top 30 visit for the Giants, so he just got picked.
Yeah.
The safety from Penn State. I think we're going to go with one of those linebackers.
I'm trying to think of one of my favorite actors, without question, is Kurt Russell. I always liked Kurt Russell. Hard for me to find a Kurt Russell movie that I've seen that I don't like. I always like it. Escape from New York is.
I'm going to tell you a good one. It molds my favorite director of all time with Kurt Russell, who you like. You have to watch The Hateful Eight.
I've not seen that one.
It's with Quentin Tarantino. Quentin Tarantino is the director. You have Kurt Russell. You have Samuel L. Jackson. You have a lot of great actors in it. I can't remember, but you would. Yeah, I think you'd love that movie.
Yeah, I gotta watch it.
It's long. It's like 3 hours.
That's all right. So is Casino.
Casino's 3 hours as well. Yeah.
But yeah, Kurt Russell, man, Escape from New York is one of my favorites. I love that. He's in The Thing, which is one of my all-time favorite horror movies. My kid won't even watch that. My kid don't like that. That scares him. It's funny. My kid likes scary movies. Like he'll watch Halloween. He likes Scream. Like he'll watch those. But the ones that have, or like zombies, he'll watch Day of the Dead. Like that don't bother him. But there's just something about movies where they turn into demons, like Evil Dead. He don't like that. And he's like, he doesn't like The Thing. I don't know if it's because he doesn't know what it is or what's going on, but he doesn't like whatever it is. He's like, I don't like that. Can you turn that off? I love it. The effects now were so far ahead of their time. They were amazing. It's just such a good.
The Thing's one of the greatest horror movies of all time.
Yeah, I love it. It's one of my favorites.
Yeah, it's one of the greatest horror movies.
One of my top 5 without question.
The remake was horrible, but
I would watch the remake, just like I wouldn't watch the Fog remake. And
yeah.
I tried to watch the Halloween remake, not like right away, but I remember waiting and it was on like IFC. And I'm like, well, let me just give it a chance. And it sucked ass. I'm like, Rob Zombie's a hack, bro. He can't direct shit. I'm like, you ruined the whole story, man. Nobody needs to know what happens to Michael Myers when he's a kid. It ruins it. Just let him be. Somehow his problem. You don't need to know why. That's what makes his entity the best. You don't know why, what's driving him to do that. You don't want to know. It makes it much better, much more effective when you don't know why the killer is doing what they're doing. So, yeah, that was. I didn't watch a Suspiria remake. Not that anybody if Afghanistan's here, he'll know what Suspiria is. But unless you're a diehard Italian horror film fan,
which you are, I know that
you wouldn't know what Suspiria is.
But Lou, you hit that. That's a hot take in my. That's actually my favorite Tarantino movie. Most people go with Pulp Fiction, which is one of my favorite movies of all time. Anything Tarantino does, I think, is nearly impeccable. So Pulp Fiction is certainly up there. Of course, you have Inglourious Basterds, which I can watch a million times over. That's another incredible Tarantino.
Isn't that Larry J's thumbnail?
Yes, it is. Inglourious Basterds, I still say this, the greatest opening scene to a movie I've ever seen. So I love Inglourious Basterds, but as a complete movie, I think Django Unchained is Tarantino's best movie. The acting is insane. Samuel L. Jackson in that movie should have won an Oscar. Leonardo DiCaprio in that movie should have won an Oscar. I hated them so much, but they played the part so well. Jamie Foxx, of course, is great. Django Unchained is one of my all-time favorite movies. I love that movie. Let's see. And of course, Christoph Waltz, who was in Inglourious Basterds, one of the greatest acting performances of all time in that movie is the Nazi. He's also in Django Unchained, and he's also great in that. Toasty says, my cousin Vinny with Smoke Show Tomei. Oh, dude. My cousin Vinny is one of the most rewatchable movies of all
without
time.
question. And yes, that is peak Marissa Tomei.
Yeah.
And yeah, I always laugh at when in Seinfeld, when George has a chance to be with her, but he's engaged. And then he tells Jerry, he's like, she's just my type. And I'm like, George, that's every man's type. She's every man's type, right? So I always get a kick out of that. But yeah, my cousin Vinny is just amazing. And it's funny because Joe Pesci's he's kind of the Joe Pesci role, but not really. He's still kind of that tough guy, but he's not a mob guy. So it's great. And of course, Ralph Macchio's in that. And the guy that played Herman Munster, his name escapes me. The judge is great.
Oh, I know exactly what you're talking about. I don't know his name, but yeah, as small of a role as that is, and we don't even know the guy's name. I couldn't see anybody else playing that part. He was perfect for that part. I
cannot think of that guy's name. He's in Pet Sematary too. I cannot think of his.
Yeah,
someone in the chat will say it. But
Riley Leonard just got picked by the Colts.
Get out of here! Yeah,
how perfect of a fit is that? Everybody says he's Daniel Jones. So
it is perfect. Look at Daniel Jones's highlights. Oh, this is Riley Leonard.
So Riley Leonard is now competing with Daniel Jones. They both quarterback for Duke. They have a similar skill set. So that's just funny.
Yeah, that is funny. Fred Gwynn. Thank you, JCS. That's who it is, Fred Gwynn. But yeah, that's so many good ones there. Yeah.
And Brian, I've never seen the full movie of Four Rooms. I've seen the scene because I think, if I'm not mistaken, Brian, that movie was a movie where like 4 different directors directed 4 different scenes from within the movie. So I've watched the scene that Tarantino directed, which is great. It's only about 12 minutes long, but it's got Bruce Willis in the scene. I forgot who else. Yeah, I've seen that scene. That scene's great, but I've never seen the full movie. Let me scroll up here. Chaotic says Kobe King doubled up on the Natty Lions. Did he get picked? Did we miss that pick? Did he go to the Lions?
Maybe he did.
Oh no, you're talking about hold on, let me look.
No, Kobe King's still there.
He's still there?
Yeah, he's still there. He's the second best linebacker left.
Oh, he said, I misread it. He meant the Nittany Lions.
Oh.
Because we took Abdul Carter.
Gotcha.
My mistake. I think he's obviously in play. We brought him in for a top 30 visit. So, yeah, there's a good chance the Giants end up taking him with one of their last 2 picks if he's there.
Mm-hmm. All these horror movies over here. That's why I turn around, all I see is horror films. I don't know what I'm ever going to do with these 300 CDs I have sitting over here either. So many CDs sitting on my shelf. Horror movies galore, including some of the worst ones you've ever seen in your life.
You can probably sell them on eBay for a couple of bucks.
I've done that. Yeah. I sold I had like Evil Dead. I had an Evil Dead and an Evil Dead 2. The Book of the Dead was the case. I sold those for like $100 a piece.
That's another movie they remade, Evil Dead. I didn't see it.
Yeah, don't remake this shit.
It actually got decent reviews, but I never.
There's another one. Maybe Bruce Campbell's in it, but nobody can play Ash. That's got to be Bruce Campbell.
Yeah,
there's no question about it. But that's another one. My kid won't watch it. My kid scared of Evil Dead.
I think most kids would be.
I wasn't. I enjoyed it, but The Exorcist scared me. That one, when I was a kid, I saw that it scared me a lot.
The Omen. I like The Omen a lot as a kid.
The Omen's a good one too.
That's the horror movie I told you to watch. I know you're not into remakes, and it's not a remake. It's actually a prequel to the original Omen.
I don't know if I saw that.
The first Omen, it's called. That came out like 2 years ago.
Oh, I forgot all about that.
I think it was a surprise movie of the year. I think it was great
because I watched like The Exorcist. Like I remember going back and watching the prequel to The Exorcist. I forgot what the hell it's called now. I remember seeing that in the movie theater. What the hell was that called? I don't remember what the hell it was called now, but I saw that. Yeah, I have to check that out.
Yeah, it's on Hulu, I think. The first Omen.
There's another streaming service I don't have. I have Tubi. Like Tubi has all the horror movies.
Okay. Maybe it's on there too. I don't know.
Peacock. I mean, I have Disney, so I can definitely watch Juror 2.
It might be on Disney because I think Disney and Hulu have like some kind of
maybe. But since I was watching, well, no, that's not a Disney thing. That's a Southwest thing. No, it's because it is Disney because you're going to Disney and it says your newest Disney movies, and when we're done with this, I gotta finish watching that movie. Or maybe I'll just go back and rewatch it from the beginning because, like I said, we would lose Wi-Fi and then it would go off for like 5 minutes and it would come back on and then it would freeze and then it would the clown on Poltergeist. Yeah, Poltergeist was another one that scared me because I was 7 when that came out. I remember
they remade that too. I didn't see the remake.
They remade everything, man.
Yeah,
Shudder. Yep, I watched Shudder. Shudder, Tubi. Tubi has like the Italian ones.
It was a movie I loved as a kid that I think it qualifies as horror. I used to watch it a million times. Was Arachnophobia.
Oh, it's Arachnophobia. I remember that.
With Jeff Daniels, right?
Yep. I think I only saw that once.
I must have saw it 10 times when I was a kid.
Yeah.
With the killer spiders, with the pop, the spider comes out of that. She's got her hand in the popcorn and she gets bit by the spider.
Yeah. God, that's what it is, though, man. I watch the same things over and over and over again. Like I can't tell you how many times I saw The Thing, or how many times I saw The Hills Have Eyes, or any of those Texas Chainsaw Massacre. It's just
The Hills Have Eyes was good.
That was good, and they remade that, and it sucked.
That remake was actually good.
I didn't like the remake.
You didn't like it?
Nah,
I like the remake.
I didn't like the remake.
Most of them I don't. I like that one.
Last House and Left. Didn't like the remake of that either. Love the original. Didn't like that. The sequels, though, like for Halloween, I mean, you pretty much know what they all are, so you know what you're going into. It's never going to match the original. Same thing Friday the 13th. Like my kid says to me, he goes, "Daddy, what's your favorite, sequel to Friday the 13th?" And I told him, like, well, they're all the same. They really are all the same. Like, it's just different people he kills. But I'm like, probably part 3, because part 3 was so. I remember seeing it in a drive-in in 1982, and it was 3D. So you got the glasses, and you look at it now, it's so stupid. Like you could just tell. Like when I'm a kid, you don't know, but like he has an eyeball and he just sticks it in the camera like that, and it's terrible. And then there's one where the guy breaks through. He's a motorcycle guy, and he puts a chain on his fist and he punches through the window, and it just shows it like right into the camera. I'm like, that must have been a 3D thing, because that's what it's called, Friday the 13th 3D.
Yeah, they did that with Jaws also, didn't they? They made Jaws 3D.
The same year, 1982. Yeah. I'm pretty sure it was the same year.
Yeah,
it might have even been a double feature. So
really?
Rambo at the drive-in. Yeah, I remember 1982 was a big year for me going to the drive-in. My uncle worked at a drive-in, so we kind of got in for free. Then you'd sit in the back of like a hatchback or whatever with you go get your popcorn. That was like 30 cents, and watch shit from the back of your car with the speakers. Yep.
I went to drive-ins too when I was a kid, up until like the mid-90s, and then they kind of shut down.
Yeah.
I think the last movie I saw at a drive-in was Alien 3. So that was probably around like the mid-90s, right?
Probably. I don't remember the last one. I just remember the early 80s went all the time. Like every Friday, we would go to the drive-in. There is a drive-in near me still. I haven't been to it, but there is still
one in. You say you go there all the time. Lake George, there's a drive-in.
Yeah, there's one near there. It's not quite in Lake George.
I went there.
Malta, I think it's Malta. I want to say it's Malta. I don't know.
Yeah, but John says Poltergeist scared the ish out of me. Had to leave the theater. I was 13. I was scared the first time I watched it. I was scared.
The tree scared me. I remember the tree.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see. Baddog is old enough to have seen Debbie Does Dallas. Blue Collar said.
I was alive when it was born.
And Sean Hicks says A Quiet Place is great. That's another good, more recent day horror movie. That was great.
Yeah.
You saw that one?
No, I think if I'm not mistaken, who's in that? Like, I think I've seen.
That's with the guy from the what's the TV show? Or The Office. He's in it, and then you also have what's the female? She's famous. I can't remember her name off the top of my head, but the name just escaped me right now. But I like her. I can't remember. But the movie's really good. You should see it. Emily Blunt.
I did see that. Is that where you can't make a sound?
You can't make a sound. Yeah.
My wife was watching that the one time, and I remember watching. I caught it like kind of in the middle, like at the beginning. I might have missed like the first 20 minutes of it, but I watched it. It wasn't bad.
One of the most tense scenes I saw in the movie theater with my brother. One of the most tense scenes like ever is that bathtub scene. She's giving birth.
Yep.
And she can't make a sound.
Yep.
So that movie's really good. Elijah said, Baddog, you like part 6, Jason Lives, cult classic?
Of course, they're all the same. Part 6 is great. So Tommy's in 3 of them. He's in 4, 5, and 6, all of course played by different actors every time. And I remember the blonde hair girl in that. She was in the show V from back in the day. Anybody that grew up in the 80s probably remember V. That was a big deal in the early 80s when V came out to TV. The aliens, with again the terrible dated effects are so hilarious on these shows in the 80s. But yeah, of course, Friday the 13th part 6 is great. I mean, why wouldn't Jason come back? You know, he's dead, you buried him, but let's go in there and dig him up. And then as we're digging him up, let's stick like a shovel in there, and then out of nowhere lightning's going to strike it, and then Jason's going to come back and it's all good. Yep, that happens every day. But no, I love all the Friday the 13th, but except for part 9 sucks. I don't even have part 9 over there. Part 9 is so stupid. I don't even own it.
I don't remember. I don't.
Well, same, but yeah, I've seen them all.
I haven't seen all. I don't think I've seen all of them. I've seen probably 4 or 5 of them.
You're not missing anything. Trust me.
Yeah. Like you said, you've seen one, you've seen them all.
You were pretty much.
Well, the first one didn't even have Jason in it.
Correct.
The mother was the killer. Which was kind of a ripoff of Psycho in a way, right? So, but yeah, Kevin Bacon, I think that was his first movie, right?
It was his first movie. Yeah,
Jason. Yeah,
they all debut in horror movies. Johnny Depp's first movie was
Nightmare on Elm Street.
Nightmare on Elm Street. Yeah.
Giovanni, thank you. Says give Shane some I think Shane's been great the last two drafts in this free agency period have been great. Give Shane some praise. Every decision he has made was the right decision at the time. Can't predict the future. He's done a great job here. I'm never going to be overly critical of the Daniel Jones contract because I mean I've rationalized my reason as to why. I'm not going to kill him for that. I think you could kill him for his early drafting. I think that's very fair, obviously, but I think Shane has a plan, and let's see if it works out. I think he's a smart guy, but not everything that he's tried to do has worked out thus far. Let's hope that it does going forward.
Yep.
Now here's a good one, Baddog. Alien or Aliens? Which one do you like better? I think I like Aliens better.
A lot of people do, but I think I like the original better.
Yeah, I mean the original is more of a horror movie.
Yeah,
and the
second was sci-fi, right?
Yeah,
not that there's anything wrong with sci-fi movies, but
yeah. I rewatched Aliens. I forgot how great that movie was because I rewatched it before the new Alien came out. Before I saw it in theaters, like I don't know, 6 months, 8 months ago, whenever that came out, which was really good. Yeah. The Alien might be one of the best sci-fi movie ever made. Like when I rewatched Aliens, I was like, this movie still holds up. This movie's still incredible. That's a great movie, Aliens, and Alien, of course.
There was a freaking movie I wanted to see. I can't find it now. I don't remember. This is Shudder's 100 Scariest Horror Movies of All Time. This isn't what I'm thinking of. There was something. I mean, I can't tell you how many of these I've seen. Holy shit! Like, Obviously, I've seen Black Sabbath. I've seen Dracula. I've seen Salem's Lot. I've seen The Wolfman. I've seen The Strangers. I've seen Cat People, The Birds, Child's Play, American Werewolf in London. Zombies, one of my all-time favorites. Demons is one. That's another one my kid can't watch. Those are Italian. Dawn of the Dead. These are what the hell was the name of that? Bay of Blood. I remember Jacob's Ladder. Yeah, there's a lot of good horror movies back then. What the hell was this? I forgot what channel it was on. I wanted to watch it with my kid. I don't know if anybody in the chat's ever seen it. There was it's this book that like comes to life, and it's an English movie.
Never saw that one.
I don't know what the hell it's called. I can't think of the damn thing.
All right. So I see somebody said Terminator 2, greatest sci-fi movie ever made. That's certainly in the discussion. The special effects back in 1992 when that movie came out,
yes,
like they look like they could be from today.
Yeah,
that's an incredible movie. Matrix has to be in the discussion. Like Matrix was a revolutionary movie when it came out. People were blown away. That's got to be in the discussion for greatest sci-fi movie. It's dealer's choice, but I think Aliens is incredible. Farrow says, I love all our draft picks this year. I didn't think I would be able to get Carter and Dart. My favorite pick is Cam Skattebo. Do you think we go Bond or Ricky White III? I don't even want to venture to guess what they're. I mean, I don't know. It's dealer's choice once you get to round 7.
Bond did come in for a top 30 visit, so
yeah, I'm still that's been Shane's reputation. So I look at the top 30 visits. There's probably a very good chance that's going to be the pick. Thus far, every single pick the Giants have made has been a top 30 visit. And if you go back over previous drafts, not every pick he's made, but most picks he's made have been top 30 visits. So I'm leaning it'll probably be somebody on that list. But who knows, man? I just, I'm just always love watching the draft with you guys, hanging out with you guys. And, the first couple of days, it's more so you're excited for the players. The third day, you have fun, but it's more so hanging out with the chat, talking to you guys.
And trying to guess who we're going to get.
Yeah. But who knows, man? Who knows? I think it'll be one of those guys on the top 30 visit, though. Like we said, the linebackers, possibly the cornerback that we discussed. So we'll see. What's that first pick? It's at 217, Baddog?
Yeah, it's 219. I think 219.
Right. So in about 20 minutes, we'll start discussing who's left and who's available, but we still got a ways to go. He says, my favorite pick is Cam Skattebo. Yeah, I already read that. I love Cam Skattebo. A lot of Giants fans did. So I'm happy we ended up with him. I wouldn't have been thrilled if we didn't. Well, I still would have been thrilled, but I'm even happier that we got the lineman that I wanted with that pick, the next pick. So it makes the pick even better. Stormtrooper says, watch Leprechaun a lot as a kid. Hereditary is good. Hereditary is really good. That's obviously one of the better recent horror movies. And Leprechaun's just a cult classic. Like they've made like 4 or 5 of those, right? Bad Dog Leprechauns.
Yeah,
like Leprechaun from like outer space.
Jennifer Aniston. I think Jennifer Aniston's in the first Leprechaun.
Is she?
I think so. This is what it is. I can't find the list. This is what it is.
RoboCop best side. RoboCop's good. I mean, I haven't seen it in a long time, but I remember
my cousin used to love that.
Yeah. Let's see. The Human Centipede. I've never seen that. I've never had the pleasure of seeing that. I know what it's about. They made a bunch of those, didn't they? Like the Human Centipede.
I've never seen it, so
you know what it's about, though, right?
I forget what it's about.
Oh, you could figure it out.
Yeah.
Let's see. The best Marvel movie was Iron Man. It all went downhill from there. That is definitely one of the best Marvel movies. I still say, James, my favorite Marvel movie, and maybe this is a hot take. It probably is because most people side with you. And most people say the Avengers Endgame, and I get that. That was obviously a big buildup and everything, but I like Logan the best. Logan is my favorite Marvel movie, and maybe it's because it's not. It's more grounded, I guess. I thought it was like the type of movie where if it wasn't a Marvel movie, I would still love it. Like Logan, I think is my favorite Marvel movie. Let's see. Frailty is Deadpool's good. Yeah, I still haven't seen the new Deadpool. Blue Collar says, "Have you heard the link between Terminator and Matrix?" I probably have, Blue, but I don't remember it. So let me know. But yeah, I'm sure I probably have, but I don't remember it.
Why can't I find this, man?
Oh, maybe you're right, James. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it wasn't a Marvel movie. I thought it was, but maybe you're right on that. I can't keep up. I don't know, But all right, my favorite superhero movie. My favorite superhero movie is probably The Dark Knight.
I found it. Has anybody in that chat seen the Babadook? That's what it's called. That was the movie I wanted to see, and
a lot of people. I haven't seen it, but that was a popular horror movie that came out recently. I still haven't seen it.
2014 it came out, but it looked pretty freaking good, and I'm like, that looks like something I could definitely watch and see.
Yeah,
that was what it was called. It's good. I gotta check that out because I wanted to see that. When I saw that, I'm like, shit, I never heard of that movie before. So, that's pretty cool. The Babadook. I have to watch that. It looked pretty creepy. I like the creepy ones.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of people like that movie. I never saw it though.
Yeah, Babadook.
There's been some horror movies that came out recently that I thought somebody asked me earlier, what was a movie that you hated that a lot of people loved? And I mentioned Looper. I'll give you another one. What was the one with Ethan Hawke that came out, the horror movie about 2 or 3 years ago that got incredible reviews? It got like a 96%. He's got like the scary mask on. Black Phone. I thought
you're saying you hated that.
I thought it sucked. I would have given it a 20%. I thought it sucked. It got incredible reviews. Everyone's raving about it. I am convinced after watching the movie that people only liked it because of the creepy mask. The movie was awful. Maybe, and that's a hot take. Everyone seemed to like it. I thought it sucked.
Masks do seem to make a big difference. I mean, how iconic are the Michael Myers and Jason masks? Jason's mask is a Halloween mask. Yeah. Michael Myers' mask was a William Shatner mask that ended up being Michael Myers. But Chris, this is another one. I have not seen it, and it was another one I wanted to see because it looked really good. Was Get Out.
Get Out was great.
It was a good one.
Oh, Get Out was great. Anything that director made. Well, Get Out and Us. Us might be better than Get Out.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're both great. Yeah,
the first two. So it's Jordan Peele's the director.
Yeah, Jordan Peele. Now you're gonna want to skip the third Jordan Peele movie, in my opinion. It's called Nope, and my review to that movie is a big nope. I would skip that one, but the first two, Get Out and Us are great. Yeah.
Yep.
Picks in for the Texans. We're almost there. We got another 20 picks.
Yeah, they usually go fast at this point, though. Yeah. Nope was ass. Nope was bad. Nope was hot garbage.
A lot of people, it got pretty. The thing with Nope that is so. Oh, I don't want to ruin it for people that haven't seen it. But the thing that was so infuriating to me about Nope, the twist was awesome. Like, after I saw the movie, I'm like, oh my God, that twist was that was such a cool idea.
Right.
But the movie just didn't work.
The movie was ass.
It was like Jordan Peele came up with a great idea for a twist, and he had nothing. He had no build up to it. Like, the movie itself was really bad, but the twist I thought was a really cool idea. But the other two movies are great. Taco says, thoughts on Jim Carrey movies. I love Jim Carrey. He's one of my favorites.
I'm gonna write these down. I got no paper over here. Oh, here we go. So I want Get Out. I want one of these. Babadook.
Yeah, and watch Us too. That's the other Jordan Peele movie.
Okay. I have to watch Juror number 2 first, though.
Yeah.
It's not a horror movie, but I don't know. Again, I don't even remember why. I like court movies. Like that's one of my favorite, like, what are those things? Genres. I love court movies. They're just
yeah.
especially
When they're well done. When they're well done.
Yeah, I like court movies a lot. I mean,
Yeah.
they're all different. Like A Few Good Men is a court movie. My Cousin Vinny is a court movie, and they're very different.
Yeah.
So 12 Angry Jurors is a or 12 Angry Men, I'm sorry. That's a court movie.
Good court, very good.
Anatomy of a Murder is a court movie. To Kill a Mockingbird.
The Firm, we've talked about. You like The Firm.
The Firm is really good. To Kill a Mockingbird not all of it takes place in the court, but I always love the court movies. I think they're really good.
And Lou Boogie, I have seen The Collector. I actually really like that movie. I saw it with my friend Jared, who's a big horror fan. They made at least 2. I think I actually saw the sequel before the original, without knowing it was the sequel, because my friend just asked me, "You want to see the?" But I've seen both. It's actually good. I like The Collector. It's a good horror movie, good horror series. I don't know if they made a third one. If they did, I didn't see it, but I saw the first 2.
Oh God! Day 3 is always a long day.
Yes, it is.
It's a long day. It is a long day.
Any Given Sunday is good. Good. I think that's the appropriate word for it. It's good. Very good sports movie.
Rob said Babadook sucked. So I got like 5 that said it was good and 1 that said it sucked. And it sucked. It just looked interesting to me. Like it looks like something I haven't seen. So it might suck. I mean, it's definitely not averse to watching a movie going, oh shit, that sucked. That happens. What's the other one? I don't know. Babadook.
Okay, so that's the connection. Bukali says that the machines in Terminator are the first less advanced AI before the Matrix. All right, that's interesting. I did not know that. No, that I did not know, Blue Collar. Huh.
7.
Okay.
Sean mentioned 7. 7's a really good freaking movie.
Of course.
7's a really good movie.
Larry J says, has anyone seen the new trailer to the new Superman movie? Looks terrible. The suit is ass. I can't decide, Larry, and it's probably going to be ass. I'm going to be honest, because like every Superman movie, I've never been a big Superman fan. And I know like Superman's like super popular and he's one of the most popular superheroes. But all the more recent Superman movies have been letdowns for me. I can't decide from the trailer if it looks good or bad, because there's portions of the trailer I'm like, oh, that actually looks pretty good. And then there's other portions, Larry, that, yeah, I'm like, that doesn't look good. So it's probably going to be a letdown. I'll definitely see it, but it's probably going to be a letdown.
That's probably one of the few films I can think of that I like the sequel better than the original. I love Superman 2 when he fights those 3 villains that his father put in jail, and I love that. And the twist at the end of that even is great. The way he reverses everything in the chamber. I love it. And of course, Gene Hackman is great. Lex Luthor.
Yeah.
But yeah, the part 2, I think I like. I love part 1 and part 2. Like those are the best. Part 3, yeah, not really good. But I love Richard Pryor. I can watch almost anything Richard Pryor's in. He's my favorite comedian of all time. I loved Richard Pryor. I remember somebody mentioned a long time ago in the chat, The Toy. That was another one when I was a kid. I watched it all the time.
What?
The Toy.
The scene that I haven't seen that movie in a long time, but the scene that I always remember, I was dying of laughter as a kid. He's in like Spider-Man pajamas, right? Like that.
Yeah.
Richard Pryor, and doesn't he like do this to him? Like
Yeah.
I don't remember, but I remember dying of laughter as a kid with that movie. The Toy.
Yeah, that's definitely for like I said, it was like 7 years old when I saw it. It was freaking good. But Richard Pryor, one of the other ones I remember seeing See No Evil, Hear No Evil with Gene Wilder.
Yeah, of course.
And what a classic, terrible film. And I remember I must have been watching it down here, and my wife, she had never seen that, and she comes down And again, she just could not stop laughing at it. And I'm like, I have to buy. So I ended up buying the movie. So because at the time, I don't think there was anything there was like no streaming services. I don't think so. I mean, this was a while ago. So I'm like, I'll just end up buying the movie so you can watch it because it is one of my favorite movies. It's even though it's a terrible movie, but it's hilarious. Like it's so far fetched, but it don't.
Oh,
matter.
it's great.
It's a good one, man.
It's great.
Yep. Stir Crazy was Richard Pryor's a legend, man. His stand-up comedies are hilarious. It was great.
Creep Show. Yeah, Creep Show is
one of my top 10 horror movies ever. There's a lot of big named actors in that, man. Just,
Leslie Nielsen's in that, right?
Leslie Nielsen's a bad guy. You never see Leslie Nielsen a bad guy. Yeah, but he's in it with Ted Danson.
Yeah.
Tom Atkins is a really.
Speaking of Leslie Nielsen, did you see the trailer to the new
Yes. What the hell was I watching? What the hell was I watching?
They have Liam Neeson now playing the role.
So I had what the hell was I watching where I saw the trailer to that? I don't remember. But maybe it was for Juror number 2 or whatever they were showing. I couldn't stop laughing when they're paying homage to their dad.
Oh,
and then OJ. I died dying, man. I'm like, that was good. Yeah. That's good.
Yeah,
that was so good, man.
And then the black guy looks at OJ Simpson. He's like,
I was like,
no.
Yeah.
Kobe King just got picked, who the Giants may potentially take. He just got picked by the Vikings.
Yeah, that shit was that was funny. I'm like, that's well done. That's well done. Yeah, it's pretty.
I'm
funny.
looking forward to that one. I loved the Naked Gun when I was a kid. Loved it.
Yeah. Must kill the queen. Who else is in Creep Show? Well, Tom Atkins is in that, but unless you're a horror movie fan, that doesn't really matter. He was like in all movies that had to do with John Carpenter. Tom Atkins. He was in Escape from New York. He was in The Fog. He was in Halloween 3. He was in Creep Show. He's in another one of my favorite horror movies. And again, it's just a classic. Like it's almost like a 1950s sci-fi film, A Night of the Creeps. That's a really good horror movie. I used to love that when I was a kid. What the hell else is he in? He's in something else, but I always like Tom Atkins.
But Bill says Police Academy. The main star from Police Academy went to my high school. Steve
Bloomberg.
Yeah, he went to my high school. Yeah. He was he was a kind of a B actor, but that was what he was most famous for was Police Academy.
Hell, I'm trying to think of. Yeah, there's a lot. Stephen King is in Creep Show. He's in that.
Did it?
Yeah, he plays the guy that gets turned into a weed. Hal Holbrook is in it. Fritz Weaver's in it. Ed Harris is in it. So there is some bigger named actors in that movie. I remember the other guy's name, but
the Universe Galaxy says Michael Jordan fans are the worst sports fans of all time. Well, first off, I don't consider myself a Michael Jordan fan. I'm a Knick fan, and growing up in the 90s, I hated Michael Jordan because he always beat the Knicks. But if you're saying people that think that Michael Jordan is the greatest basketball player of all time are the worst sports fans, then I'm one of the worst sports fans because I think he's the greatest basketball player of all time.
Same.
And I know LeBron is great and all that, but it's Jordan 1 for me, LeBron 2.
Yeah, for me it's Jordan 1, and then it does maybe Kobe 2 for me.
You'd have Kobe above LeBron?
I might. I mean, I say this all the time. When I get this because I do Laker games. I get this all the time about the Jordan LeBron thing, and I say, really, the person you think is the greatest of all time, more likely than not, is the person that was the greatest at the sport when you were growing up. That is usually how you pick your favorite, like who you think is the best of all time. So I always say, my generation going to tell you Jordan. Almost everybody that grew up in my era is going to tell you Michael Jordan. The generation after me, they might tell you Kobe. The generation after Kobe going to tell you LeBron. But the generation before me might tell you Dr. J. They might tell you Magic Johnson.
This is my argument because this used to be a big topic. And then somebody said, get back to the movie talk. We'll get back to the movie talk. This is my biggest debate point when it comes to LeBron versus Kobe. For me, it's about dominance of an era. Michael Jordan for 15 years was the best player in the NBA, or however many years did he play, whatever.
Yeah.
Like maybe for the first 3 or 4 years, maybe he didn't, but he had a 10-year period where he was undeniably the best player in the NBA. Kobe Bryant, to me, never had that. Kobe Bryant was one of, and he had a 1, 2, maybe 3 years where he was undeniably the best player in the NBA. But you always had Shaq. You had Garnett. You there was a lot. Duncan. He definitely was the greatest for a period, but not extended period like Michael Jordan. LeBron James was an extended period like Michael Jordan. I think LeBron was undeniably the best player in the sport of basketball for a much longer period of time than Kobe Bryant was. So that's why I always have LeBron above Kobe.
It's a fair argument. Kobe was special, though, man.
Kobe was great. Kobe was great.
What the hell were we were talking about movies? How were we talking about? I don't remember. I think I left off a Creep Show, but my son, when he was a kid, like, I mean, he's a kid now, but like little, liked that movie. He's just like me. I watched this stuff when I was young. My mom, it was back in the day. That's what we did. We rented VHS tapes. And you got one of the corner, especially with my cousins. We'd always have sleepovers and stuff. And you'd go to the corner store and you'd rent 2 movies for $1.99. And you'd go to the corner store and you'd get your chocolate and your soda, your candy bars, whatever, popcorn. It was like $3 for all this shit. And you would go home and you'd watch like a double feature. That's the way it was. Times were simple back then. But yeah, it was good times. So, but that was what we were talking about.
Yeah. We sidetrack. We talk to the chat, but somebody says, "Who's better, Bird or Nowitzki?" Bird. And Dirk's great. I think Dirk is one of the most influential players in terms of,
without question,
NBA is the way it is today.
Big man shooting threes.
He was the first guy that really brought that European flavor to the NBA.
Yep.
Him and Steph Curry was very impactful in terms of the way that the NBA is played today. So if you want to look at it from that sense, I suppose you could argue that, but you got to go Bird. Bird's one of the greatest top 6, 7 players of all time. Might even be top 5. So
agreed. Yeah.
Bird's top 20, but he's not on that level.
Right. Raphael said best popcorn, or besides popcorn, favorite movie snack. That's a tough one.
Favorite movie snack. I'm gonna sound really old when I say this. I just like them. I like Goobers, man. I know that's that's like a go-to movie snack. Whenever you go to a movie theater, Goobers are there.
There's 2 things, dude. That was one of them. The other one, snow caps.
That's another go-to movie.
Those are like the 2 movie snacks. Absolutely, Goobers and snow caps, or non-Perels, whatever you call them.
Yeah.
Yes. I was gonna say snow caps. That's funny.
Now I get popcorn when I go to the movies, but if I have to pick a candy, Goobers. I associate Goobers with the movies. Same thing with snow caps, bonbons. I don't remember. You remember the frozen bonbons? I used to get those.
Peanut M&Ms. Someone said absolutely. Peanut M&Ms are a big one without question. But yeah, snow caps. And I love peanut M&Ms.
I love peanut M&Ms, Baddog, but peanut M&Ms to me, I don't really associate with the movies. Peanut M&Ms is just a snack that I could have whenever. Goobers is a strictly movie candy for me. Mark, man, thank you very much, man. I appreciate it, man. He says, Chris, this was my dream. I know, Mark, you love the defensive line, and which is like most Giant fans. You're, a lot of Giants fans are like you. So I know that you're pumped up, man. You're a big fan of getting Abdul Carter, which you told me you were. And we shored up the D line. We got an offensive lineman late in the draft. Like, I think most Giant fans are going to love this draft. Giant fans are going to love this draft.
Yeah. Unless you're looking for something to nitpick about, you should like this draft.
Raisinets is another great one, by the way. Another movie candy, in my opinion. I never did this. I know there's a lot of people. My first job was at a movie theater. A lot of the people, when I would talk to customers, would put the candy in the popcorn. I don't get that. But a lot of people did it. They would put like the Goobers or the Raisinets. They would put
snack mix. I mean, I can see it.
They would put the whole box and they'd mix it up. They'd mix it up.
I can see that because they have like popcorn where they have flavored popcorn now. So I can see that.
I think I like them separate, but a lot of people do that. They mix the candy and the popcorn together.
I like it separate too. I don't really like my food touching each other. So unless it's like rice, like I can put almost anything in rice, that doesn't bother me at all. But I usually don't like my foods to touch one another. Not like my kid, man. My kid sees
it depends on the food for me though, Baddog, because like Mexican food, I can just smash it all together.
Yeah, I hear you.
I but it depends on the type of food.
Yeah. Like I know some people mix like mashed potatoes and corn. I don't want corn in my mashed potatoes. I want my mashed potatoes to be mashed potatoes. I don't want to mix anything in there. Rice is different. Like I can put any kind of meat in rice. It don't matter. That's fine. But my kid, man, I swear, if anything touches it, it could be like Cheese Whiz or whatever, melted cheese, touching something on his, he's like, he has a fit. Or the cake pops at Starbucks. God forbid there's one of those little tiny hard things, like the little sugar pellets or whatever they are. He don't like those on there. He might have changed now, but for years, he did not want sprinkles on his donuts. And if there was one sprinkle on that donut because it touched another donut, he'd have to pick it off of there. So,
I actually sympathize. I don't like sprinkles on ice cream, which I know is weird. I could have it, but I would never order it. I don't like sprinkles on ice cream. It's late when you're talking about movie snacks. Yeah, I mean, you got 5 hours of filler talk.
Yeah, you've been live for 5 hours right now.
You got to talk about something.
Yeah.
Robert says, as an Arizona State student fan and also a Giants fan, Skattebo is going to bring back toughness to our running game. It's good to have Tracy be splashy, but that's exactly what we said, Robert.
Yeah, we love Skattebo.
It's a great compliment to what we already have in the backfield. So, I agree.
Yeah.
And Jed says, you hate your food touching each other, Baddog. How do you eat pizza? Do you separate the pepperoni from the cheese? That's different, though. I kind of associate that the same way. The toppings on top of the pizza.
Correct.
It's a little different.
Yeah, that's one food.
That's like hot dog, right? Like a hot dog, you put the mustard on the hot dog.
Right.
I know what Baddog's saying. He's saying like he doesn't want like his asparagus to get mixed with his mashed potatoes.
Right. I don't want corn touching my mashed potatoes. I don't want corn in my mashed potatoes. I don't want vegetables in my mashed potatoes.
Yeah.
I like vegetables. I don't want them in my mashed potatoes.
Yeah.
That type of thing. And by the way, Jed, at the very end of that, don't ever crust a pineapple. You wouldn't catch pineapple on my pizza ever. So I got to worry about crust and pineapple touching one another. That would never happen. No pineapples go on my pizza. And quite frankly, like I mentioned, I like pepperoni, but it gives me acid reflux, so I don't eat pepperoni. But I have a pizza up there with meatballs and green peppers. That's good.
And mustard or ketchup on your hot dog? Mustard.
Both.
I put both too a lot of the times, but if I'm gonna only have one, it would be mustard.
Well, I agree with you, mustard on that one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And sauerkraut always.
Everything on a hot dog, because hot dogs by themselves suck. So
yeah,
sauerkraut, mustard, ketchup, relish. Give me some meat sauce on here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When I was a kid, I used to eat it plain, but now I could never do that.
Yeah, me neither. No.
So who's left for the Giants? I don't even know. Kobe King is gone. He was a top 30 visit. We thought they could take. The other linebacker that I mentioned, I'm assuming
Bruner is his name or whatever. Justin Bruner, right? He's still there.
Yeah.
Again, at this point, I'm just wondering who the best.
Corey Black I don't think Black got drafted. Did he? Corey Black from Oklahoma State, the cornerback.
Let me check.
I think he's still available. Jalen Reed got taken to safety.
Corey Black is still there. I'm just looking at overall. So, RJ Mickens, Quinn Ewers hasn't been drafted yet.
I'm gonna guess they go Corey Black with this next pick. I've seen a lot of people have him mocked to the Giants in the 7th round.
I'm gonna go with Isaiah Bond if he's there.
Okay.
He was in for. We haven't taken a wide receiver in this draft either, so
I can see that. I can see it.
Maybe they do that. We got to be coming up soon, though. At this point, we're at 209, and this is 208, right? So we're 10 picks away. So I think what I'm going to do is I later tonight when this is over, I'm going to eat my pizza, but I think I'm going to make some popcorn. And I don't have goobers, but I do have chocolate covered peanuts up there.
You're going to watch one of those movies?
I'm going to watch. Yeah, I'm going to watch the movies. And I'm not a movie guy, but I think that's what I'm going to do tonight.
We had a movie conversation. You're in the mood.
Take a break. I'm going to take a break from freaking sports for once in my life, and I think I'm going to watch some movies.
There you go.
I'm going to finish. I'm going to watch Juror number 2, and then I'm going to watch. What the hell else did I write down here?
Well, you wrote the 2 Jordan Peele.
Get Out. I'm going to watch Get Out. And then probably us. Well, it depends on how late that is, because my kid will want to watch Babadook. I know that.
I think you're gonna like Get Out a lot.
It looked really good from what I saw, because again, I saw they've done this like 100 scary movie moments for years. The first time I saw it, I think it was 2004. I think it was on Bravo. I don't even know if Bravo is a TV channel anymore, but they put it on there, and I think this is when I saw the Italian horror movies for the first time. And I'm like, oh my God, I gotta see this. And Amazon back then, they didn't ship stuff, but you had like, was it Amazon?
I remember. No, it was Redbox. You had
No.
Netflix. Netflix used to ship
Netflix, but it wasn't that. No, I'm talking about like movie reviews. And I don't remember where I was reading about like Italian horror movies. And I wanted to see Zombie. I remember wanting to see Zombie, which is a Lucio Fulci movie. And it was just really gory. Like there was a couple really good kill scenes. I'm like, I want to watch it. And we had to go to, there's Blockbusters around here, but the Blockbuster closer to me didn't have it. I had to go like 20 miles out of the way to get it. And that's why I got it. I was like, this is awesome. I'm like, I got to buy this. And of course you couldn't find it anywhere. So that's when I found Netflix. Well, I couldn't buy it on Netflix. But what my wife said is, why don't you rent these movies from Netflix? I didn't know you could do that. So I got it was $9.99 a month. You got 3 at a time. You put some in your queue. You ship them back.
Yeah.
And when those 3 came back, they shipped you other movies. And that's how I saw all my Italian horror movies, was because of Netflix, because they didn't really carry those in this area. Like they didn't carry them at Blockbuster. The other movie, I'll say The Thing. Now, I would always see The Thing in the movie, in the froze.
I'm here. You're frozen, Baddog, but I hear you.
I froze. All right, hold on.
I hear you, but he'll come back. Chris, did you see the new trailer for Accountant 2? I did. And I saw the Accountant. I don't know if I'll go to the theaters to see the Accountant 2. I saw I think he's back. No, he's not. I saw the Accountant 1, which I really liked, with Ben Affleck. I don't know if I'll see the sequel though in theaters. He'll be back. Silly Parody, thank you for being a member. He says, Tana, time permitting, will you start doing deep analysis vids again? One of my favorite vids of yours is the argument for wide receivers in the later rounds. Yeah, I put in a lot of work to those videos back then. And yeah, I want to, time permitting, like you said, but yeah, I want to get back to doing videos more. Obviously, I haven't done them, but I started a new job. I'm trying to establish myself with the job, so I put most of my time into that, and so I do want to get back though to making more videos than I have. But I appreciate you for being a big part of the channel, even though I haven't been as active as I once was, and obviously we still do the Giants live streams, but yeah, I would like to get more active next off season for sure.
My internet just dropped for like a second.
Oh, is that what it was? I heard you, but you were
doing it again. I don't know what's going on right now. It's doing it again.
Yeah, I hear you again, but you're frozen again.
I'm gonna have to. I don't know what's going on. I have to get out of here. I don't know.
There you go. Now I hear you, but I can't. Well, are you there?
Browser's lost connection to my camera. I don't know what's going on. I have to reboot the computer.
Yeah, I hear you, Baddog, but I don't see you.
I don't know what's going on. It said my camera went off, so I'll try that again.
There you go. I see you now.
No, what's going on?
No green screen, but
I can see that. I don't know what the hell is going on. It's weird.
That's okay.
There we go.
You can leave the green screen that way if you want.
No, I might have to. I don't know what's going on. That's freaking very strange.
Tana and Baddog, am I crazy to say every year it seems like we will kill the draft, but then these guys don't develop? I mean, last year they developed. It was a strong draft.
Froze again. I'm gonna have to reboot this thing. I don't know what the hell is going on here.
All right, reboot it. I'll hang out with the chat for a bit.
We'll
We'll be back in like 10 minutes. Shane Bowen sucks. I passionately dislike his defensive philosophy, Mo Lester says. I think his defensive philosophy could work, but you have to be able to get pressure with the front four. And hopefully, you would think with the acquisitions that the Giants have made, they'll be able to do that much better. And you also have to be able to stop the run. So that's why they tried to beef up the defensive line, and we'll see. I personally like a defensive philosophy where you don't have to blitz, but you have to have a really good front four to be able to do it. You would think the Giants should have that this year, but I can't defend Shane Bowen. He was awful last year. But I don't like to have – I personally don't prefer a defense like Winks where you have to send 6, 7 guys every play to be able to generate pressure. I'd rather have 6 or 7 guys in coverage and be able to generate pressure with the 4 guys up front. The Eagles didn't blitz at all in that entire Super Bowl. They were getting constant pressure because they have a great defensive line. But both could be effective, of course. In today's NFL, you have to win on defense rushing floor. Well, especially with how quick the quarterbacks get the ball out of their hands now, it's very hard to constantly blitz without having a good front four and generate pressure. Depends on the quarterback you're going up against. If you're going up against a young quarterback, you could get away with it a lot more. But when you're going up against a guy like Josh Allen or Pat Mahomes, they're going to pick you apart. Let's see. Carter would have to sit behind the center if you have Dex, Tibbs, and Burns. Carter's going to play, and he's going to play all over. They took him 3rd overall. He's a tremendous talent. He's going to play. Mo says that's fair, but in the Eagles' case, they have a great defensive coach, Shane Bowen. Yeah, Mo, I agree. He may not be the right coach. He probably isn't, based off of what we saw year one. But I don't necessarily disagree with the strategy of not blitzing very often. I actually think I prefer that strategy. But you have to have a good front four to be able to do it, like the Giants had with, Strahan and Tuck and Osi. Brian says he told the Titans, I guess I don't belong here because they wouldn't let his videographer. Oh, you're talking about Shedeur Sanders? Yeah, I heard that too. I think somebody in the chat said that yesterday. Obviously not a good look for sure. I hope it works out though. I hope he does well in Cleveland if he gets I think he will get an opportunity at some point. MT says if the Giants aren't a top 5 defense, Bowen needs to be fired. I don't know if I'll go as far to say top 5, but they need to be. I think top 10 is fair to say. New York State of Mind says not too high on Bowen, but it is what it is. We will have to see. Yeah, that's all you can do as a fan. You got to hope it works out. He's getting another year. I understand why they brought him back, even though I didn't love his first year at all. Baddog, what's going on?
Let's hope that works. I don't know that's weird.
Mickey says if the Giants pick yet, no, but they're up in like 8 picks. So we're going to find out soon.
That's
happened to me before, too. It happens every now and again. After the Giants pick, I'm going to run up to the bathroom. So I'm glad you're back.
No. Yeah, shit. We've been even then because I think I've only got. Well, no, I think I lie. I think I went to the bathroom a couple times.
And I'm going to get my phone because Bobby makes it a tradition. He's told me he's going to call me at the end of our last pick. So I'll have my phone ready, too.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Cameron Williams goes to the Cardinals. I wouldn't mind another offensive lineman here, to be honest with you. I don't know if that's what they're going to do, but I wouldn't mind it.
Yep.
But I would never mind that. If they took 4 offensive linemen, I wouldn't mind it.
It's true. Why not? You could use them all, man.
Let's see. Coaches are only as good as the players. I think it's a combination of both, Big Joe. I think I agree with the thought process of coaches need talent to be successful. There's no doubt about that. But I think there's coaches that get a lot more out of their talent than others. Bill Belichick's a prime example. I mean, every year you would have players that weren't very successful at their previous destination. They come to New England and all of a sudden they thrive because he was able to find what they did best and amplify it. So I think it's a combination of both. I think you need talent to be a good coach, but good coaching gets more out of the talent they're provided with.
Mm-hmm. What the hell that is? Reading stuff. I forgot what the hell we were talking about. It was obviously movies. I mean, that I know we're on a movie kick for sure.
Oh, we'll get back to the movie talk. We could talk movies for days.
Yeah.
I got a list of movies you need to see. But that's good that you're going to see those two movies. You'll like them. You should watch every Quentin Tarantino movie. That should be on your list.
Yeah.
Pulp Fiction, Inglourious Bastards, Django Unchained. That should be on your list. Panthers select Jimmy Horn at 208. That's old because we're on 212 now. The Ravens. Now the picks come flying in.
Yeah, definitely.
Reservoir Dogs, yeah.
Came Skattebo just that was an hour ago.
Toasty, do the Knicks have any shot to beat Boston? You want me to be honest? No. I mean, I want to say yes, but I don't feel like there's a real shot for them to beat Boston.
I can't tell what the hell the jersey Skattebo was wearing on this. I know it's 95. It actually looks like an upside down 26, which is kind of funny because it's reversed. It's in the mirror, so.
Feeling more optimistic for the future, just not this upcoming season. I think that's a good way to look at it. I mean, I'm not optimistic that they're going to be good this season, but I'm optimistic that they won't be embarrassing. I think they'll be competitive, but they may be competitive and only win 6 or 7 games because of how challenging the schedule is. But I think that I'm hoping at least, because I've thought this before, but I think that they're going down the right path. Mark said, "What is your thoughts on Dart?" My thoughts on Dart is we're going to find out what Brian Daboll is. That's my thoughts on Dart. I think he's talented enough. If Daboll is as advertised, he could be a good quarterback in the NFL. That's what I think. Like, he's this quarterback guru. I think Sean McVay can make Jaxson Dart a really good quarterback in the NFL. So if Brian Daboll is a quarterback guru, he's this offensive mastermind, I think Jaxson Dart could be successful for the New York Giants. That's what I think.
Jaxson Dart's going to be just fine.
Darvish
as long as we don't.
Oh, go ahead.
So as long as you don't mess it up.
Yeah. Darvish is my favorite Tarantino. Like I said, man, I've never seen the full movie. I've only seen the part that Tarantino directed. He didn't direct that entire movie. He just directed that one scene. But I do like the one scene where he chops the fingers off.
Yep. That's good.
Rutgers just picked a corner.
Yeah, I'm gonna say the Giants take Isaiah Bond here. That's my pick.
If you're gonna talk about Kurt Russell, you have to talk about Tombstone. I mean, yeah, Tombstone's awesome. Val Kilmer, of course.
Somebody actually sent me that. I don't know who it was. Didn't have like a return. Like, I didn't know who it was. Somebody actually sent me Tombstone.
Tombstone's good.
My PO box, and I never watched it. I know what it was.
It's one of the better westerns. It's good. It's got Kurt Russell, Val Kilmer, Bill Paxton.
So it's they were worried. Blue Collar said I was worried Jason got you. You got my internet or something. I don't know what the hell happened there. It was my internet. like cut out my computer, which is weird because it's actually connected to the box. My Wi-Fi never went out. My Wi-Fi on my phone was fine. That was weird. I don't know what's going on there.
New York State of Mind says, what have you guys seen in Dart's game that causes some concern and he needs to work on?
Well, I mean, I don't know. I haven't watched a ton of Jaxson Dart, to be honest.
I've watched him a couple of times. I
know
watched.
sometimes he's not at best at, this is why people are saying he's Daniel Jones 2.0. I know he's not the best at anticipating throws, and he likes for receivers to come open. Like if you watch his highlights, a lot of those throws are to wide open guys. So he might have a tendency to hold on to it a little bit too long, wait for the guys to get wide open. I mean, I don't know much about footwork and like I can't sit here and speak to about his footwork and his release and all this shit. I don't know what the hell I'm looking at when it comes to that. But he has a tendency, if you watch the thing with John Gruden, to knock it out of bounds. He can get hurt very easily doing that type of stuff. He doesn't have the strongest arm you've ever seen either. His arm isn't like he doesn't have a plus arm.
It's good though. It's good,
but it's not like
it's not Josh Allen.
Yeah. He's got athleticism. He's not the most overly athletic guy. He's got things to work on.
I think the primary concern for me, and I don't even know if it's a concern, it's more so of an unknown. The primary concern for me is the Lane Kiffin offense isn't necessarily
first read, right?
Necessarily something that produces good NFL quarterbacks. It's or in terms of preparing you well for the NFL. And that's been what a lot of people have said that they worry about. It's a one-read offense. So I would say that's a concern. Not necessarily a negative, but a concern. How will he adapt when he's not in that type of offense?
Yeah. Agreed.
Let's see.
I think I know a lot of people did that because they went to the same school, but I never liked Matt Corral. I think Jaxson Dart's better, honestly. I was never a Corral guy. Then again, I'm not the biggest Jaxson Dart guy. I wasn't pounding the table for the Giants to get Jaxson Dart, but I do think Dart's better than Matt Corral is.
Yes. But naturally, they went to the same school. They played in the same scheme.
Yep.
But I see enough talent there where if Daboll's as advertised, I think we have enough of a support system, and I think the support system is only going to be better next year. Because, like I said, I think they'll be even more aggressive on the offensive end next year. And he's got a year to learn under Russell Wilson. I think he could be successful, which is the most important thing. At the end of the day, I don't need Pat Mahomes. I need a quarterback that can win me football games. It would be nice to have Pat Mahomes, of course. But do I think if Daboll's as advertised that Jaxson Dart can win football games for the Giants? Yeah, I do. So we're going to find out how good Daboll is in terms of being a quarterback guru.
Yep. Agreed. Yeah, Daboll handpicked this guy.
Yeah.
So you better get this shit. Better get it together.
Let's see. Larry J says an Ole Miss fan who watched every game they both played in Dart was way better than Matt Corral. Yeah, he's definitely a better prospect.
I think he's better than Corrales.
Yeah.
So.
Should Marek extend Joe and Brian? No, not yet. I mean, I wouldn't be upset if he did, but no, not yet. I think you still let the year play out and see what happens because we say that now and it makes sense to bring them back, especially after drafting Jaxson Dart. But what if the team goes like 1-15, 1-16, and then you have the pick, and at that point, to hell with it. Get your new GM and head coach in here and draft your quarterback. So I think you still let the year play out, but I think you go into the year. At least me, if I was Mara, I would go into the year with the mindset of outside of something catastrophic like that, as long as I get to see a little bit of Dart and he shows some promise and there's reasons for hope for that this team is building. They're starting to generate a good pass rush. The offensive line's starting to improve. They start to look somewhat competitive from within the division. At that point, I think you give them the extension and you go from there. I don't go into this year saying they have to make the playoffs now. Win 5 or 6 games, look competitive, show some promise with your young quarterback. And, yeah, I'm rolling with you. I'm going to see where this goes.
Yep. Somebody called him Dart Vader.
Dart Vader. Pretty good.
Dart Vader. Very nice. I got myself up here. I forget what the hell it was, but yeah. We're close, Chris. Oh, somebody mentioned Isaiah Bond of him and a sexual assault charge or whatever. I wouldn't worry about that here. He's a 7th-round pick.
Who was it? Oh, Bond?
Yeah, Bonds. Yeah, some woman claiming sexual assault and.
Oh, somebody said that like yesterday, I think, too.
Yeah. But we're up in what, 4 picks?
Yeah, we're gonna be here before you know it. RJ Mickens out of Clemson, the pick. Let's see if Joe Shane breaks the trend and he goes with a non-top 30. I mean, he's running out of players that he brought in for top 30 visits.
Right. Best remaining players, yours, Damian Martinez. We don't need him. Isaiah Bond is 4th.
The picks in for the Raiders.
Kobe Bryant's still there.
They
want to double up. They could go get Joe Huber. He's a guard from Wisconsin.
I wouldn't be against that. Get another lineman.
Yep.
Jacob says, Tanny Baddog, would a season like last year be enough to fire him? We finished with the 3rd pick.
I think it depends on how they lose their games.
Exactly.
They finished the way Carolina did, where they were they were very competitive.
Perfect example. Yeah.
The Eagles and Chiefs, like they were not that we play the Eagles and Chiefs, or do we play the Eagles? Obviously, we play the Chiefs? We play the AFC West, right?
Yeah. We play the AFC West.
So if we compete with those teams, but we lose, like if they're losing games in overtime to the best teams in the league, then I think they keep their job. But if we're getting blown out, we show no fight, and they look like they quit again, like they did last year, then yeah, that would be enough to fire them.
I think it all boils down to the quarterback too. Like if we're only going to win like 3 or 4 games, but Jaxson Dart comes in for 3 games and he looks competent, I would be on favor with bringing them back at that point. So there's too many variables that go into play here. I think for them to fire both of them, the team's going to have to completely bomb. And Jaxson Dart's. Here's how I think they get fired. The team starts off so bad, like they start off like 0-6 or 1-7, and they have to put Dart in before they want to. Because at that point, there's too much pressure. What's the point in keeping Russell Wilson and start to develop the rookie quarterback? And then Jaxson Dart comes in, because at that point, you can't take him back out. Once you flip that switch, right, you're not taking him back out. And Jaxson Dart comes in and plays 8 or 9 games and looks bad. I think they get fired.
Yeah, agreed.
But I don't think that's the plan. And the only way I see that taking place is if the team starts off that poorly. If Jaxson Dart doesn't see the field until the last 3 or 4 weeks, I think they're coming back. I think that's how they'd be fired. They'd have to get off to such a bad start that they'd have to put Dart in before they want to, and Dart would have to show no promise. And then I think they'd get fired.
Yep.
Denver's on the clock.
And then Atlanta, and then, I don't know, Denver, Dallas, Atlanta, and us.
Monuk, yeah. But Monuk, what I'll say to that, and I agree, that is probably why they have crab legs in between them. If the team's like 0-7, which I don't think they will be. I just think this defense is too good where they're going to find a way to win a few games that you may not expect. But if this team is like 0-7, I don't think they are going to be able to put Jameis Winston in. At that point, fans are going to be like, why are you putting in Jameis Winston? You're 0-7. You drafted this guy. You traded up for a first-round quarterback. Yeah. So I agree. In theory, that's probably why they do have crab legs. Like if Russell Wilson gets hurt, you could put in crab legs.
I'm looking at the teams we play. We're beating Dallas once. I think we're finishing ahead of Dallas. I've been saying that anyway, even before the draft. I said I think we finish ahead of them. I really do. I think we can beat Washington once. I don't think they're that much better than us. They beat us with 7 field goals last year. Malik Neighbors dropped a 4th down pass that was right in his hand, and we could have won that game. So I think we can beat them once. Green Bay, I think there's a possibility to beat Green Bay.
I think we could beat them. I'm not picking us, but we certainly
Philadelphia, could. No, I'm not. We're not going to beat Philadelphia either game. Kansas City, no.
No.
The Vikings,
we could beat them.
I don't know why we couldn't.
We don't know what McCarthy is yet.
Right. It depends on where you play them, but obviously. The Bears, I think we're on par with them. I don't see why we couldn't beat them. I certainly don't see why we can't beat the Saints.
We could beat the
Saints. Don't see why we can't beat the Patriots.
We could beat the Patriots.
And the Raiders. Like, there's I think there's at least 7 wins in this schedule. Yeah, I know the Eagles twice is tough. Washington twice is tough. The Lions are tough. The Chiefs are tough. I get it. The Broncos, we play them in Denver, so that's obviously really difficult. The 49ers, I mean, I wouldn't pick us to win that, but I don't know that they're the team they were a few years ago. Obviously, injuries ravage them a lot. It depends on when we get them. Is McCaffrey playing or is he not? They don't have Deebo Samuel anymore. Washington has him now, though, so we get him twice a year. The Chargers.
I don't think we're beating the Chargers, but I'm also higher on the Chargers than a lot of people.
Yeah.
But I think 6 or 7 wins is reason. I think 6 wins is very reasonable to expect the Giants to do. And if they win 6 games, they're not firing them.
Right.
Raiders pick is in. Denver on the clock at pick 16. And then we've got Dallas, Atlanta, and then the Giants.
Yep. Seems like these are taking a long time here. Maybe it's because I'm anxious to go up and watch these movies now.
No, NYC says I'd rather win 3 than 6. I obviously get that strategy, but there's that there's no way the Giants are going to try to do that. Their jobs are on the line. They know they can't win 3, so there's not going to be any tanking involved next year. They're going to try to win. A content creator, Kurt.
I was going to say, so whoever this guy is, I mean, shit, we're content creators. What the hell? But then again, I don't think I'd want to do that.
No, I wouldn't want to do that. It's just that's pretty cool. You got an opportunity to make the pick.
Yep. I mean, honestly, if they're going to put content creators in this shit, then Tom Grossi should be announcing a Packers pick, don't you think?
I've seen the NFL do stuff with Tom Grossi, right? I think he's been involved in some things I've seen on.
He has, but I don't know if he's ever done this.
No, I don't think he's done this.
So they're in Green Bay, so why not?
So a punter just got picked. Imagine being a content creator. You go down to the draft. You're all excited.
That's why they gave it that.
You're all excited to make a pick, and you announce that your team drafted a punter.
That's why they do it.
Oh man! So Jeremy Crawshaw, punter from Florida, just gets drafted by the Broncos.
Huge pick up there for Denver.
Oh, Tom Grossi is announcing a pick. Somebody just said in the chat.
Oh, he is. I was just going around 7, so.
Oh, that's cool.
There's no whoops round. Oh, I am in round 6. Round 6 is ended, right?
Yeah,
we're
into round 7.
Round 6 just ended.
Well, we're on the clock in 3 picks, so. And we don't have.
Yeah, that was the end of round 6. That was the very last pick in round 6. So when did the Packers pick?
They said at 237.
237.
So Cutis
That's pretty awesome.
Yeah, that is awesome. Cutis says, "Do you all see Tibbs remaining with the Giants? Depends how he plays, but I don't think it's a foregone conclusion he won't be part of the Giants long term. If he plays well, I think they keep him."
Yeah, I didn't know that he was doing a pick. I saw he posted something that just says we're here. I thought he just meant he was at the draft. I didn't know that he was announcing a pick. Tom Gross is way better than that guy that was just on there. Yeah, you can tell you that.
Well, yeah, Tom Grossi's awesome.
Yep.
Pick is in for the boys. Then you got Atlanta, and then you got us.
Yep.
Thoughts on drafting a center? I don't think they're going to do it. I've seen a lot of Giants fans bring that up as a possibility. I'm not saying I'm necessarily against it, but because you could always, this late in the draft, you're not going to more than likely get an impact center anyway.
Right.
But I guess you could tinker with the idea of shifting JMS to the guard if, you want to try that, but I don't see that happening. Not this year. Next year, if JMS doesn't improve, that's certainly on the table.
Yeah.
JMS better have a big year this year, I think.
Agreed.
Because he's coming up on the point where you're going to consider extending him. If he's only got one more year after, because he was a 2nd round pick. So
let's see what kickers are available here. So James Burnip was the only punter on the board, and yet Denver picked a punter. Ryan Fitzgerald, Florida State. These are kickers already. Oh, and Ben Sauls from Pittsburgh.
who are we taking here? Cowboys on the clock at 2:17.
I'm still going Isaiah Bond.
To the Giants?
Yeah.
Let me look at the
he's the best receiver available. Restrepo's still there, but he's, like you said, his combine was terrible. It says he doesn't have elite top end speed on tape, but he still plays fast as 40 times suggests. Cam Ward made him look good.
Best available. Let's take a look.
Quinn Ewers.
We're not taking Damian Martinez. We already took a running back.
Cowboys already selected.
It might be a guy this late in the draft. It may be a guy that's not even on this list, but
right.
Let's see.
Jay Toya went to Dallas. The Falcons are on the clock, and then us.
We'll see soon.
Maybe the Falcons should take Quinn Ewers.
Who was the late pick that we all got pumped up for a couple of years ago who didn't amount?
Pool?
No, that the Giants took. He was a linebacker.
Oh.
He didn't. I don't think he's on the team anymore. We cut him. But we were excited about
Darian Beavers.
Darian Beavers. Yeah, he got hurt his rookie year.
Yep.
Let's see.
Joe B said Fitzgerald from Florida State is awesome. Didn't miss a field goal or a PAT all year. Why not? Gano's getting old. Gano's getting hurt. Yep, there is. He connected on all 13 of his field goal attempts in 2024. He also hit 5 field goal attempts from 50 yards or longer and had a career-high 59-yard field goal last year.
I think we're going to take a linebacker with one of these two picks. I don't know which one.
Carson Bruner, you said, was a top 30 visit, so.
Notable 7th-round picks. Marcus Colston went to Hofstra by me. Julian Edelman, Brock Purdy. There's not that many, though.
No.
But granted, it's
how about Ahmad Bradshaw? Why ain't he on that list?
He should be on that list.
Yeah, he was a 7th-round pick. Some more Giants hate. Falcons took Jack Nelson, so we're on the clock.
Here we go. And Jason says, give me Tez Johnson, wide receiver from Oregon. There we go. Let's see if he's the pick. Let's see if Jason. Did Jason call it, Baddog? Let's find out. Not nearly as many. I mean, it's day 3, but I feel like last year, if I recall, Detroit, even on day 3, it was like you couldn't, it was packed.
No, who do we take? We took.
Pick is in for the Giants.
No one's even there to announce the Giants pick.
We took another defensive tackle. Is that us? Jay Toya?
No, that was the Cowboys.
Oh,
That's the Cowboys. We took Thomas Spadone II.
He's a tight end.
Tight end, Nebraska.
All right, we go with a tight end. Let's take a look at him.
There you go. Says he's a crisp route runner for his size. He finds pockets and zone looks, and he can make the first defender miss after catching the ball. Fudome's arm length is outstanding, and he has big hands. He can extend and pluck passes out of the air. Fudome needs to get stronger and fill out his frame. But he can wall off defenders in space and develop into an effective blocker over time. That's what we got. That's what we got.
All right. He was projected, at least on NFL.com by Lance Zierlein, he was projected as a 5th-round pick. Tight end. I'm fine with it. In the 7th round, Baddog, I really don't, it's
I don't care.
Chances of any of these guys becoming something spectacular. You're looking more for depth here, filling out your roster. But we go with a tight end.
Agreed.
Thomas Brown. I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick, and then we'll pull up some highlights of him just to get a quick look out of Nebraska. 6'5", 243. All right. We'll give him a look. Don't know.
We'll see what he does.
I'll be back.
Lucas says his pro comp is Daniel Bellinger. Well, we liked Belly. He just can't stay healthy. And, it is what it is. I don't know much about him at all, but I don't know much about any of these guys in the 7th round. I don't know who does, but I think Joe Shane's crushed the draft without question. Without question. First time we get a B or a C player. Well, if we're going to get B's or C's, Tall War, this is a good time to do it in the 7th round. So is Daniel Bellinger Coley Bellinger's brother? I did not know that. Didn't know that. Yeah. Well, it says he can develop it. It doesn't say he's a good blocker. It actually says that he's an inconsistent blocker. And oh no, I'm sorry, that's the wrong guy. It says he can wall off defenders in space and develop into an effective blocker over time. But he needs to get bigger and stronger. He's 243 small for a tight end. So, but I feel like the Giants are. I think Joe Shane had a great draft, without question. The first 5 rounds, he was awesome. So, the first 5 rounds, he was very good. Patriots defense only had 28 sacks last year. It's pretty crazy. Kicker at the last pick. Well, who knows, Taco? Last pick, who knows? Who knows what the hell you're getting there? Who knows? I hear the footsteps. I hear the footsteps. I hear the footsteps.
All right.
The footsteps are coming in.
What do we got? Another 30 picks, Baddog?
Yeah. Yes.
Oh.
About another 30 picks.
30 picks. All right, so let's take a look at this kid real quick. Let's see. What's his name again?
Buffalo for a 6,
right? Fanone. You hear me, Baddog?
Yeah.
Was that his name? Fanone.
Yes, Thomas Fedone. Yep.
I'll pull him up real quick. Under the radar prospects, Thomas Fedone. I heard you said that the pro comp was, or somebody in the chat said it was.
Yeah, Lucas said
first pass of the 3rd quarter. More protection. On target to his tight end, Thomas Fedone.
Fedone. We like it. Sounds Italian.
Raiola.
Yeah. Hey, Fedone.
Lofts it up and caught. Beautiful feathered pass. A lot of pressure. 2nd down and 10 at the 47 underneath. And it's caught by Fedone, his tight end. And he's just running over people. Ground and pound there after he makes the catch.
That's because Johnson.
First down at the 33. Raiola underneath. And
Raiola's going to be.
And they'll get
he's going to be good, man.
He's the guy that looks like Pat Mahomes.
Yes.
Raiola underneath, and it's caught by his tight end, Fedone, and he'll dive forward.
He's now 18 of 27 for 229. Under pressure, lets it fly, wide open, Fedone, just can't.
You know who's gonna like this pick is Justin Penick because he's a big Nebraska fan. I know that.
Yeah.
And Raiola drops one in over the linebackers. An interesting battle going on between Nyland Green and these two receivers in Nebraska.
He looks like he runs pretty good routes for a tight end. I'll say that much.
Yeah.
He looks like he's going to be like a
much better play caller in your team.
more of a pass catching tight end.
We'll talk more about him later.
Tommy Fedoni. That's right. Tommy Fedoni.
There it is, the tight end, Fedoni. Saturday night, NBC and Peacock. Raiola, play action, stands in, floats one. Thomas Fedoni absorbs a hit.
3rd down and 8 at the 3-yard line. Raiola steps into his throw and caught for first down.
They're going to say officially the 30 here, 2nd down and 9. Heinrich Harburg in his second start, under pressure, throws it, Thomas Fedoni. Fedoni racing for the end zone.
Harburg to pass, he's got his man, touchdown. It's Fedoni for the 2nd straight week.
And empty. Out of the shotgun for Harburg. Nice. Right in the seam, right to 24, as you described. Fedoni, the 2nd.
And now the voodoo on defense here for Illinois. Harburg back to pass. Illinois bringing pressure, wide open catch made. Fedoni.
All right, so we got Fedoni.
Fedoni. Did we show Darius Alexander's highlights at all?
I don't think we did. We'll get to him. Let's take a look at him. But yeah, Fedoni, man. What do you think?
I don't really know. I think he's a 7th round pick, man.
Looks like a 7th round tight end.
And if he can get on the team, it'll be a good pick.
Yeah. Rich says, and he did. Joe, it's funny you say that. He's the most squarehead in the NFL draft. I was thinking the same thing while I was looking at his profile picture when I was watching when they were pulling that up. Rich says, did we trade out of the 6th or we never had one? We never had one. We had 2 7ths and a 5th, a 4th, and 2 3rds originally with a 2nd and a 1st. And obviously we traded the 99th pick and the 2nd pick to trade up.
So he's had 2 torn ACLs, they said.
Fedoni?
Yes. I'm having a Joe B's comment there.
When the moon hits your eye like a big pizza pie, it's Fedoni. Yeah, depth. Taco, that's what you're drafting here in the 7th round, if we're being honest. Once in a while, you get a diamond in the rough, but it's rare. But what did we? Oh, you wanted to pull up the highlights of
Darius Alexander. Yeah, I don't think I looked at those.
Yeah, let's take a look. I was actually watching clips of him this morning. He's fun to watch.
Put him next to Dex.
Yeah, he kind of not that I'm comparing him to Dex because he's not near the same size, but in terms of he looks like he could generate a good pass rush up the middle, similar to Dex. So I'm excited for this pick. Here's some highlights of him.
ESPN said Fedoni was the #1 tight end in high school prospect ahead of Bowers till his injuries.
Ate him up. Harry's playing off the edge here.
Yeah. He's a big boy.
He's 303.
Swallowing the quarterback up. No sound in this one.
No, yeah, it's just like
he plays for Toledo. That's why nobody announces Toledo games.
Yeah, you're not going to see Toledo on like ESPN.
Right.
Let me see if I get a better one. This one's long, but maybe there'll be some good clips in there. We need that. Missed the tackle, but that was a good move.
Same there.
Yeah.
But he's getting penetration.
Yeah.
Jumping out of coverage and picking it off. Let the big man go.
Wow.
Those are my favorites when the big guys get the ball. It's weird showing it from this angle. Normally, the defender's back, like the person to highlight is the back.
Like this. Yeah.
Yeah.
He just brought him down with one hand on that play.
Boom.
Giants defensive line is going to be insane.
Yeah, our line is going to be crazy, dude.
All right, we got a little dose of him, and we'll wrap this up in maybe in 20 minutes. Of course, we're going to show Abdul Carter, who we haven't shown yet.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, you could watch for days.
That's true.
You could watch for days. Let's see. Jason says, I have a feeling Scott will be a fan favorite. I think he already is.
Yeah.
I think he already is. The Giants need to draft Isaiah Bond. A lot of people have been saying that. I don't think they're going to, based off of the thing that
Skip Bayless is so sickened and saddened of what the league just did to Shedeur. Then stop watching it. No, he was on the edge of his seat since the second overall pick. You waited on the edge of your seat for a long time, Skip.
He must be in great shape then, to be on your edge of your seat.
He said he should have went first overall. I wish he did. That means he would have had Cam Warren.
It seems like the mainstream media is going to make a big story out of this.
Yep. Oh, of course.
I saw Stephen A. Smith tweet about it. Now Skip Bayless.
Of course.
What's his name? The guy you respond and I responded to. I didn't respond to what he said about Shedeur, but I responded to what he said about the Giants not having a plan at quarterback. Robert Griffin.
Someone that follows me. He must claim racism in this, and she just said racism. You can't use a race card when Cam Ward and Jalen Milroe have been drafted. Well, Cam Ward went number 1 overall. I don't understand.
Who said this?
He must be saying it's 15 minutes. I don't want to watch Skip Bayless. I'm just reading one of the comments.
Oh.
And somebody put racism with question marks, said you can't use the race card when Cam Ward and Jalen Milroe have been drafted. So this must have been yesterday. No, this is this morning. But still, I don't understand that because Cam Ward is number 1 overall pick. I don't know.
He's not a Giant, so it is what it is.
Actually.
Rutgers got another player drafted.
Somebody said they robbed him of his moment and are sending a message to Dion and future college recruits. Go play for Prime. You won't see a dime. Only Hunter has been chosen. Nobody else from Colorado will be drafted. It's collusion from college coaches and administrators. Maybe Colorado just doesn't have a bunch of NFL players on it. You said only Hunter. Isn't Hunter a Colorado player? I don't understand. He went second overall. Maybe it has to do with the talent, not the school you go to.
And Mav says LT isn't giving up 56. Maybe Sims will give up 11. I hope not. I don't want to see our greats give up their numbers. They earn that.
Yep, exactly.
Like the last year, I got it to a certain extent because, like, that's like pre-Super Bowl era. That's like, you know. But Phil Simms, Eli Manning, Michael Strahan, Lawrence Taylor, I don't want those numbers touched. Here's a pick. Steelers.
Someone said about your worst pocket presence in the draft, subpar arm strength. I feel bad for the kid that the media hyped him up and made it seem like he was something he wasn't.
Jason says, who's the best off-ball linebackers and wide receivers? Let's pull up a list. Let's see. I'm sharing the wrong one. Hold on. do.
Yeah, I got that shit stuck in my head too.
that music from that thing, yeah. What do you see? We'll look at wide receiver first. Bond, who's everybody been saying. Out of Texas, Tez Johnson, Restrepo, who people said who had an underwhelming combine.
I'll be right back. You're gonna go get rid of these cans of soda.
Yeah,
but
right had a very productive career while at Miami. Nick Nash. I mean, he's tall if you're looking for height. Felton, 6'5", 213. I think I've seen Nick Nash. I don't remember why I watched, but I think I remember watching San Jose State, and they highlighted him. Another tall receiver, 6'3", 203. Another tall receiver out of Nebraska, 6'4". So those are some of the receivers that are left. You mentioned linebackers. We brought in, let me see if I could find it. Hold on, let me see if he's on the list. Carson Bruner. I don't know if he's where he's ranked on. If he's, let me see if he's on here. We brought him in for a top 30 visit. I don't know if he's still available though. He may have been drafted. According to their list, who knows where we're gonna go here, man? It's like you're scraping at the end of the barrel here. Here's some of the list of the best available linebackers, edge rushers, wide receivers. I don't think we can go quarterback here. We already went tight end. I mean, lineman, you could look at that. I think
Steelers just picked them. Somebody said whoever you were just talking about.
Oh, really? Okay. Yeah, I'm not looking at the chat right now, so
gotcha.
Yeah. Let's see. Tackle. I mean, you're scraping at the end of the barrel. Your guess is as good as mine at this point.
Right.
I mean,
Dart.
yeah.
Eating pizza.
Somebody said I thought Restrepo was a 4th or 5th round. Restrepo had a really good collegiate career. He had a big year with Cam Ward this year, but he had somebody said it earlier. He run like a 4.8 at the combine, and that destroyed his draft stock. Is that real? A 4.8 for a wide receiver? I gotta confirm that. That's
pretty great. It did say he ran a 4.8, but it said he plays faster than that. So.
I mean, there's some offensive linemen that are faster than that. Exactly.
I said tackle run faster than that. So,
yeah, I'm looking at it now. He ran a 4.8 340 at his pro day. That pro day too, when they usually juice up the numbers a little bit.
QDA's got a good. He says honestly, they should give Carter 92 for Strahan waving that Eagles flag. I agree. Restrepo should get 90, or Restrepo. Carter should get 92. I agree. Strahan waved an Eagles flag. He's not a Giant anymore. Don't agree.
Let's see. Please give me Kobe. Arcstick wants Kobe. Probably because of the name. They should have had Baddog. They should have had the draft. Actually, I know it's in the parking lot. They should have had it on the field.
They should have. Lambeau, absolutely.
That would have been so cool. And I guess you could fit more people in the parking lot, but that would have been so cool to have it on the field.
Well, you can put people in the stands.
Yeah. Yeah. And on the field itself.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Gold Barrel said he ran even though he said he pulled a hamstring, or even though he pulled his hamstring.
Oh, so maybe that's why he had James wants the son of a Giants legend, Howard Cross III. Randy says, I also love Justin Tuck. Don't remember his number. Well, it's not retired, Randy. 91. I don't know if anybody on the team currently has it, but it's not retired.
We're at 230. We pick a 246.
Oh, I thought it was in the 250, so we're almost there. 15 picks.
Yep. 246.
We're almost there.
I'm waiting to see Tom Grassi make the pick for Green Bay.
Oh, he's coming up, yeah, in 6 or 7 picks, yeah. Did you all see the prank of Ole Miss students? No, and that's pretty messed up of them to do that, but no, I did not see that.
I saw it on Twitter during the stream. It's like 30 seconds. I saw it. I'm like, what? How did they even get his number?
Yeah. Jason says Restrepo isn't fast, but is really good slot receiver. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind him this late in the draft. I'm fine with it. I don't think they'll go that route. I think
the Titans ought to take him, honestly.
I think at this point, the Giants are probably going to look for a guy that could probably contribute to special teams, if I'm being honest. And that may very well be the role they intend with the tight end, but linebacker, probably. I could see a linebacker here. Or a lineman. An offensive lineman I could see too. Dan Jackson, safety out of Georgia, just got picked by the Lions.
Mel Kiper's back after a change of pants. He's really excited when Shedeur got. He and Skip, I think they might have. I think he and Skip might have made a baby after Shedeur got picked.
Let's see. People are saying Will Shepard they want in the chat. Will Shepard.
I'll be honest. At this point, man, I don't care. 246. Whoever they take, let's just hope he makes the team. So
I'm with you. I mean, at this point, it could be anybody.
Yeah, it really could be.
Yeah,
it really could even be a kicker. No bullshit.
There's a much better chance if you were to draft a kicker here, he's going to contribute than if you draft like any other position.
Right. I'm actually surprised Quinn Ewers hasn't been drafted yet. Quinn Ewers was supposed to be a really good prospect. Like until last year, he really fell off.
Yeah, he hasn't been drafted. Well, all the other ones got drafted, right? The kid from Ohio State got picked.
Yep. Dylan Gabriel got picked.
Even the Notre Dame quarterback got picked by the Colts.
Yeah. Maybe he wasn't that good. Maybe he was like a Heisman favorite, though.
He wasn't. I don't think he is that good, but I thought he was draftable. But I
I
didn't
don't think he's that good either, but
yeah.
Who's the Lions take? It says the Dolphins pick is in. Who the hell are the Lions? Oh, Dan Jackson. That's right. ESPN's ESPN's a little behind on my computer.
And Dre says, so how are we feeling about the last few days? I mean, I'm ecstatic with what with the earlier picks by the New York Giants. I mean, their first 5 picks, I'm ecstatic with what they did. I mean,
yeah, you can't really go wrong. I feel like Joe Shane did everything he had to do. I feel like he did get a lot of things he needed, and I also think that when he drafted them, they were BPA pretty much. I mean, right, at least if they weren't BPA, they're pretty damn close. We both wanted Bo and Skattebo at like 105. Like, oh, good with either one of them. We ended up with both of them.
Yeah,
that was great.
And in the third round, that the defensive tackle Alexander, a lot of people thought he'd go second round. So overall, Baddog, I think it's a promising draft. Very promising draft. There's Quinn Ewers. Speak of the devil.
There you go.
Miami Dolphins. He's booing the pick. So
now you like the pick.
You're gonna have. I mean, they added Zach Wilson, right? So now he's the third string quarterback, Ewers, at least to start his career.
You don't like the pick. He booed the pick.
Booing a 7th round quarterback.
Yep.
I have a hot take. I think Zach Wilson this year is going to get an opportunity to play for Miami because Tua always gets hurt, and I think he's going to play well. Because the Jets ruin everybody, every quarterback.
They do. Them in Cleveland, man, they kill everybody.
But I think he's going to go. He's going to step in there and he's going to play well. I bet. That's my prediction.
Any quarterbacks left? No. Mac Brosmer. Nobody cares about Max Brosmer. Brady Cook.
Yeah, that was like the last notable quarterback, I think.
Yeah, it was.
Bluegrass says, I agree. He's calling. He thinks he's going to have a good year, too.
Who? Oh, Zach Wilson?
Yeah. Well, I don't know. He's got to get the opportunity first. But I think if he gets the opportunity with McDaniel and with the weapons they have there, I think he could be. I'm not saying he's going to make a Pro Bowl, but I think he could look decent.
Yeah.
Corey says, regardless of this, I mean, again, I hate grading drafts until we actually see them play. But I mean, I love what they did. So I can't really complain.
Yeah, I really do feel like Joe Shane did a really good job.
Maybe a B+, like, I don't know, but he drafted the best player in the draft or the second best player in the draft at 3. Yeah. Maybe you want to argue the quarterback. That's fair, for sure. I think that's a debatable pick, but we're not going to know that answer for a couple of years. And then after that, I mean, he got great value with the next 3 picks. So, and they were all, positions of need. So, and I love what he did.
Mm-hmm.
Randy saying A+. Kicker or wide receiver? Stormtrooper says, I don't think it'll be a kicker. Could be a wide receiver.
Could be. It could be anybody.
If they
be anybody at this point.
If you have the receiver, I think it'll be one with height because I feel like we kind of are lacking with tall wide receivers.
Yeah, so it won't be Isaiah Bond because Bond is not the tallest guy.
Jason says 49ers going to have a young, scary D-line as well. Of course. They went all defense early on in this draft, too.
Yep.
But, yeah, the 49ers always have a great defense.
Yeah.
What do you all think of Thomas Fidone? I mean, Jordan, we don't know much about him. We watched the highlights.
But don't.
From the highlights, he looks like he's actually a pretty good pass catcher, good route runner. But injuries, I think we said right, he had injuries. His player comp is actually Daniel Bellinger. Somebody said. Yeah, I mean, he's a depth guy. He's not going to start. I don't see him starting.
Yep.
Another Italian guy here. Kyle. Oh, it's at least an Italian last name. Let's see. We're all 13 picks away. And your guy, our Grassi, is about 4 picks away.
Yeah, a couple picks away.
Hopefully they show him. You know, I feel like late in the draft sometimes they, you know.
Well, they have to. I think that with these ones during a commercial, probably nobody's making the announcement. So
okay.
I'm guessing. I mean, I obviously don't know. We're at 233. Oh, there's Monange. Just went to the Bears. Monange. How would you say that?
He's the guy that runs really hard, right?
He went to Rutgers. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rutgers is having a lot of guys go here in day 3.
Yeah.
It's like the 3rd or 4th guy I've seen from Rutgers go in the last couple of picks, I feel.
So he's gone.
Picks in for Seattle. See, like for that pick, for example, Baddog, they didn't show who made the pick.
Right, and I don't know if anybody makes the pick. Maybe that's why. I don't know.
Oh, maybe
somebody must announce it. No, somebody must announce it because how the hell would anybody know if they were sitting there? So
yeah.
Well, I would hope that they don't cut him off. I mean,
Joe, man, appreciate you for being here, man. Appreciate you for being here.
Because we're at 234 now. They pick at 237. How many commercials are they going to have? There's not that much time in between these things. And Seattle just picked Mason Richmond. They don't even. I have a freaking.
Oh, you got something that's telling you in advance?
I have a local. No, I have a local commercial, so I can't even see the pick. But I'm on ESPN.com, and it just popped up there. So, Grassi picks and 3 picks. They shouldn't have a commercial.
Larry J says NFL Network and ABC are showing completely different things for the draft. I'm on
ABC. Oh, you're on ESPN. I'm on ABC.
Oh, that's why. Okay, let me go to ABC. Oh no, I'm on it. I'm on ABC.
Yeah, you're on ABC too. We moved over there because Joe Shane was talking.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, they're definitely going to show Grassi because it's also in Lambeau Field.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I just realized that. That's a cool locker room. Oh no, that's not a locker room. What am I saying? That's a
museum or whatever.
Museum. I was gonna say. Man, Lambeau Field looks awesome.
Yeah, it does.
This is I guess this is like a drone that's doing this, right? With the
I would imagine.
Yeah. Lambeau Field looks sick. I want to go. I kind of want to go.
Yeah, I'm sure it's awesome. I don't know what Tampa Bay's taking so long for. Make your pick. Make your pick, Tampa Bay.
I'm guessing this guy's a content creator too.
I don't know. I have no clue who that is.
I have no idea who that is. I'm gonna look it up. I'm curious. Jake Jamiak?
Yeah, I don't know who he is. Pez Johnson.
I think he's a
He waited it out the whole time.
He's just a Bucks fan. He's just Bucks fan, sports collectible dealer from Milwaukee.
Oh, okay.
And so I guess he's just a famous Bucks fan. Tez Johnson, wide receiver out of Oregon.
Yep.
So we're 2 picks away.
From Tom, yes.
Yeah, not from the Giants. This is where you hit the wall when you do these streams, like the last couple of picks.
Yeah, no question.
The movie talk definitely got us through a lot, though. That was a fun
conversation. This is kind of like what happens when I do a 24-hour stream, man. Like, those last few hours are tough, but like I know a couple of times I started talking about wrestling, and that really got me through a few hours.
Yeah.
So
the highest rated player in ESPN is McCloughan, center out of Ohio. Maybe they do take a center, Big Mush. Who knows? I said, your guess is as good as mine at this point.
Yep, you never know.
Did either of them comment on Bobby leaving talk of Giants? I mean, I think we've both commented on that before. I have no ill will towards Justin, but I'm glad that Bobby's doing his own thing, man. Randy P says, and I expect to get a call from Bobby soon. He told me he's going to call me like he did last year. He's going to make it a tradition to talk about the draft. Randy says, I know Chris, but is Baddog's first name Joey?
No, it's Sal, but I go by Kevin. This is my middle name, and I always go by that because it was my dad's name. So he's Kevin. No, but definitely Joey. Get that one a lot. Joey, Tony, Mike. Those seem to be the three that I get the most. So, you don't look like a Kevin. I know when they ever pick Sal, but it is what it is. Sal was my grandfather's name.
And Larry says, did Eli make a series out of disgusting players like
disguising players?
Oh, disguising rather. He and Big, or was it? I don't think Eli did it. Larry. Well, he's the guy that I guess spawned the series. But yeah, I actually watched the Baker Mayfield one. Did they make other ones after that, Larry? I only saw the Baker Mayfield episode. Mayfield dressed up as like an old guy.
3 days on the clock now.
Oh, here we go. We're gonna get to see maybe get to see. Let me go to ESPN and see if they're showing Grossi on ESPN.
Yeah, I have it on NFL or ABC.
They're showing the same for me on ABC and ESPN.
They're owned by the same thing.
Yeah,
so
highlights.
Yeah, I don't even know who this is. Oh, this is the kid from Oregon.
Looks like a kick return.
Tez Johnson. That's who it is.
Here we go. Where's Grossi?
Yeah, it's got to be Grossi, right? This is their last pick.
Where is he?
Oh, no, they have another pick at 250.
Somebody in the chat said he was doing it at 237, though.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
Well, their pick is in, so let's see him. I had to watch that dumbass from Tampa Bay do it. I had to watch that stupid guy. Come on. Let me see somebody I know.
I don't think we're going to see it.
I guess we're not going to see it.
He's from New York, too, isn't he, Grossi?
He is from New York. Yes, he's from upstate New York. I forgot where he said he's from, but it's not near. I mean, upstate New York, you could say Syracuse, Buffalo, and that's like Syracuse is about the same distance from me as the city is. So New York's a big state. Are we going to see it or no?
Let me go to ESPN.
NFL Network. NFL Network, they said. There he is.
He's on NFL Network?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, there he is. Yep.
Yep. There he is.
Micah Robinson out of Tulane.
Oh, God. Until they're back. It was quiet here for a little bit.
Pick is in for the Seahawks. We're almost there, man, though. We got about another, 8
picks? 8 picks. I'm just going NFL Network now because All ABC's doing is playing commercials.
That's got to be cool for Grossi, right?
Yeah.
Do that at Lambeau Field in front of all the Packers.
Really? Yeah.
Let's see. It is still packed. Holy shit.
They're fans, man. I hear my dog barking. Hear it?
Yeah, I hear it. That's a puppy bark.
Yep, she's a puppy. They must have put her in the cage for some reason. I don't know.
You got to keep them in the cage at the beginning. Otherwise,
Yeah,
they could choke on stuff because they don't, you know.
that's exactly it.
Yeah.
Well, they're up there. They must have just went in a different room or something. But yeah, I mean, she's obviously not housebroken yet. And we've only had her for 2 days. And the same thing. Yeah, she could choke on stuff or she could chew the shit out of stuff because that's just what she does now. She just wants to chew on everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you usually got to keep them in the cage for at least a week or two.
I think my kids being more of a pain. I think it's more of a pain than a. All right, I'll be back.
Yeah. I'll talk to the chat. Grats to Grossi. Let's forget. Yeah, that's awesome. Tom Grossi got to do that. We're almost done, guys. We got another. We're probably going to be done in about 25 to 30 minutes, I think. And then I'm gonna have a nice long dinner, and then I'm probably gonna pass out. Bad Dog's talking about watching movies. I'm probably gonna pass out. Let's see. What's up, A-Trax, man? Thanks for popping in. The dogs will hate the cage when they get used to it and want to be in the cage. Yeah, I remember my dog when we got her. We couldn't let her outside, actually, in the backyard for a couple of weeks. I guess because they were worried, but and that was tough on her. And we had to leave her in the cage. But about 3 weeks in, she didn't have to be in the cage anymore, and she'd go outside. Dylan, thank you very much, man. 29th Street's free on YouTube. Oh, maybe I'll give it a look then, Blue Collar. Not tonight. I'm gonna probably just zonk out, but. Dylan, thank you very much, man. Much love, and keep up the great work. Appreciate it, man. No, but Jed, I'm sure you'll be able to see it. I'm sure Grossi will post it on his channel, and I'm sure it'll be on YouTube. He just made he didn't do anything crazy, just like a normal guy, unlike the other guys that went up there. Let's see. Appreciate it, Edwin, man. Thanks for popping in. Spaz says, it would be funny if they took a quarterback with the last pick. I don't think so. But, it would. I suppose it would be funny, but I don't think so. They got too many quarterbacks as is. But then again, the Cleveland Browns have about 1 million now. LA Sports says, Joe Shane is a bad man. What a draft he's had. Absolutely love the picks. It's been a grand slam. Bond Restrepo. Next, I'll be over the moon. So you want the wide receiver, LA Sports? Let's see what happens, man.
Right. Oh, yeah.
World's Heaviest Jam Band says, I feel the fan base is putting too much pressure on Dart. Taking quarterback at 25 is basically taking a shot on a guy you think you'd like to work. I mean, I don't know what the fan base's expectations are for this year. For me, this year is just a free pass. Like, I don't expect him to play very much.
Larry said Cleveland can rotate a quarterback every offensive play to keep them fresh.
They could certainly, maybe they'll have a rotation like in baseball.
Yeah, exactly.
First drive, second drive, third drive, fourth drive.
A closer. They need a closer for the fourth quarter.
But yeah, I mean, World's Heaviest Jam Band. I think the expectation, at least for me, is that he's going to be the starter in 2026. I don't expect him to be the starter this year.
Yeah. No.
And if he's not good, then we'll probably have another quarterback the year after that.
Yeah.
I don't think he gets nearly as long as a leash as a Daniel Jones, who was the 6th overall pick.
Right.
Because at that point, if he's not good and he's going to be the starter in 26, Daboll and Shane are out the door. So a new guy comes in, more than likely drafts his quarterback if we stink, and you go from there. If he's good, we keep building, baby.
Yep. Can you imagine when they used to have like 15 rounds of the draft, dude?
Oh my
They used to
God.
have, like, the draft. Let's see.
Basketball used to have a lot of rounds too.
Yeah.
I remember. I'm looking at past drafts. They used to have a lot of rounds too.
1976 draft. I just put that in there. 17 rounds, Chris. Can you imagine that? 17.
Now, granted, there weren't as many teams then.
There weren't.
So, but still, how many teams were there back then?
In 76, let's see. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Shit.
No Jaguars, no. I'm trying to think of the expansion. Like Panthers.
It just shows the draft.
No Ravens. I know the Browns became the Ravens, but then the Browns were an expansion team, so no Ravens.
Probably 24, maybe. I don't know. Let's see.
Yeah, I was gonna say if it was like maybe a 16, it would be probably comparable to this because there's 32.
Let's see. There's 5, 9, 14. No, it looks like 28.
Oh, that's insane.
28 teams in 1976.
So why did they have so many? I guess because free agency wasn't a thing, so that the draft picks stuck on the teams back then.
That
More.
had to be.
Yeah.
I even think in 85, I think they had a lot of rounds. 1985, there was 12.
What's up, Ray, man? We're almost there, man. There was 487 picks in 1976.
Yeah.
That's insane.
That is. Yeah, it's 257. So it's like half.
I guess, but yeah, like I said, I guess back then there wasn't as much of players coming and going from team to team.
Yep.
But still, like you're still adding so many players. I don't know. That's weird.
Right.
Maybe they had larger rosters back then. Did they? Maybe it wasn't 53 men. Maybe it was larger.
Could be.
Broncos go with a tight end. Do I remember High School High? Yes, I do. That's John Lovitz. It's like a spoof comedy movie. I don't remember it very well, but I saw it and I remember thinking it was funny back in the day, but I haven't seen it in a long time.
Actually, it looks like in 76 there was 51 players on teams.
So less teams, less players, but they drafted double the amount of players every year. How does that make sense?
I don't know.
Picks in for the Rams.
Oh, that's right. NFL free. Oh, in its current form, it says 1993.
Well, that's when the salary cap came in. Yeah.
So, yeah, shit. So that's why NFL free agency didn't start till 1993.
Yeah, that I always say that the Cowboys haven't really won much since the salary cap era.
They haven't.
Yeah. Yeah, because that's how you were able to keep those super teams together back then. The 49ers, the Cowboys.
Yeah. Ray says, I went to the gym, came back, but yeah, it takes a while. We're close, though. The Rams picks in, so we got 4 more picks, and we're picking. And then I can go eat my damn pizza and watch these movies.
That's why I'm
excited to watch these movies.
I don't know how you're gonna do it, Baddog. I'm gonna eat dinner and probably pass out, but I'm excited to hear what you think of those movies because I love those movies.
Yeah.
But I forgot what I was gonna say. That's how you know I'm getting tired. I forgot what I was
Definitely a part of me when I went to get the pizza when they got delivered. I was like, "Not gonna be a good time to take a nap." Yeah, I was just like hit a time. There's always that part on a Saturday where between like 2 and 4 o'clock in the afternoon, I'm like, I can really just lay down and take a nap. Like especially during college football season, man, I swear to God, it's just the weather is perfect. Like in the beginning of the year, like when it's late September, early October, and it's just the windows open. People usually have like a campfire, fire going or whatever. I can smell it, and it's just very relaxing. So I'll just lay down and pass out for like an hour and a half.
Oh, there's nothing like a good nap in the middle of the day.
Yeah,
there's nothing,
especially when you're my age. It's great. Great. Do you have a guy with a snake making a call?
Is that somebody said Robert Irwin? I guess that's Irwin.
Oh, Irwin's son. Yeah, the alligator, crocodile guy, whoever it is. Crikey!
That guy passed away in the most fitting way.
Steve Irwin was his name. That's right.
Yeah.
Crikey.
I still couldn't believe it. Years ago, I dated a girl whose family had a timeshare in Florida, and we would go down there every summer. And the dad was
summer. Jesus.
Yeah, it was hot. It was hot. And maybe it wasn't the summer. Maybe you're right. Maybe it just felt like the summer for me. I don't remember. But we'd go down there every year. And the dad was a big golfer, so I went golfing with him. And on the golf courses in Florida, they have alligators walking across every hole like it's like there's squirrels in New York.
Yeah.
I was
you
like,
got the squirrels too. Holy shit.
I was like in shock. I was like, and people just golfing like it's nothing. There's like a 16-foot alligator crossing. It's a different way of life there.
Yeah.
Ravens on the clock.
Yes. Yeah. On the clock. Isaiah Bond's still there. Restrepo's still there. Come on, Ravens.
We get tons of squirrels. I when I was a cable technician, obviously I would go into like tons of random people's homes, so you see some crazy things. I remember one time I was doing a trouble call for somebody, and I'm working on the TV or whatever it was, and I look up and they got a cage, and I hear like noise in the cage, and I'm like, oh, probably like a bird or whatever. And I look in the cage, and they had a pet squirrel. I was like,
they had a rat, because that's what they are.
Basically, I'm like, yeah, I was just like, that's a squirrel. I think I even said it to him. I looked at him like that's a squirrel.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So pick is in for the Ravens.
Yeah. Stormtrooper said, I'm curious to know how Tane and Baddog met and became a Giants YouTube duo. Easy. Chris reached out to me. I don't remember. It must have been email or something. I actually don't even remember how he contacted me. You remember how he contacted me?
I think I was just doing YouTube videos at the time, and I just had people that were asking me to start to go live. I'd never gone live before, and they said that you should they mentioned you, that I should reach out to you. And I think I popped into one of your live streams because you used to go live all the time. And I
really wasn't going live back then. I don't think. Maybe I just started. I don't really remember.
Maybe you had just started, but it was in a live stream. I popped in, I think, and I wrote something in the chat, and then you said, yeah, let's do it or whatever. And then we exchanged numbers. I don't remember how we did that, but we exchanged numbers, and then I think I texted you, and we were gonna do it, and then something came up for you, whatever, and you canceled, and then I reached back out to you, and then we did it the next week.
Yeah, the next week. So I remember, I forgot what the hell happened, but I couldn't do it that one week, and then I was like, let's do it next week, and he said sure. And I remember he said he called me on his way home from work.
Yeah, because I worked the night shift back then.
Right. So we talked for like 3 minutes and just said we're gonna do this. I think we usually do it on Zoom at the very beginning.
Skype. We did it on Skype.
Skype. So we did it on Skype. We literally talked for 3 minutes, and then it's the first one we have. I still go back around again. It's like 20 minutes, and it was recorded. It wasn't live. We recorded the video, and Chris just said, "I have hopefully this is the beginning of like a weekly thing," and sure as shit.
It's more than a weekly thing.
Yeah. Then it became, people were like, you should do the draft together. And of course, that was the infamous Daniel Jones.
Yeah.
I think OGR at the time said you guys should do the games together. So
Yeah, that's right. OGR was the one that did because we.
So you guys should start doing the games together. And
you're right. Yeah, because we would stream the game separately, and then
Yeah.
we did like the last like 3 or 4 games that year together, and then from the the OGR was the one that said that. That's right.
So I was like, yeah. Oh, what's Eli saying? You see this?
Yeah, he's talking about Jaxson Dart.
Jaxson Dart.
Oh, it's a conversation they had that they recorded. Oh, or maybe he sent him a video message, I guess, that he's looking at on his phone.
Yeah.
He's definitely a much different vibe than
Daniel Jones. Absolutely. He's not pudding. He's not like vanilla pudding.
Yeah.
He's not like porridge. He's definitely got a personality, this one.
Oh yeah, exactly.
There's a little spice to him.
As the kids say, he's got some aura or swag.
Right. Listen, John Gruden called him Evil Knievel. So I mean, that's what you got. You know, that's better than Daniel Jones. What the hell did he have for a nickname?
And Durant says, "Isn't OGR?" I don't know if he's from Penn State, but he's a Penn State fan.
Yeah.
And I know when I posted something about Abdul Carter on Twitter, thinking he was the best player in the draft, he disagreed with me. Actually, he said, "I'm the biggest Penn State fan there is, and I would prefer Travis Hunter." But I'm sure he's thrilled that we have, you know. Brian, man, thank you very much, man. I love everybody and everything. Go Dart. Let's go, Brian.
No.
And Chris Baddog's intern says best duo since Kobe and Shaq. I don't know about all that.
Well, now we can only get a few championships together. We'd be great.
Who's a comparable?
Let's get those 3
duo?
championships together. That'd be awesome.
Who's a comparable duo to Kobe and Shaq since Kobe and Shaq? I mean, LeBron's just bounced around too much.
They became threesomes after that.
Right? Yeah. Like
I mean,
LeBron,
Duncan
Wade,
and
and
David
Bosh.
Robinson. I mean, I don't know, because this all started with Boston when they had Ray Allen, Kevin Garnett, and Paul Pierce.
Right.
So now it's started to become 3. I mean,
Yeah,
for a while, the Lakers only had
it used to be the duo, like you said. It used to be Stockton and Malone, Kemp and Peyton, Jordan and Pippen. Even though Rodman came into the fold, but yeah, it's more triplets now. You're right.
Yeah. So as Barkley, I don't think Barkley ever had a second guy.
Kevin Johnson, Dan Marley.
Yeah. Olajuwon, I don't know that Olajuwon ever had a second guy either. Right? Not that I remember.
Sam Cassell.
Right.
No star though.
Right.
Robert Horry.
Yeah. The best teams always had those 2 guys. Like
Ewing never had the star. He had good players.
He had Starks. He had Houston at the end of his career.
Yeah.
At the end of Ewing's career, he got Latrell and
Oakley.
Oakley. Yep. Larry Johnson. They were all kind of older at that point. No, we didn't trade down, James. We've been at 246, bro.
Curry and Clay, the Splash Brothers. That's a good one. I mean, you got Draymond in there, but yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah.
Ray says, "Who do you guys have on your Mount Rushmore of the NBA?" See, the thing is, this is a fun, I guess, debate, but it's impossible for me because the game has changed so much. Like when you bring up guys like Will Chamberlain, there was no 3-second violation back then. When Bill Russell, like it's such a different game. So I almost feel like you have to do different Mount Rushmores over eras. But if I had to do one, Jordan, of course.
Jordan, Kobe, LeBron are the first 3. I could put them in there easily.
And then you got and then you got Abdul-Jabbar. You've got Russell. You've got Chamberlain.
Yeah, there's a bunch of them you can put on there.
Magic, Bird.
Yep. Dr. J. I mean, I'm just from my era.
I think I disagree with you on Kobe. And Kobe's phenomenal. And I know he's like super loved. I think I'd have guys like Magic and Bird over Kobe.
I don't know, man. Kobe was
incredible. Don't get it twisted, but I think I'd have guys like Magic and Bird were so. Without Magic and Bird, the NBA folds. By the way,
that's true. They definitely saved it.
The NBA was going to fold.
They definitely saved it. I was huge for the NBA. They were in deep shit in 1979 when those guys got drafted.
Yeah.
So I have a That's why I have those rookies of all those guys I just mentioned.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, I don't know. I would definitely put Kobe on there.
Shaq's got to be up there too. No, I mean Shaq was incredible.
Yeah, I mean Shaq was really good, but again, Shaq was just bigger than everybody. I'm not taking anything away. I loved Shaq, but I think he was just bigger than everybody. Like I don't know how great his game was. He was just huge. You know, he couldn't shoot free throws. He had no jumper. He really was just a big body. You know, and he was damn good, but he was one dimensional. You know, a guy I think like Akeem Olajuwon was more dynamic than Shaq. He just wasn't as he was dominant in a different way.
Akeem Olajuwon was the most fundamentally sound center you'll ever see.
Yeah. But and then again, like Kareem Abdul-Jabbar was like at the end of his career when I started watching. So it's hard for me to say, you know, people could put Kareem Abdul-Jabbar on the Mount Rushmore. So we took Corey Black.
Which didn't surprise you. Again, a top 30 visit. So out of every pick they made, only one of them wasn't a top 30 visit,
Right.
and it was that
was
tight end from Nebraska. So wow, he ran a 4.35 40.
Yeah. Take it.
Wow. I'll wait a few minutes because Bobby said he was going to call me, but
I'm gonna get out because I got.
You know what? I think I'm going to get out too.
Yeah, you talk to Bobby when it's over.
I'll talk to Bobby when he calls me. But
it's been a long day, Chris. 6 hours and 40 minutes. So
it's been a long day. The Giants. Who knows what happens with these picks? Who knows what happens with any picks? But I think we're all happy with what transpired the first 2 days and early on in this day with the players that they ended up with. It's like Baddog. I mean, come on, how could you be upset? Got to spend 6.5 hours with you and everybody in the chat, bullshitting, talking about movies, talking about food, talking about football. Always have so much fun, you know, with you guys. All the support you guys always show. Always look forward to doing this every year with you guys. Can't say thank you enough to each and every one of you guys that are supporters of both of us, and looking forward to talking Giants in the near future. Of course, this year is going to be fun. Get a new quarterback, Russell Wilson. We'll see how the rookies do. The defense should be a lot of fun, but you gotta be happy with the offseason, Baddog, if you're a Giant fan. Between free agency and the draft, I think it was about as good as you could have hoped for in terms of an offseason.
Yeah, I think Shane addressed a lot of needs. I think you got a lot of good players in here, and I think that the Giants, like I said, they're going to be a lot better in 2025. They're not there yet, but I think this offseason and draft, I think they took a major step towards getting to be a competitive football team again. So all we can hope is that these picks pan out the way last year's did, and you start to build and it starts to show up on the field. I think this year you're going to see a much better Giants team.
Yeah, and B-Rock, thank you very much. He says, thanks, guys. Thank you for being here. You were here the whole time. Larry J says full schedule, but that'll be the next big day, right? When you find out the schedule, who we're playing, when we're playing. Well, we know who we're playing. We don't know when we're playing them.
Right.
That's always a fun day. Get to see the primetime games, get to see the layout of the schedule. So looking forward to that. And then obviously training camp and all those things. Ray says, thank you for being a friend. There you go. All right. Be good. Oscar Robinson, the big O. He's an all-time great. Yeah. Last guy to average a triple-double actually before James Harden and Russell Westbrook did. But guys, have a great rest of your day. Enjoy your dinners if you haven't already eaten. Baddog, enjoy your movies.
Yes, I'm going to.
And I'm going to enjoy my bed. But have a good night, guys, and let's go Giants.
Sounds good. Be good, guys. Peace.